Is there anything in here that I don't want in here? Like, yeah, anything that I just don't think I'll ever use again? Like that beast whistle. That beast whistle. I'll never use this. I'm just gonna sell it now. I don't care about that. Yeah, both the beast whistle and the other one. I don't care about that. I'm never gonna use those. Those are not needed. The hope rings are worthless to me. I'm gonna sell those too. Yeah, the hope rings. I'm gonna get rid of those. Yep, all that stuff. Yeah. Now, the hope rings are good for bard, but they'll be much cheaper later on, and I'll just wait for gold crafters to, like, goldsmiths to like fill the auction with rings over the years. I'm not gonna keep these expensive hope rings right now. So and then so there's like three more slots in here, which I guess I do want a bronze harness, but I'm wearing a bronze harness as I recall. No, 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 I'm not. Oh no, no, that's my bronze harness. I'll actually use it. Yeah, that no, never mind. I mean, what happened there? Oops. Shit, no, Centurion's visor. There we go. So, oh no, Centurion's visor is the one with Dex, right? Yeah, I need that. That's mine. So, but the Blessed Hammer, no. Yeah, and then the Bronze Harness, we'll sell those five things. That'll be more money. And we'll sell the Gammas too, because I can't really fit them. Yeah, the Delta stacked, which is good. And yeah, and we could just keep all the Delta, I guess, in the thing. I think. And, or no, yeah, right now I'll keep the Delta in the thing, yeah. And so, yeah, I don't see anything else here that's totally superfluous. Like, I don't know. I don't really need to keep the level 1 set around, but eh. The Hypno staff is sort of redundant, but I like having a staff on my mage because it looks like I'm more professional. This Mithril Axe is really good for BCNM stuff. It has good damage on it. It's like level 30, or sorry, damage 30 damage, and I think my current axe is only, yeah. Where's my fucking axe at? Yeah, like my axe. Where is it? Yeah, this Viking axe is, yeah, it's like 36. So that other axe wouldn't be a bad offhander, but it's you know, I should look at axes, but I mean, like, yeah, I'm scared to. Yeah, we'll go make sales now, and I'll go out and I'll level Nin to 13, and then I'll do Dunes parties and stuff. Go check the mining. I don't know why you're not mining. Mm-hmm. Oh, because the asteroid depleted. And you should be hauling. Just going. Oh, yes, please. Going to leave fleet. Kick member from fleet, confirm, and then you will leave fleet and confirm. And I'm no longer gonna fly. Hauling. Going to take this out. Actually, wait. You want a jettison as well? No. Jettison as well. Yep. And then. That's all I can fit, huh?
Warp drive active. Docking request accepted. Docking request accepted.
Gonna make some money today. Ooh, booster. Yeah, we got a nice big fat belt here. We're gonna do. Oh, good. It's an R5 booster right when I wanted one. That's fucking perfect. Redeem now. Yeah. Let's do it. Let's make some money, bitch. Yeah. Let's make some big money today. Gonna take it quiet while I do this size mining and stuff. Okay. We'll get in inventory. We're gonna switch to the Mackinac. Let's get another horse, which is a pain in the ass, but it's all content. I don't mind it. I didn't mind taking that guy's 17 gold and his entire fucking inventory. That would not bother me. 20 gold was worth my horse, you know? I might as well... I should have just bought a horse to replace the... I didn't know he was going to kill my horse, or I would have saved 8 gold to buy the horse he was going to kill. Then it would have cost me nothing to rob him, you know? This horse looks awesome. I want a horse like that. Looks... Anyways. So now I will need a spear. Actually, I don't know, but I thought maybe that the meat might be for sale. Dude, your stupid horses. You're so annoying. Why are there so many horses in here? You guys suck. Yeah. Okay, so we're looking for mongrel, and yeah, and search. No, I didn't think so, but you know, it was worth a check. Even more money. I could just buy a new horse, I guess, but I don't really, I'm not in that much of a rush. I actually don't mind the content of going and getting a horse. That doesn't bother me. 60 more silver off that. I suppose I should use it to buy a spear, and that's all I really need is a fucking spear, I suppose. Like, I don't know. I could buy a set. A really cheap set, but I'm not going to buy a spear. Crappy spear. I'll go to the graveyard for a trip, is what I'll do. With a crappy spear. Yeah. And like a chess piece or whatever, yeah, like a normal full grain, yeah, like that thing, and then yeah, that'll be enough. Yeah. Oh no, I can't afford that, but we can do that, and then yep. And we'll just take this crappy stuff to the graveyard and see if I can't come up on loot, and come back with some heads and oh, I have a taskmaster turn in, yeah. And this will make up for the standing I lost. Yep. I don't want a Clothos Flinger. I want to wait the 20 minutes to wait for a new one. I'll come back and, well, I don't know. Bush Pig is like right outside. And it'll pay 40 silver, and it'll get me a new set. I could look at it like that. The Bush Pigs will pay more per se. But I mean, a horse and then the Bush Pigs would be better. I don't know. The Clothos Flinger might be an interesting trip, but I mean, I'm not too worried about that. I think I'll probably go to the graveyard and wait for the task to end. I don't want to commit to, well, the pigs will go quickly. We'll do pigs. It seems like the more, yeah, it seems like the more faster way to get up. Like, kill 5 pigs and loot them and stuff, and then just bring the loot back. Yeah, because I have a goal. Wait, I have a goal right now. Oh, right, because I turned in. Yeah, so I guess I'll get like some bandages. Yeah, bandages would probably be best. It took like another fucking got my bandages robbed from me. Yeah, that's about right. And we'll get like a whatever other armor I can get. Yep. Now I got a full set again. I like this game. It's stupid. I wish I'd kind of gone to this game instead of stupid Rust. Because like I would be further right now. But oh shit! I thought you were about to swing on me. I was like, what the fuck? All right. Yeah. So. Anything? Oh, I got that Thursar meat, I guess, but that's all stolen step horse stuff that I can't touch. And now we go. Okay. Yep. I mean, I have 10 gold, but I mean, it's really not too good. I mean, I think I'd rather just keep the gold and buy a house is what I'll do, and just keep getting sets and consider getting the setup as the work. I'll bring a saddle. That's good, and the saddle's all I really need. Oh, we know that coin. Wait, I'm going to get a horse. Yeah, I'm just gonna go get another horse. Fuck it. Because that's really not that long of a trip. It's like right out there. Screw it. Oh, which reminds me. God damn it, I'm not been playing right. Fleet, work to member.
Warp drive active.
Oh yeah, I'm already doing pretty good. I already have fucking another 10 mil. Fuck yeah. I didn't lose that much time, like 5 minutes or something. That's what you get for playing 3 games. So, let's do some sales. UO 40 BCNM, do you need it? 23 BST, can I have it? Your drop. I would like UO. Yeah, I would like UO. Pretty bad. Your drop. I don't want to do all the gear switching and everything. I'm all set up to do Nin. Beast Whistle. Beast Whistle's only worth that much. Wow. Why do I have 2 of them? Fucking dumb. That's some money. There we go. Hells yeah. God damn it. Yes. Doing some spring cleaning, I guess. Need some space, so. God damn it. Ah! What was that? Did you post? I can't tell. Yes. Let's turn on the mortal music here. Oops. It's funny to see him running full tilt on a bear. I want to kill him and see what's on his horse. Pretty much right away. I want to kill him right here. Just shank him, waste the horse, and see what's on it. But I bet there's nothing on it. Listen how evil I am. I'm fucking bad. This game hasn't seen me yet. I am a fucking highway robber. Like, I just not, like, really, like, into the vibe of doing that all day. So I try to keep my reputation clean, but if I catch you slipping out there alone, or, like, looking kind of soft, like you might have something, I'll rob you. Jack-o'-lantern. Oh, yeah, those gammas. I can't really have those sitting around, really. I mean, I can buy them if I need them. Yeah, just sell them. It's fine. Seems, oops, I hit a fence. I'm learning the path to horses, because I'm doing it a lot. I guess next time I'll train 2 of them and see if I can get a spare back. Or just sell. anything else? No, I don't think so. Yeah, 'cause I'm full. Okay, now I will use my... I will use my, think about that. Oh, I missed the call at 1:30. Oh. I didn't know I missed the call. Damn it. Hey, I'm so sorry. I missed your call at 1:30, I guess. I'm so sorry. Well, okay, well, I'm calling to see because it's a beautiful day, and I'm wondering if you want to do this today or tomorrow. Okay, so no, no, I can pause. I'm ready to help at any time. It's your call. I just felt like I missed your call and I have been rude, and I'm sorry. But yes, anytime you're ready, I can do this, or we can wait. All right, sounds good. I'll see you in a few. All right, bye. Okay, so I have to pause this video. So, guys, I've got to pause the video for just 10 minutes here. I'm terribly sorry. I'm going to draw up a cute little diagram here. I got to do a favor for the family, and then I will be back. Shouldn't take but 10 minutes here. R. B. B. R. B. And then we pause this video. I'm gonna dock up while I'm gone.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
So I will be right back. Just 10 minutes. Okay, and finally gotta pause. Oh, I am out. I'm out right now. I want to log out. Yep, that's fine. Don't want to safe log.
Docking request accepted.
Okay, and I'm gonna go get this out of the way. BRB. Terribly sorry. And then also I gotta pause the video as well. Here we go. Dun 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 dun. No, I don't want you to do that anymore. No, wait, no, wait. Oh my god, you look crazy. Why?
Docking request
No, wait, no,
accepted.
I want docs. I want the scene transition stream information. There. The stream information, I want it. Yes, I do. And then pausing the video, terribly sorry. There we go. Okay. And we will dump since I had to dock. And okay, and we go to get a horse. It's a beautiful day.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
It's affected my margin. Whatever. I meant to pick more bushes or whatever. That's alright. You put my mouse off the screen instantly again. Why? It's like some fucking bug. So stupid. Goddamn stupid. Some bug. Hey, I got a clay gift. Adrenaline or large lungs. Control metabolism. Resolves 3 psyche dex. 2 to strength. Aggressive. 25 levels in the aggressive stance. We'll do that. We'll buy over to here. Okay. And, yeah, I would say, look, it's another Belbus. We'll kill him too. And then I will loot these bushes. I don't know. Can I train a Belbus now? No. So we know that the wolves are over there, but I want to get the brush for the horse. Actually, I don't know. Maybe I should take 2 horses and replace, like, the horse that I'm losing with the horse that's in the stable. I don't know. Oh, good. Okay. There's the first one. Some of these I tapped earlier, I think. The item transfer is actually very fast. It's faster than Rust. I like it. And it's dependable. I wish it had a sweep function. Wait, what? Why are my lasers off? That makes no sense. Oh, damn it. It's fine. Oh, shit. Ooh. What the fuck? Go, 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 go! What the fuck, man? What? Man. Ugh. Fucking leave me alone. Ah! Ugh. What is your problem? Jesus Christ, man. Well, I didn't lose anything of value. That's good. Dishonorable cocksuckers are gonna be dishonorable cocksuckers. There's nothing I can do. It is prime time, is to be expected. Yeah, I lost nothing. Nothing that I invested in, anyways. A saddle is what I left town with. Saddle and basic set. Spent about a gold, I guess. It's weird. I guess, oh, I lost a ring, I guess. I'll have to wear a new one now. I used to get the rings for, like, a death or something, I think. That damn fucking horse has, like, wedged me in here. It's so stupid. I'm, like, stuck in here. What the fuck? So annoying. Comrade is so fucking stupid. Oh my god. The level thing? I forgot about the stupid ass level thing. So fucking stupid. I suppose I should just take a chocobo out. Yeah, I can take a chocobo out, right? Yeah, I think I can. I can take a chocobo out to maze lizards and level out there for a while. It'll be annoying, but it won't be like, you know, bad to take the chocobo all the way out there. Or yeah, like why won't you let me teleport to the first fucking outpost at level 10? That's fucking so stupid. Like I don't know. If I was running my own private server, I would definitely fix stuff like that. But I don't know. Maybe they can't. They might not be able to write it into the game or change some quotient. That might just be how it's coded. Itchy. Well, so I guess try and go get a horse again. I'll make us another fucking saddle. Ugh. Oh, I'm on the elevator, am I? Yeah. I should have just banged the horse and left. Like, just left. Just, you know, gone and moved to the wolves, and that probably would have been fine. Man, it's prime time, and it's harsh out there right now. Well, need a horse, so we'll go address it, you know. What's in here? Silver. Could just go do that. That's fitting. But I would prefer to go get a horse first. And then go do that. Might ride to Toxai now that I have a character that's viable and I'm not locked out. I don't know, though. Like, Toxai was good, but, like, not being able to travel here sucks. Like the character was ruined, basically. Yeah, this is a good place to start because there's like a guard right there, right? Yeah, that's a guard, right? Yeah, might as well. Oh, I didn't buy the spear. Oh no, I guess it was. No, get up. Here. Come on, you. There we go. Ah! I almost hit the fucking guard. It's stupid. Okay, where am I now? I'm going down to mines to buy a chocobo. There's another pig. Did you draw on me. No, you would try. Money. Nice, and I'm gonna get him more. Yeah. So now what? Yes, I wish to vendor that, and what else? I want to go to mines. Yes, mines. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to go to... I want to buy grocery stuff, like, but I don't have any food, I don't think. It's alright, I'll just cook this, it's good. We shall make some stew. No, that's too much. Wait, I want to split these. Appetizing boiled bush pig. Appetizing boiled bush pig. I'm going to eat 138 units of it, which is a lot. But I was starving from all the times I got ganked today because I'm solo and I have my voices turned off, which is my usual PvP experience. But I'd rather do that here than in Rust. Because eventually I'll have my own house here and they won't be around me very much. I won't see them very much, you know? And it won't matter. And I'll have my own campfire and all that stuff. And I'll just do all my shit out there. And I'll live by, like, somewhere with good fights, you know?
The asteroid is depleted.
Good, my hunger's down. And, yep. And whenever you lose stamina, same amount of it taken for your stamina reserves. Okay, so... Oh, I see. Okay, and then, so let's combine... Or I guess we can't, but we can say I'm too full to eat again. Okay, well, I ate a lot because I was starved, and, like, that's good. So, now... Let's sell the meat. And I'll go back out there. These are, frankly, like trash, basically, because they're too small of a stack, really. Yeah, and, let me put these back. I do like this game. I like it more than Rust. It's got a lot more deeper systems than Rust, except for the power and marijuana systems that Rust did. Like power. Power is really deep in Rust, and so is building. Building's a lot better than this game. I wish Rust had the PvE that this game did. Like, instead of... Like, they need... Yeah, in Rust 2, they should just, like, incorporate all levels of it, like fantasy and guns, you know? Excuse me. There, that's what I'm looking for. Crafting. Got 3 saddles. Throw 2 of them away, and let's go get a horse. Oh, I have all that brush and stuff too that I want. Oh well. Maybe I have some stacked up. What's that sound? Oh, yeah, she's leaving. I think I would rather be now stationed at this crystal as opposed to the other one. Well, I don't know. The other one was kind of like close to Metalworks, but I mean, it doesn't matter. Okay, so what else? Signet might be a good idea before I leave town. I don't have to do this very long before I can go level in Dunes. Or, well, really, I can just, like, yeah, I can, like, level in Dunes, yeah. Alright, well, we can put most of this stuff away. We'll keep the saddle, this and that. And what... Oh, no, you know what I didn't get is bandages, and I probably should get bandages. Keep spending money on bandages, it's annoying, but buy whatever this will get me. Yeah, that. There we go. And we will buy bandages. Man, there's a lot of people. This game, like, fucking, like, I mean, this town's busy, but I mean, yeah, this game, like, lit up. It's doing better now. Better than it's ever had. It might finally find its place in this fucking, you know, melee. That's probably enough. Yeah, fuck it, that's enough. Oops. Fuck. Yeah, like 50 bandages or whatever. Yeah. Yep. And we're just gonna see what situation my character is in. Yep, looking good. Oh, I need to put on a ring. I totally spaced that because that could help me a little bit. Yep. Trading with Bog. The fuck? What? Oh. No, thanks. Okay. Thank you. Someone gave me some armor. Thank you. Just like, okay. Silver and copper. Alright. We got a better set now. That's good. Time to go out for a horse. I was gonna insult him and say no. But I'm like, I mean, this person... I think they might be really insulted by that, so I didn't. I don't normally take gifts, but this was just random, so... Thank you. I guess I'll go for the general. I don't know. Someone's here. This place is like picked out. I'm not dying to this fuck, dude. No way. God damn it, I just put this set on. What the fuck, man? I just put this set on. I don't have anything, you idiot. My ability is not working, and I don't really understand. I try to use my health drain, and it was like, no, you got a blank. And I was like, why do I have a blank? Why do I have a blank where my health drain is? It's just like gone now. See, it's gone. It's like, why? Why is my blank? Why is my shit blank? It makes no sense. God damn it. Like, I don't see why my shit is blanked out. I don't get that. Like, it's called... No. It's, there. Like, why was that off? It was, like, off. It wasn't working. And I lost the fight because of it. God damn it. I didn't even bother fighting him because I was like, well, my shit's blacked out and it's not working. I don't know. What can I do without that? I can't really win. Like, come on, man. Guy's got more clades than me. So stupid. Go back out there again with a fucking spear and gank his ass. Go straight for him. Get ganked wherever I'm going. It's so stupid. Oh, damn it, I just did it. Oh. Get pressed, damn it. Actually, let's see what I can do with the gold. Oh. Let's see what I can do with the gold. Maybe I can get something off him. Yeah. Go back there, see if I can get revenge. Now he has my armor. Oh my god. And I can't win. I'll just waste the spear, but I'll try anyways, because whatever. God damn it. And he's out. He probably went and banked the set. Fucking asshole. I don't blame him, but it's like sooner or later you get burned out if you're doing what you're doing. Happened to me. And then what? Well, let's try and recover the set that I lost, I guess. Yeah, I got my signet now. I'm gonna go back onto its chocobo. That was my life train ability fucking wasted. It was like grayed out. It makes no sense. So stupid. Ooh, there's a free bow. Oh, I'm cock blocked on travel entirely. I have to walk. God damn it, man. I'm just gonna walk to the corner or whatever. I'm like AFK. So annoying. Why do you always put Eve at the end of my list? It's so annoying. You constantly do this. I have to fight with you to get the other one. Yeah, there. Ah, this is mines too. Damn it. Whatever. I should definitely get up. And definitely kill all 4 of these. You made the combat 87, nice. I thought armor would fall by now, but it didn't. Gotta get out of here. Fucking prime time. I'm surprised I haven't been ganked yet, but I do have some money now. Yep. Enough to make up for the set I fucking lost anyways. Maybe Icarus worth something, huh? I run all the way to the fucking other zone, and then all the way to the other zone, and then fucking finally die to the lizard pretty much immediately. And it's just dumb. It's like sort of dumb. Ah. I want to get the general once. See if I can get a general pop. Gonna wait up here for a minute while I play other games and just wait. If I hear footsteps, I'll listen. I want to turn the sound effects up a bit because no, wait, no. I'm not stuck. No. Oh, nice. Oh, damn it. I'm not stuck, but I want to settings. The master is very low. What was that sound? Oh god. Oh, I thought something bad was happening. Okay, so now we go like all the way the fuck over here. I'm gonna try and AFK walk this entire thing. I don't care. I only have to like get enough XP to level. It's fine. I hear someone now. I hear someone outside the wall. I can absolutely hear them. They have like metal and chainmail and stuff. What did I hear? I heard jingling armor in there. Maybe it's just mine. I don't know. No, the zombies have a faint armor sound is what it is. Yeah, this is about it, I think. I don't know. I could get more heads, I suppose. $69. Yeah, we'll go for the rest of the heads, I guess, until the general spawns. I want the general... Oh. What the fuck are you looking at? Murder, huh? Knew I heard someone. I'm getting greedy and I should just leave. Fuck this. These guys could gank me. Right now. Yep, nope, they didn't, but I mean, like, yep, it could have happened. I could have just, like, brought them loot, you know? They did turn around. Fuck them.
You've been examined.
Oops. Ugh. I don't want this, there's, I can't even carry it.
Come again. See what I had for you. Thank you. Deal. Nice talking to you.
That's why. That's why that keeps fucking up there. That's why. Oh my god. Yep, that's why. Ugh. Anyways. Oh no, I'm dying. Why? Why am I aggro to 2 turtles? What? Oh, I learned. Anyways, yep, and all the rest of that stuff I guess I can vendor as well. The hell? I thought it was vendoring.
I have what you're looking for. Only the best for you. Please, come again.
The asteroid is defeated.
I like this market more than New World. It's kind of sad, but I do. They're fucking... Hey, Icar is worth a lot. Nice. Well, shit. So I made 3 golds, I guess, from that run. Well, let's see what else. Sulfur's worth money. Calamine. Calamine. Well, 3 gold. That wasn't like that good, but it was still good. I mean, it'll buy the rest of the armor that I need, and or I guess I could buy armor from the auction house. Actually, would be good. Am I fat now? I guess I am fat. Wow. Oh, wait. Maybe I should look at a spear, huh? Or, well, I want to go up to... I want to take this to the bandit camp next. But before I do anything else, I'm going to keep walking and all this. Oh, I'm going to sit. And then I also need to check my Eve. Starting to run down here, but we still got some left. It's nice. I think going to that... I think doing that right now is kind of like suicide. I think I will go wood shopping instead. Let's see about like a fancy axe. $90 silver for that one. Durability is 41. I think it's cheaper to buy like vendor axes actually. So we'll go do that and see what kind of money I can make from wood. I'm just curious to see what I can make from wood. So yeah, we'll take a gold and we'll buy axes and we'll go chop trees. Oh, I'm trying to get like wedged in here.
Let me show you. Welcome back anytime.
Okay, let's listen to a video. This was a good video. Here's Virtual Carbon. Thank you so much for the extra content from a stream. I'd like to sub to your channel. It's Virtual Carbon with video games with dying worlds.
There's a certain type of video game that I find absolutely fascinating. I'm talking about those games that come out here and there, presumably out of nowhere, and are able to capture a feeling very few others can. It's games set in melancholy spaces, games in places shrouded in fog, set in abandoned lost towns. Games in dead, empty worlds. And games where you can sense something just off in the distance is watching. Almost a year ago, I made a video about this exact subject and feeling. We explored worlds of emptiness, worlds of decay and death, uncanny psychological explorations of the human psyche.
You've been
And
examined.
the intense fear of empty spaces, bringing back that same feeling of walking through that foggy, cursed town.
Garbancio is such
I've
a
said this
fucking
before,
terrible
and I'll say it
name.
again. But the original Silent Hill game captures this effect perfectly. Its dreamlike visuals, music, tone, and world setting creates a still to this day unmatched atmosphere where the whole game feels like some sort of dream. And that's not even touching the hidden underworld of Silent Hill. Its deep lore, occult references, and secret metaphors. It's a masterpiece of its genre, and in my opinion, has even gone beyond and created its own. While many call something like that horror, for me there's something more to it. A certain level of peacefulness when exploring such places, giving off the sense of being the only one left alive in a dead, empty world. That video I made resonated with many, and I wanted to revisit this topic, coming back once again and experiencing more surreal, empty, dystopian, and desolate worlds. More worlds to explore. More worlds to get lost in. Dans mes rêves agités, cette ville m'apparaît. If you didn't know what that meant, it's because that was in French. And as someone who speaks multiple languages and had lived in multiple countries, it can be really difficult to keep up. Especially when living in places where you don't have the privilege of using all your languages, this can cause you to quickly lose the ability. Because when it comes to language, you either use it or lose it. And that is why this video is sponsored by Babbel. Babbel is one of the top language learning apps in the world. Its intuitive lessons help you to learn a language through real-life conversations, through lessons designed by real language teachers. Babbel not only helps you retain and grow the languages you already speak, but enables you to learn new ones with their simple.
Hello guys and gals, me
Thank you, some ordinary gamer sub. Like to sub to your channel.
Real. It was the best experience of my life. You know, the only place where you can buy some of the wildest stuff, nice candy next to all of the lead firing applications imaginable. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, this isn't a video about my time at a Bass Pro Shops, okay? I thought it was a great experience, but for every good experience in life comes a bad one. Now, you probably have realized that, whoa, that Star Wars Battlefront Classic Collection is Steam's 9th worst scored game. Now, I feel like the Battlefront franchise is like cursed, okay? Like, they haven't had a good release for like
No,
3
they've always
releases,
sucked.
all right? Like, come on now.
No,
And
they've
I'm not even
always sucked.
counting the Battlefront 3 like leak that happened. If you don't know what I'm talking about, Internet Archive and Xenia.
Battlefront 3.
Figure it out,
Wow.
boys. But understandably,
Wow.
this is something I was a little excited for. Like, I thought me and Jen were going to sit down and kind of split screen this action because we both kind of played
No.
Battlefront back in the day. I'm not a big Star Wars fan, but I had a PSP at one point with Battlefront inside it. So obviously I played Battlefront 2
Yeah.
a lot on this, and then I moved up to playing on the Xbox, then the PC. So I was like, whoa, I get to relive some of my youth again? Awesome! But of course, ladies and gentlemen, one of the best reviews in this situation is one that I found right here on the internet. For instance, on Xbox, Lorebagger writes, this is like the equivalent of finding your kid 20 years later and you see them hooked up on Fent while gooning in their face. Dude, I love Xbox reviews, man. The Xbox community is notoriously savage. But of course, if you go to the Classic Collection, you might notice, whoa, they're overwhelmingly negative.
Ooh.
4,000 reviews. So clearly,
Of course.
there were a lot of people looking forward to playing this actual game. As of right now, there's about 2,720 people in the game, with an average positive review of 22.47%. Clearly not a lot of people are enjoying it. In fact, I think the top review pretty much solidifies it. Just buy the classic. Yes, it's still actually available for $12.99, which again, I just want to remind people, I'm glad they haven't delisted this crap yet. Normally, when they release these remasters, remakes, or like collections, usually the previous copy just is unavailable to buy. Buy this if you can. This is actually a good version of the game. So anyways, what actually ended up being the problems for this? Well, for anybody that doesn't know, Battlefront actually is a multiplayer game. Now, of course, back when it came out on the PS2, Xbox,
I remember
a lot
PS2
of
being
it
the
was
good
centered
version.
around
Yeah.
single player. It had a lot of bot support, split screen action, because at the time, multiplayer gaming was still relatively new. So a lot of these developers, if they were going to sell you a $60 game, they wanted to make sure you had enough bang for your buck. So if you bought it, came home, you weren't playing just a game that had a bare bones function. Now, most multiplayer games these days usually give you like a small little offline portion, and generally you do have to be connected on the internet, which again, times are different. But of course, Battlefront was really popular because it had a story mode, Galactic Conquest, a whole bunch of extra goodies. So if you didn't have an internet connection or the ability to connect online, you could still enjoy this game by yourself or with your friends. So obviously in the year 2020 goddamn 4, there has to actually be some updates to the formula. And it seems as if Star Wars Battlefront Classic Collection literally launched at night with 3 servers, maximum on PC. Yeah, I'm not even joking, 3 servers on PC. Now, I don't have to be Nostradamus to tell you that was a bad idea going forward. And if you're launching a game, maybe this is actually the only time I've ever seen a game launch with this little online support. Now, I can't speak for PlayStation and Xbox people. I bought this dog shit on the PC, okay? So I only know my experience. So yeah, 3 64-player servers. And don't get me wrong, by the time everyone started downvoting this game, rightfully so, that's when they kind of fixed stuff up and maybe you got like 10, 15 more servers. It still wasn't actually great. It still wasn't a good experience. See, this game dropped with like the worst support possible. We're talking controller issues. If you were on the PC and you had like an ultra-wide monitor or something, any resolution outside of 1080p was already met with the
3
most,
gold
insane
for that.
game,
3 gold.
which is actually hilarious because the original PC versions from 2 decades
I'm gonna
ago
put
at
my
this point,
set away
are
so I don't
almost-
lose it.
Those games run better underneath the PC than a modern 2024 PC release released by Aspire Media. Maybe they were aspiring to be the worst release imaginable. Who knows, right? Maybe that's the goal. So before I get an aneurysm, I just want to talk about how this was received. 79 generally favorable on PC reviews for Metacritic, which this is the reason why I actually can't understand gaming journalists and reviewers, because a grand majority of them, like, look at this fucking review right here. Just read this shit. The Star Wars Battlefront Classic Collection brings 2 timeless, nostalgic games to modern platforms. While some old
I'm up,
bugs
look, I'm up.
slipped through
Oh, I'm gonna
along
get
with
up,
what
too.
seems like new ones, the experience is authentic, runs phenomenally on modern hardware, and is just as fun as it was back in the day. Like, bro, how do you get paid to lie this easily on the internet? It's actually insane. So I'm going to show you some actual footage of what appears to be the game running exceptionally great on modern hardware. This is one of the clips I saw floating around by Rick Johnson. All right, let's watch this one. Whoa, that looks phenomenally great. Look at those textures, man. It's like I walked into the Lego Emporium. What's going on here? And you know what's insane? This isn't even PC. This is running on PlayStation. So this is running on a system that already has, like, you know, its shaders built. It's designed literally for this system, okay? This is an error that you would probably expect to see. Now, again, obviously, I think these errors happen usually when there's a graphical corruption, something going on. It literally just looks like a graphic corruption. But again, it's bad when you see this in a modern release, right? That has so many other issues on top of it. Now, I could continue to crap on this game, but I think what's really insane is the actual total size for this dog water as well. Now, if you tried downloading this game, it was somewhere between a 50 to 60 gigabyte download. To give you a quick understanding, Battlefront 2 alone, one game out of this 2-game collection, is like 9 gigabytes in size, all right? Like, seriously, you can actually go to Steam right now and just check quickly Battlefront 2 size, go to properties, and boy, oh boy, you'll be like, damn, Muda, it's 9.59 gigs. Now, obviously, there's people who are like, but Muda, there's some graphical upgrades, and you're actually right. Now, everybody's been trying to figure out why this is 60 gigabytes, and I don't know if they put the Death Star into the game or something. But even key users who are checking
60
the folder
gigabytes for
properties
Battlefield
the actual,
2?
you know,
Yeah, what
game
is that, like?
Classic collection. Apparently, according to this user, the movies are around 15 gigabytes, which makes sense if you're making uncompressed 4K video. But then, of course, the map levels are like 500 megabytes each, so there's something to kind of wonder why it's leading up to 60 gigs. Like, what kind of stuff are they leaving uncompressed? There are mentions of AI upgraded textures, which makes sense. Obviously, it's a quick way to upscale your game. Doesn't normally mean every single texture is going to look good. There needs to be a lot of hand touching as well. Yeah, all in all, Aspyr made what appears to be a pretty lazy remaster, a pretty lazy upscale for pretty genuinely beloved games. And it really feels like the PC players, at least when it comes to the online, are like the most shafted. That's not to say if you buy this on an Xbox, PlayStation, or maybe even the Switch, that you're also walking away unscathed. Like, dog, you had one chance to make two amazing games that probably weren't going to set the world on fire, but Jesus Christ. This is something that people were excited to relive their nostalgia. You just absolutely destroyed it in like 24 hours. Insane. So apparently even the audio in the game seems like it may be uncompressed, although I haven't exactly found confirmation about it. That said, the textures being like AI upscaled, imagine AI upscaling a game this old and expecting it to look as good as if it was redrawn by hand. And to understand, this wasn't a free release. This still cost like $40, so people were still putting their fat stats down just to be able to
$40?
Granted, it didn't
I'm sorry, it's hard for me to
a
fucking
traditional
take that
$60,
seriously.
$70 release, but goddamn, if you're making me pay for something, why pay for this when Helldivers 2 costs the same and is infinitely a better game with much more thought and optimization put into it? Now, of course, I don't want to end these videos off on just crapping on a video game. No, in reality, I'm going to teach you guys exactly how to get these games and get them running up properly. So again, if you don't know, go over to Star Wars Battlefront 2, the original, give that a download, and obviously it's got issues, but there are a couple mods that I was using to literally remaster the game for me. So again, download at your own risk, but for instance, this one mod allows me to actually play the game on modern resolutions. So for instance, anything past 1080p, especially if you have an ultra-wide monitor like me, you can actually run these games at a proper aspect ratio with the proper resolution. And the games look and run exceptionally great. Dude, they're like almost 2 decades, if not over. You're gonna be fine. Most modern computers can run this, okay? Your toilet bidet could probably run these games at maximum settings. But again, yeah, this is one of the mods that I was using to literally remaster the game quickly. And it's not 62 gigabytes, it's actually 68 megabytes to download. So no, you're not getting fisted in the drive department there. And again, unlike the current classic collection, there's also a whole bunch of mods that Steam actually has showcased where you can download them to extend new maps, new units, new eras, new everything. I mean, one of the interesting mods that I saw was a Mass Effect unification mod where literally they actually introduced entire classes and then also actual maps from the Mass Effect universe. And if you're looking closely, even UI updates as well too. So you don't even have to keep things entirely you don't have to keep things entirely on the Star Wars universe. You can even extend it over to the actual different sci-fi worlds out there. I mean, just and it shows you how alive this community is when there's still so many map packs that are released, even as recently as I would say 2017. Like this community is still actually actively developing for this game. So no, you don't need Aspyr to keep this alive. In reality, this collection should have just existed to update this game so that it could run properly on modern systems. Why they couldn't do that and decided to actually go down the worst possible ways to remake this trash is beyond me. These games are actually great titles. You don't even have to be a Star Wars fan to appreciate the fun of 64-player, even with bots, Battlefront. It's just a shame that Aspyr actually mishandled this entire release to the point where now this game is just considered a giant meme for everybody. And the only reason anyone's talking about it is, again, for negative reasons. Look, I wish I could be positive about this game. I really do wish. But this is another scam released by a developer that, in my opinion, deserves to go under, okay? These are the people that are supposedly behind the Knights of the Old Republic remake, which thankfully didn't go anywhere, if this is the amount of quality that you're expecting. Now, of course, Aspyr released this crazy statement, and by crazy, I mean absolutely bare fucking bones. We'd like to thank the Battlefront community for the overwhelming support and feedback. What support? Where's the support? Where is it? Who's the
Overwhelming
support
support.
beam? Alright, what's going on here? At launch, we experienced critical errors with our network
Critical
infrastructure.
errors,
The result was
yeah.
incredibly high ping, matchmaking errors, crashes, and servers not appearing
Like every
in the
other
browser.
game in fucking
Yeah,
history.
there were around, like, what, 10,000 people waiting to connect in, so this is a pretty botched online launch. Since launch, we've been working to address these issues and increase network stability. And we will continue our efforts until our network infrastructure is stabilized to prevent further outages. Please continue to report bugs, errors, or unexpected behaviors. Now, honestly, for a release as bad as this, please continue to request refunds and just buy the original versions available. You don't need to give Aspire your money. Just buy the original classic releases and just apply simple
Document
mods
request
that move them
accepted.
up to actual play. You don't need to support developers that do shit behavior like this, or publishers in this sense too. Look, Battlefront's a great game. Don't let this be your first actual view of it, because it goes far beyond network issues. Buy the originals on Steam. Shit. Buy the original, like, copies for PlayStation, Xbox, whatever, okay? Play those. You don't need to support this nonsense anyways. This is just a slap in the face to what are classic games that, honestly, you know, people were really looking forward to just sit down and have a bit of nostalgia over. Ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Mudahar, and if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out.
So I wasn't really going to talk about the whole Gamergate 2.0
Thank you, Kira, for the extra cut from stream up, like and sub to your channel.
stuff and the Sweet Baby thing, because I've got a full, production video being made right now. It should be out in the next couple of days. And unfortunately, that's going to be outdated, because when I made it, obviously, within a week of me writing it, it has to be edited, and there's not a lot of room for error for, adding stuff in, because then that needs to be edited, and when do you stop? Because it's obviously always going to be outdated in a constant shifting landscape and narrative. But I wanted that video to basically serve as, if you don't know anything about Gamergate, if you don't know anything about Sweet Baby Inc., which is all over the internet right now, you can watch this video and you're going to get most of the facts, plus how I feel about it, and where I think both sides are, and where there's kind of like a miscommunication and an idea being co-opted, and where the real issues lie, what most people, in the middle care about, as opposed to extremes on either side. But I'm going to now talk about it because there's a Wired article here that popped up on my feed, and I was like, whatever, we'll read this, because it seems from like the first, the tagline here, it's probably going to be a bit of a fucking spicy one. The small company at the center of Gamergate 2.0, Montreal-based Sweet Baby Inc. employs just 16 people. They now find themselves the targets of gaming's latest harassment campaign. So it's an interesting way to frame it, because while I don't doubt there is some harassment, because realistically you could have a YouTube channel where you talk about, which paint is best to put on your wall. I'm going to try out 5 different paints now and tell you which one I like best. Somebody's probably going to harass you, because that's what people do on the internet. They're mentally unwell, they're unhinged, they have problems. It doesn't reflect badly on you. What you've got to do is just ignore or laugh at them. Maybe, suggest that they speak to somebody about their issues. So basically, I understand there's going to be some harassment, but labeling what actually happened as, they're now the target of gaming's latest harassment campaign, as if this is a thing that always happens. This is part of the problem, and why Gamergate happened, why Gamergate 2.0 is happening, and why this will continue as a narrative. It's because journalists, for whatever reason, want to make mostly white, straight men feel bad, even if they've done nothing wrong. And it's like a concerted, joined effort from most of AAA gaming and most of the industry of coverage, journalism in the space, that just want to paint this narrative and make it as if their side, because they're all sticking together, never does anything wrong, they're all fine, they're all doing good things, and then for no reason at all, these angry fucking incel gamers, usually the white male gamers, have just come out of nowhere and just started throwing shit at the walls and at everybody, and just screaming and saying they're gonna hurt people, and that's not what happened. And again, I'm sure some people are doing things like that, but the majority of people are simply seeing exactly what happened last time happen again in real time, unfolding in real time, and they're saying, fuck you. No, you know, even if I don't agree with all the points on this side, I'm with them mostly because I'm against you. And that's kind of what we're seeing, and a lot of people are repeating some fairly uninformed things. A lot of people are focusing on a singular tree when there's a fucking forest behind it. And a lot of it's also been co-opted by, obviously, I think people on, you know, the far, I'm going to say far left, because that's typically where this stuff comes from, and people on the far right are equally disagreeable and deplorable people. And some of the narrative coming through is that if you're against Sweet Baby and things like this, you're a racist, you're a bigot, you're a homophobe, and things like that, which I don't think's true. I think that the issue is most people don't have a problem with diversity in games. They have a problem with being told if they don't like when a character that already existed changed, they are these bad things. They don't like being told you're those bad things if you don't want a company that hires a bunch of people that are racist inversely against white people and hate white men and hate straight people. Those people being in charge of narratives of games and being forced upon you, you don't like that, and therefore you're a bad person. I think most people typically are fine with diversity. I think most people are fine typically with inclusion. I think the vast majority of people are not saying a black character, a gay character, whatever it's going to be, whatever, you know, minority represented person is in something makes it bad or only for the sake of diversity. I think that's getting lost in the weeds.
There's a
While there
chicken
are people
right
like
there.
that, and you'll see them on social media, and most people laugh at them and don't agree with them, most people fall into the middle, which is, we just don't like what you're doing. I think most people are fine with that stuff. Yeah, I'll just get into the thing, because if not, I'm going to talk about this all day without actually reading the article. So the accusations began around the release of Spider-Man 2 last October. More came when Alan Wake 2 hit a week later. They were all over the replies to the social media accounts of Sweet Baby Inc., hateful comments, many of which hinged on the idea that Montreal-based narrative development and consulting company was responsible for the wokeification of video games, recalls Kim Belair, the company's CEO. Now, I didn't see this. I didn't see any, you know, anything about Alan Wake whatsoever. I didn't even see Sweet Baby Inc. appear as a thing. I saw nobody discussing this, and my job is to sit and read social media most of the day, basically, and I'm all over the gaming YouTube and all over gaming Twitter and things like that, and Reddit. I didn't see this. I saw some people complaining about Spider-Man 2. One, because of like Spanish translation using incorrect language, which I know nothing about because I'm not Spanish, so I never weighed in on it. You know, it's fuck all to do with me. I didn't play the game, I didn't make the game, and I'm not Spanish, so I have no opinion on it. And then because there was like flags and gay characters in it, which upset some people, but there's trans people in real life and gay people in real life. So when you've got a video game based in New York or any, you know, modern city, there's going to be gay and black people and you know, trans people. It exists in the real world. So if you get upset about that, I think you probably have an issue. And it's not about, you know, diversity being forced into your game. When a game is set in an area and then the area is has the people and things and whatever else that are native to that area that really are there, I don't think you get to really complain about that, because that's just normal. Obviously, some people's complaint is they don't want it in their video games because they don't want politics in their video games. But I think it's more just you don't want the stuff you disagree with in video games, which is fine. Just don't buy the video game. It's, you know, always where I'm going to fall on that one. In the months following, the noise only increased. You made this character black, or you added these gay characters, or you ruined the story. Belair says of the comments, the tone of which she adds never changed. Neither of the demands of these people behind them, quote, it's usually leave the industry, Belair said, or admit there's truth to wild conspiracy theories about being involved with investment company BlackRock, Sweet Baby's not, or more succinctly, die. Now, obviously, there's no evidence here. Again, I'm sure there is harassment and people saying these things, but I have an issue when you make a claim of something and then you don't show any evidence, because anybody can say anything. Just like, again, I didn't really see anything about Alan Wake 2. Maybe there was, you know, a handful of people. But if we judge what a narrative is and say it's gamers, you know, it's this huge group of people based on what a few unhinged people do, we can do that for everything. And I'm sure we're going to, you know, be worse off for doing it. I think it's just disingenuous and definitely a shitty way to frame things, and specifically why a lot of people in this, you know, back and forth of we're now tribalistic, us versus them, Gamergate 2.0 bullshit, will just vehemently disagree with everything any people say on the other side, because framing something like this, and when journalists all come together and there's like 15
4 gold.
major publications
4 gold for
posting the
sitting
same
there.
story, the same narrative, interviewing the same people, ignoring
People
what
are playing the
they've
game
done
wrong.
and saying all the other people are bad. You're the issue. You're what is causing this.
Okay, so
and you're making me have to sit and read this fucking just absolute shite all the time from both sides. It's old, it's played out. This
I wonder
is a
if
boring
fancy
narrative.
acts will do better
I do
to
think
cut
if anyone
wood.
says you ruined a story by including, as this example gives you, black or gay characters, if you didn't know what the story was before they made it, A, how do you know when or where they put these characters in? B, how do you know that wasn't the plan from the beginning and that was always in the story and therefore can't have been ruined? And C, do you sincerely, as a human, believe that a story is ruined just because there's someone
Sponge
who
wood.
is
I'm
black or gay
looking
in it?
for wood
Because
cut.
if you do, the problem isn't diversity in games, and the problem is that you have a problem with these people. And again, I don't think most people feel that way. I think most people are perfectly accepting of that, and obviously we can see.
Yeah, this has a lot of
when I make this point
durability.
in the bigger video that I'm currently making, most people are fine with diversity because we can see the explosion in foreign language film and foreign language media in general, and games coming from Japan where
It's
you're
a
playing
poleaxe,
Japanese people,
however.
the explosion of Squid Game, you know, all these things that people enjoy that are a diverse cast of people, that aren't white men, that all these things paint it to be like, you know, the majority represented demographic for things like this. So I don't think that's an issue, but I do think there are some people who literally, if they see a black character in anything, or a gay character, or a trans flag, or whatever it's going to be, they just start frothing. And unfortunately, when you have this us versus them, and everyone really dislikes the journalists and the people on this side, they're going to get lumped in with this side, and it makes it look like they feel the same way. Where, again, I don't think that's the case for most people, but that's maybe I'm wrong, and I'm going to get a bunch of backlash from both sides on this one. But I think that's the more rational, you know, adult thing that at least how most people feel. So online, those clamouring for Sweet Baby's demise are saying it Gamergate 2.0. It fucking is Gamergate 2.0. Whoever wants to call it something else can do it, but this is exactly what Gamergate 1.0 was. So this is the match has been lit. It's been thrown on the bonfire, and now it's burning. And guess what? The journalists are making it worse, as they did last time. Invoking the online harassment campaign that erupted into a culture war a decade ago, Gamergate formalised the playbook for online harassment used by hate groups and the far right. He inspired figures who would later tap into that outrage and rise all the way to positions of power, such as chief strategist in the White House. The two movements do share a handful
this
of
doesn't work?
similarities. Harassment
Oh, no, it
campaigns
does work,
flooded
but-
with falsehoods and accusations bordering on conspiracy. Attacks aimed primarily at women and people of colour. The idea that video game culture for cis white men is being stolen from them. Yeah, this is just what this article is going to be then, I guess. This is just another one of those pieces where it's all these people bad, and they're all doing the bad things, and this is the narrative, and nobody did anything on the side. Nobody started anything. There wasn't any issues. Nobody said anything. Nothing's been discovered. This is the fucking broader issue, isn't it? The people that are writing about games and games journalism in general has not served the
It's
people
the
who
same.
play games
Oh, well,
or
I wanted
want
to
to learn
see-
about games
oh, well.
or want to be informed on what's going on for over a decade. This has just been true, and it's why legacy media like print journalism has basically it's dying, because people trust content creators more because they're speaking to them. Maybe there's a bubble problem, maybe there's a bias problem where you get into a situation where you're basically only consuming the opinions and the things that you don't even know that are true, because there's no journalistic ethics with content creators generally. But I don't see any journalistic ethics in stuff like this, because the reason that this started, if people aren't aware, which I'm sure most of you are, is the very crux of it is a Brazilian guy made a Steam group, a Steam curator group, in which he found which games had Sweet Baby Inc. involved, and he posted a negative review saying Sweet Baby Inc. involved, link to proof. That was it. And somebody that works for Sweet Baby found this and then directed his audience on social media to go specifically to this person's Twitter, linked his Twitter specifically, which this guy never did. As far as I'm aware, there's no evidence I've seen that he was harassing anyone or linking people to specific individuals' social media accounts or any call of action in general. And this employee instructed his audience to go and report the fuck out of this person, to specifically get the curator group taken down, to specifically get the Steam account taken down, as in getting his Steam account banned. And he literally said it as if this was like a vindictive, hateful method. He was like, he clearly loves his Steam account, essentially being like, oh, let's take away what he loves. Just doing things that clearly is harassing, clearly is wrong. And if somebody was doing that to you, you'd call that harassment. But they ignore all that, and then obviously this galvanized people, and this made it a broader topic, and it got picked up by other content creators, and it started going really massive. And then there was tweets from people like the fucking senior editor at Kotaku saying you can't be racist to white people, which is, I don't know, bro. If you want to pick up a dictionary, you probably should, if you're a senior editor of one of the largest gaming publications in the West, and read what the term racism means, because just because you're a senior editor doesn't mean you get to redefine words. You don't have that power. You might want that power, but you don't fucking have it. So presenting a story as if it's just all one group, we've done nothing wrong, and it's just cis white men having gaming stolen from them, I don't think the majority of people feel that way. I really don't. Maybe you think it is in your bubble, but if it is, maybe you should speak to people other than, the people around you, and writing lazy fucking us versus them narratives, because this is the problem with the culture war. It's two groups of people shouting past each other with nobody talking on anything, because nobody
Your skill
can agree,
has increased.
nobody can disagree reasonably. They just want to be on their right team, and it's lazy. And honestly, it's one of the worst things about modern political discourse, and whether you like it or not, this does always go political.
Your skill has
There is obviously an
increased.
aspect of like far right and far left, like I said, in these narratives. It's just how it is, which is why I find it kind of boring. Because if you followed Gamergate 1, if you followed politics online, you've seen the shit play out, and this is just how it's going to go forever. Everyone's just boring. People want to believe that our work is surgically removing the things that they would have liked. Change this line, make this line less racist, she says. That's just not the reality of it. I don't even think, and maybe this is, something people aren't going to agree with, it is what it is. I don't even think Sweet Baby Inc.'s a problem. And if you do, you're probably focusing on a tree and not the forest. Sweet Baby Inc. is a consultant company. They're not making games. So I've been a consultant. I'm sure some of you guys have as well. The way consulting on anything works is somebody has to choose to hire you, which means they're making the decision to bring in a diversity-focused writing company. Then when you come in, they still have to tell you what
Your
you're
skill
gonna
has
do,
increased.
what level of involvement are you going to have. They have to okay what you're doing. It then has to be okay to go into the game. These people are not the issue. Like, if you have a problem, direct your issues at the main problem. If you have an issue with what this company's doing, it's not the company's fault, and because even if they didn't exist, the people making the decision to bring them in still would, and they just hire people or use a different company. So
Your skill
I think
has
it's completely
increased.
misplaced ire, or whatever word we're going to use, for Sweet Baby specifically. It's just obviously this is the catalyst. I just don't know why people focus on this so vehemently when it seems like it is what it is.
Your skill has increased.
Other
Oh,
games
God.
that have stuff in it that I
I'm
don't
gonna
like,
die.
yeah, I just choose.
This
not
was
to,
such a
not to
long
buy it.
journey.
I choose not to support it. Is it anything about like, oh man, there's a
No.
gay character in
Ah.
I don't give a fuck. Like, I
Fucking
literally
Goblin
could
was
care
too
less.
much.
The more diverse, the better.
Ah.
Because I think one thing that is
I thought I could
true
kill a
with
T,
most
but I
people that
couldn't.
you'll learn is when you travel the world, your horizons are broader. Your perspective on things are broader. You understand things differently than if you stay in your own bubble. And I think obviously having perspectives of other people, diverse groups of people, is good. I think that helps you in your understanding and perspective of the world. But at the same time, what I don't want is boxes to be ticked for people to be used as essentially props and two-dimensional assets to put into a game, where their plight and their story and their culture and their, you know, whatever it's going to be, whatever word we're going to use, is not respected and is not there, you know, for people to understand and empathize with, or whatever it's going to be, because I think that does a disservice to those people. And obviously when you have games that this is the issue, right? If you're going to put like pride flags or whatever in Spider-Man 2, and then you're going to remove them in a different region to sell the game there, you aren't doing that as a, you know, good faith, we support this thing. You're doing that to pander to a certain group of people and then pander to another one. And that makes me think that what you're doing is not about diversity, equity, and inclusion. I think what you're doing is you are using those people, and I don't like that. I think that makes a mockery of what you're actually doing, because you're not even... If somebody dislikes something in life, you know, keep it to yourself, I don't give a fuck. If somebody dislikes something in life and they just don't like it, I can accept that more than when somebody specifically says, oh, you know, we really support this thing, and then proves that you don't, because you are making a mockery of that thing at that point. That's my main issue. And then obviously the game journalist aspect and treating this as if it's like, all these people are so bad and we did nothing, our friends did nothing. It's fucking boring. So it's no coincidence that the campaign against Sweet Baby Inc. is taking place during a contentious election year. Oh, fuck off. Oh. So it's mate, everything in the world, it just has to be about American politics, doesn't it? Everything. If I have like a irregular bowel movement, I need to fucking say, oh, it's about Trump and Biden, man. It's about, you know, those red versus blues. It's about the political landscape in America. It's so pathetic. These people need to fucking leave the country at some point and go somewhere else. And just understand not everything on the planet revolves around American politics, because it's fucking sad. Large-scale harassment campaigns like this fuel and are fueled by political events. Read a statement from the mental health nonprofit Take This, whose research director Rachel Cowart is an expert on extremism and radicalization in video games. Oh, for fuck's sake. As political rhetoric heats up ahead of the US presidential election later this year, this kind of online activity is going to ramp up, and it's important to understand that these phenomena are interrelated. Well, if they weren't, you wouldn't have a fucking job, would you? So it's got to be. You know, it's got to be related, otherwise you'd have no fucking job. You wouldn't be speaking to Wired right now. You'd be in the job center. I don't know what you call it in the US. Media Matters reports the platforms like YouTube and 4chan have already become rallying points for what users hope to turn into this second Gamergate, asking if their fellows are, quote, ready for the second Great War. Where's your fucking source for that quote, Wet? Where are you getting that one from, brother? People will, it's funny, people will literally, even if this exists, it's almost certainly satire. It's almost certainly somebody being hyperbolic. Here we go, here's Elon Musk. Elon Musk, owner of X and one of the richest men in the world, has retweeted a post claiming Gamergate 2 is underway, while Libs of TikTok, a far-right account that regularly targets LGBTQ plus people, inspiring vicious harassment of individuals and bomb threats against schools and hospitals, is currently targeting a former Sweet Baby developer who has since gone on to another studio
Your skill
for
has
speaking about
increased.
creating a safe environment for a team of colour. Obviously, if you're harassing anyone, you're wrong, always. Like, I don't give a fuck what the thing is. If somebody's committed a crime, report them to the police, don't harass them. If you're going after somebody for anything, I'm never going to agree with you, because two wrongs don't make a right. An eye for an eye makes the world blind. Whatever adage you want to use, it's not correct. And I don't understand why it's a problem to say Gamergate 2 is underway, when it literally is. It's just the label people use for this aspect of the culture war. Gamergate 1 was a thing that happened, and then it spawned this divide, and that's what people are referring to as Gamergate 2.0. Like, I don't understand why that's like a gotcha. Like, they're referring to the thing as the thing colloquially is known as. Fucking got 'em. Amidst all this, Sweet Baby, a 16-person outfit in an industry of tens of thousands, has become a lightning rod for a new, rapidly growing campaign against the spectre of forced diversification. I mean, I don't agree with the idea of forced diversification because I don't know where the force is coming from in terms of, who's making is Sweet Baby making these decisions? No, obviously not. Do we know when they write something that it's forced? I can't say that because I don't know what the plan was for the characters in the first place. Obviously, my idea is, and where most people fall on this, I personally still wouldn't care because I just don't. If the game's good, I'm going to play the game. If the movie's good, I'm going to watch the movie. If the book's good, I'm going to read the book. But let's say you had Winston Churchill, you made a game with Winston Churchill in it, and then you made Winston Churchill a black woman. Obviously, people are going to complain about that because you're changing history. And obviously, that's a crazy, just wild out there example because that's what people do. It's called hyperbole. If you take a character that already exists in something that people have grown up and enjoyed,
Damn it.
and then you change some element of that character, people are more likely to be upset. Again, do I care? No, I couldn't give a fuck. When Magic the Gathering made Aragorn a black man, I honestly couldn't care less, but I understand why people wouldn't like it. Do I think that they don't like it because they're racist? No. Do I think some of them don't like it because they're racist? Probably, because racists exist. But do I think most people feel that way? No, they just don't like it when you change things that already existed and that they like, and they think that doesn't make sense because this character was written as a white character, he's described as a white character, he's been in all the movies as a white character, and then you make him a black man. Obviously, people are going to be like, that doesn't make a ton of sense, which is fine as an opinion, who fucking cares? But obviously the issue is when you label those people as racist without listening to why they have a problem in the first place. Just stupid. I just don't know why you'd want to live in a world where everywhere you turn, everyone's against you and is a bad person. Because that seems like a really shit way to live. That seems like a really shitty world you've built around yourself in your little bubble of social media. That every single person is hateful, racist, Nazi, that sounds laborious, man, to even live life, wake up and take a shower, drink your coffee in the morning, worried about, all these terrible people. That sounds like a fucking shit existence, but, whatever pays the bills, I guess. Because there's grifters on both sides, because obviously there's people that, everything's a problem whenever there's a black character in anything, whenever there's a pride flag in anything, whenever there's a gay person anywhere, there's always going to be people like that. But if you treat everybody as if they're all the same extreme person, you know what's going to happen eventually? They fucking will be. Because people don't like to be, and this is the core issue, the crux of the matter, people don't like to be told they are this thing and cancelled or whatever it's going to be, made to feel as if they're just equal to these people when they've done nothing wrong. Because then that makes them just join the group. And if they join the group, it's very real that they are more likely to have more extreme opinions eventually because you hang around people long enough, you're probably going to adapt some of their stuff. It's just a thing that happens. If you keep pushing people that are in the centre to the right, of course there's going to be more people there, and I don't even say that disparagingly because if you are right-leaning politically, I don't care. I obviously care when you're like a conspiracy nut, or if you really don't like, groups of people for no fucking reason. But I don't think most people are there on that issue. I know I've said that 50 times, but it's just fucking true. So Bel Air co-founded Sweet Baby Inc. in 2018. It's a studio that companies reach out to for things like sensitivity readings or as essentially a writer's room for hire. They make suggestions, offer input, but they are not, as their directors would have you believe, adding or removing characters or storylines in a void. Control of the projects Sweet Baby works on ultimately remains with the companies that pay for its services. I don't even think that this is a contentious point. I think that the narrative of Sweet Baby comes in and ruins games is that shit's fairy tale land because it's not how business works. Consultant companies don't come in and just, they have to be told what to do. Their work has to be okayed. They're not just coming in and being barge open the door you right there, white man writing that character, you stop, we're writing somebody else now. That's not the real world. So yeah, obviously this is true. I still have a director over me or a writer, somebody else who's going to be able to make that decision, she said. Very few people have any kind of veto power, and certainly that does not rest in the hands of hired hands. Yeah, not wrong. Although early efforts began on sites like notorious harassment hub Kiwi Farms last year. Here we go. Much of the misinformation about Sweet Baby has coalesced around Sweet Baby Inc. detected, a Steam curation group that bills itself as a tracker for games involved with the company. you'll see this, and it's amazing that all of these articles, I've read 2 of them so far, one being the big Kotaku one, and one, aside from this one, I can't remember what site it was on, PC something or whatever, they all mention kiwi farms, because what they're trying to do is poison the well. What they want is their readers to be like, I know what kiwi farms is, isn't that website that has loads of people that, you know, harass people and dox people and blah blah blah. Oh, so they're like them, are they? That's what they're doing, that's why it's there. That's why they bring it up. It's why it's early on in the article, even though this video's 30 minutes long already. Moving on, I just reminded myself my throat's going to start hurting soon, already is. The group founded January 29th also includes a Discord server that has acted as a fulcrum for hateful comments, transphobia, homophobia, racism, and sexism. I've not been in there, so I can't speak on this. There's no evidence posted here, so there's no point in me saying yes or no, because
10 gold.
not seen it.
8 gold.
Not
Or
been shown
no,
it.
it's more.
Following
It's
the Kotaku report about
yeah, it's
being
9 gold.
being
9 gold.
detected.
Oh
Members
my
of the chat
god.
have relentlessly harassed the reporter of the
It's
story
so
online.
easy.
Are you going to mention that she posted and said you can't be racist against white people? Are you going to mention that? Guessing you're not going to be, because that's where most of the harassment came from. Again, no evidence of harassment here. According to one Sweet Baby writer, there was a significant uptick in harassment aimed at the company after the Steam group's creation, including sending harassing text and DMs. Probably. Yeah, I'm not going to say no, because I get harassing texts and DMs, and I just give my opinion on video games. So if people are like vehemently, diametrically opposed to your position, yeah, there probably is going to be some people, but obviously lazy narrative to say
Incoming
it's,
emote.
you know, the person's fault for making the group when they're not directing anybody to do anything. If that's the case, you are now responsible if anyone that reads your article goes and harasses any of those people, because you have to hold yourself accountable to your own standards, and that's the standard you're setting by way of essentially saying this group exists and therefore, you know, they are the ones that have curated this audience that's doing this thing. We agreed to withhold the writer's name for their safety. They're treating this like a holy war, they say. It is taking a cult-like vibe. In an interview on YouTube, the man who claims he started Sweet Baby Inc. Detected says his interest in the company began with God of War Ragnarok, a game he admits to have never having played, where he, quote, noticed things were different and wondered, why is this game like this? Yeah, it does kind of sound silly. It does sound kind of silly when you say, oh, I noticed things off about this game, but you've not played it. And also, God of War Ragnarok has like really good reviews and people really like the game. Yeah, I don't know, because I've not played the game either, but I don't really... Obviously the game's good, so the game hasn't been ruined by anything, right? It's not been ruined by inclusivity or whatever else. It seems like it's just a good game and some people don't like it, which is everything in life. Navigating Sweet Baby's website, he recounts looking over projects they worked on, like the massively successful Spider-Man 2, another game he says he's never played, and noticing a pattern, Sweet Baby Inc. detected creator, who says he's based in Brazil, never explains exactly what that pattern is, instead using buzzwords like woke products and virtue signaling, and noting that several of these games had an extremely diverse cast. Yeah, again, I mean, I didn't watch the interview with him. I think I skimmed through part of it. I don't agree with this, like, narrative of extreme diversity being something that's being forced on anybody. Because if you live in almost any large city in the West, in fact, any large city almost anywhere, go outside and you're going to see a very diverse range of people. You're going to see people of every colour. You're going to see people of every earning bracket. You're going to see people on every spectrum of gender and sexuality. Whether you agree with any of those things or how other people live their life is irrelevant, because you can choose not to be friends with them or interact with them, just like you can choose not to buy the game. What is relevant is that those people do exist outside, and therefore them being in a game or a media product shouldn't bother you so much. And again, I do think that that's not the big issue for most people. I don't think it is a lightning rod for some people, because they're just upset about, you know, some people being in the game that they don't like. And maybe there's an aspect of like, oh, that means there's going to be less of people that represent me in the game, but there's still going to be enough of those to not worry about it, right? I don't think, you know, why people are going to be going out of games anytime soon. I think most of the time when people say that like diversity has harmed a product, it's because the product was going to be bad anyway, and the writing was bad and the game was bad. It's fuck all to do with diversity. I think that's a lazy narrative. Later in the interview, he complains that our games, our entertainment, the stuff we love, are utilised for this kind of stuff, political agendas. Maybe some people do see it as that. Well, I guess obviously some people do. I tend not to look at everything as like politics because it's boring. I just tend to live my life in the way of like, our games, our entertainment is for everybody. And if there's stuff in a game you don't like, don't buy the game.
Don't buy the game.
Obviously,
Yeah.
I can understand people being upset if that stuff ruins a game genre or a game franchise that they really loved. But I do honestly sincerely think that if you do really believe that
Docking
having
request
a diverse
accepted.
range of characters in something ruins it, that's probably a really unreasonable opinion. I do think if you feel like stuff changing that was already kind of set is like an issue for you, that's understandable in a way. I do also think if like there's stuff that doesn't make sense, like somebody gave me the example because I was trying to understand this opinion because I didn't really get it. Somebody was like,
183
"Oh, you know,
million.
Battlefield 5 in the trailer they had like a British woman with like the British army like fighting on the front lines and a British guy with a katana," and I was like, okay, so they've said that they based the game in World War II. There wasn't, as far as I'm aware, women fighting on the front lines of the British army, but there also wasn't people running around with katanas jumping out of windows. So the issue there about this, you know, devaluing the product because they're changing history is not because of forced diversity, it's because of shit writers, because they've also written in somebody running around with a fucking katana jumping out of windows. You know what I mean? Like, it's, the game would have had an issue regardless of whether there was this thing that you focused on as opposed to the other thing. I did give people this example, and I hope I'm not stupid when I say this, but maybe I am.
24
If you
gold
think diversity ruins
in a
product,
day.
are
I'll have
you
my
then
house
also
in like a
saying that there
week,
cannot be a good
and I'll move
product
away from these
that
people.
has
They won't
like a
gank me
main
anymore.
character that's black
Wow.
or
I'll
gay,
move out to the horse meadow,
right, or Asian,
and
or
I'll
whatever
just
it's
sell
gonna be.
horses all day.
Because if you believe that, your problem is
and wood and stuff.
not diversity. Your problem is something you don't like other people. Because I can't marry the two and two together here of like diversity is ruining things unless you believe that they can't be good if they do have diverse casts and characters, which I think is just utter nonsense. I think you can make anything good as long as you're a good writer and these characters make sense and they're done in a respectful, tasteful way that the role was built for them and they have a purpose to be in, not just like shoehorned to be like, yeah, we're super diverse and inclusive. Like, that's obviously an issue. But in most circumstances, if you're going to tell me you know that was forced in there, it's like I can't come along on that ride because I can't know, so I don't know how you can know. Games like God of War Ragnarok or Alan Wake 2, both of which include black women in prominent roles in promotion, story, or both, do not touch on any political topics in their stories. Ragnarok, a game built around mythical realms, is about preventing the end of the world. Alan Wake is about the titular writer returning from an otherworldly prison and joining Saga Anderson to investigate ritual murders. Quote, there are a lot of games that we have been accused of working on, especially if they include characters of colour or queer characters, that have nothing to do with us, Bella says. I think that makes it very, very obvious what they think the pattern really is. So obviously one thing I didn't mention is that if you tell this story properly and don't be a shit journalist that tells one side completely and none of the other side, there was obviously people finding Sweet Baby Inc. employees saying things like, oh, you know, seeing two rich white straight people kiss makes me disgusted. It makes me physically sick to see those rich white people kissing their straight mouths touching. Like, obviously, when in your brain you're like, these people are forcing diversity, and they're like, no, we're not. We're just including everybody. And then you read that from one of the people working there, you're like, you aren't the people
Warp drive
that should be in
active.
charge of any diversity if you have a fucking hatred for one group of people. Like, that's not inclusive, mate. That's inclusive of only the people you want to include, which isn't that your problem in the first place, that there's not enough inclusion of the people you want to include? So
I love how the
you
pet
can't marry
takes
that
all the
idea
aggro,
that
so I can just
you're
get
the
my
one that should
shadows.
be in charge of being inclusive, but you literally fucking hate one group of people, and it's a fairly large group of people as well, especially with Western demographics being what they are. I think that's a big issue people have, because as soon as you start looking into it and you're like, these are the people that are doing the diversity, that are including everybody, that are not trying to, you know, erase me from the game. I don't feel that way, but I'm just giving how people would feel. Obviously, it looks fucking bad, right? If you have an entire company where you just see loads of them being like, you know, fuck this specific group of people. We don't like them. Oh, by the way, we're very inclusive, we are. Bella speculates that one of the reasons the company is facing ridicule is that Sweet Baby harassers can't fathom that the people behind their favourite games would actually want her company's input. They have to assume that no, without Sweet Baby's intervention, that would be a white character. Says Bella, pointing to characters like Saga, because surely my heroes agree with me. Alan Wake 2 game director Kyle Rowley
Made 200 million, gonna sign out the second account.
Intervention would have been white. It's absolutely not true. I don't know, and I don't fucking care, frankly. That's totally irrelevant to me. I honestly think if you're getting upset that there's like real people that exist in games that are being represented, I just can't come along on that ride. Again, I could labour the point, but we'll continue. There are marginalised devs who work on these games and they want to put that stuff in their games. Fair. Bella says, adding that it's strange that players feel like characters of colour, for example, need to have their presence justified in any way. I mean, yeah, not unfair to say that. I think you are obviously always going to face backlash for something that's not as common, but obviously you will until you don't, because it's more common and all you can really do is keep going. But for all the reasons I've already explained is why people have an issue, mostly, and not just people on the far side of the issue. I'm a huge Uncharted fan, Bella says. Why is Nathan Drake white? Is not a thing we have to justify, he just is. Yeah, fair. Online, other devs at studios Sweet Baby Inc. works with have come to the company's defense. In a thread on X, a writer from Insomniac Games confirmed that as consultant, Sweet Baby offers ideas, feedback and writing, but none of that gets into the game unless the core dev team agrees with it. This is fucking just common sense. This is water is wet shit. The writer, who has since locked their account, posted Sweet Baby's not nor is any consulting group coming in to wreck games. They're helping smooth our plots and deepen characters. They ease the burden on the core narrative team. The thread's top response: get out of our hobby and take them with you. I mean, there's a very simple solution to this, and I've always said the same thing. I don't like, you know, a lot of the big right-wing content creators that think everything's woke and everything's diverse, just like I don't like a lot of the big left-wing content creators that think everybody's a bigot and a Nazi. So you know what I do? I don't watch either of them, and then if the market
I don't think everybody's
me,
a bigot or a
they'll
Nazi.
Go away. So this is the same thing.
Really
if you don't like,
I think it's like
when Insomniac Games
10% of
you know,
the
hire
people,
Sweet
something.
Baby, don't buy the game, and if people agree with you, the game and the studio will go away.
I've met a bunch of them.
That's basically it, right? And that works for
People I
everything.
basically
Do
sum
with my
up
YouTube
as
channel if you disagree with my take
Nazis.
here, which I think is a very adult take.
It's unfortunate,
This
but
idea
true.
that you need to create a force field around something you enjoy and have everybody believe the same thing as you and have no dissenting opinions, have no different viewpoints on things, is a very sad way to live, because you should want to have other people's opinions. You should want to know how other people feel on things, not harassingly so. You know, if somebody comes to my YouTube channel and says, Kira, you're an absolute sucker of dicks, I'm probably going to be like, well, probably not that person, because that's kind of funny. But if somebody's like, you know, I think you're the worst person ever, and says something really mean to me, I might just say, okay, fuck you then, and ban you. And it is what it is. If somebody says like, oh, you know, I agree with you on this, and I, you know, think this is my opinion on this, cool, yeah, if you write it out thoughtfully. If it's not completely fucking stupid, then sure. But this idea that people who feel this way just aren't allowed to create games anymore, obviously if the market agreed with you, they couldn't, and they won't in the future. So it's kind of it's an easy solve. Harassment campaign against Sweet Baby comes as the games industry undergoes a period of immense contraction. There's a reason for this, and it's fuck all to do with Trump or Biden or American politics, luckily. As it always is, never fuck all to do with that. Some 8,000 gaming industry employees have reportedly already lost their job in 2024. Nearly one-third of developers were impacted by layoffs last year, and there's a growing movement within the industry for workers to unionize to protect the jobs that remain. The collective loss of talent the games industry is undergoing will inevitably have an impact on the quality of video games to come. Yes. And why did this happen? Because of COVID. All the games companies were like, just like in tech and other areas that were not even negatively affected by lockdowns, but positively affected because revenues were soaring and booming because everyone was staying home and they had stimulus check money to spend randomly. Obviously, a lot of these companies were like, oh my god, we've got so much money this year, record profits, let's hire a bunch of people. And then everyone went back to work and started leaving the house again, and had less money because of inflation and a cost of living crisis, and they stop spending money, and then companies start losing money, not even losing money, but not earning the record profits they had before. And as we know, you got to chase those profits. So what do? You cut the newest people at the studio, and some of the older people as well, because they're the ones that command the highest salary. Maybe even leave some of the newer people on to replace the older ones and pay them less money. This is just what's happened. It is what it is. If that impacts the quality of video games to come, who's to blame? The people who hired all those people and didn't understand that they were essentially operating in a probably once in a lifetime situation where they shouldn't be going crazy hiring a bunch of people, because it's going to go away. That's their problem. They are the ones that probably didn't lose their jobs. They're completely to blame for all the people losing their jobs. Yet on the Sweet Baby Inc. detected Discord, where users often decry what they see as a decline in video game quality, there's little care for the tumultuous year for the industry that the industry has had. I feel nothing for these developers who lost their jobs, wrote one user. I mean, I can understand, obviously empathy costs nothing, but I don't personally feel anything for the developers who lost their jobs, because realistically, I don't know these people. It sucks that they did. I wouldn't want people to lose their jobs, but it's not your job to police an entire industry. But the way that this is framed here, where there's little care for the tumultuous year the industry has had, that's not their problem. They're consumers. They buy products. It's not their job to worry about who's employed and the situation surrounding fucking billion-dollar companies and these huge studios owned by massive publishers, which in almost all cases are the people seeing the layoffs, because they're the ones with these big execs that have got small fucking brains that thought it was a good idea to hire thousands of people for a fucking 2-year period that was going to go away. How is it the consumer's fault to feel a care for something that's completely out of their control? For Sweet Baby co-founder David Bedard, that dissonance is jarring. They love games but hate the people who make them, he says. They won't get games if there's no more people making them. There will be people, because while ever the industry makes money, which it does, every year it grows, maybe a little bit less than it did in like 2020, 2021. There will be people making games because there's money to be made. And if a AAA company goes away, people will play a AA company, and then the AA company will turn into a AAA company because of the extra revenue, and they'll replace you. This is how the market works. It's very simple. Single indie devs like CD Projekt Red making good games over a long enough time span will turn into a AAA company, as they did, and then their games will suffer because they're less focused on the creatives making decisions for the consumer that enjoys that product, and more focused on making money for the shareholders or private equity. And then over a long enough period of time, they either produce games that enough people enjoy, or they go away and they're replaced by somebody else. This is the ebbs and flows of the industry. This is the ebbs and flows of market. That's how things work. The idea that there won't be games getting made is silly. Do I agree that, games are getting worse? In a way, but you know what I do instead? Just don't play most AAA games. I play mostly indie games, AA games, and then support the studios that make games I enjoy, like From Software, like a lot of JRPGs, things like that. Larian, games that are from companies that have earned my trust and produce products that I enjoy. I support those games, and then the other ones, I don't play them. Maybe the standouts every year, like the Games of the Year contenders, I'll give them a shot. But most of the time, I think AAA games are not very good, so I spend my time and money elsewhere. Do I hate the people that make those? No, I just don't play them. Do some people? Absolutely. You could log online and talk about your love of dice or something, and somebody's going to hate you, so, what's the relevance? This is true outside Sweet Baby's ranks too. Last year, a poll conducted by the organizer of the Game Developer Conference found that more than 75% of game devs surveyed believe harassment from players is a very serious problem. I agree. I do agree. A lot of companies just simply stop interacting with their community because their community is AIDS. This is just true. We've seen it every time, because the more you try to, especially for like competitive games or anything, this is true with content creation. The loudest people are the ones that are going to stick with you, the really negative people, and you're just under constant assault sometimes by very loud voices of people that are going to be unhappy almost no matter what you do, because they want what they want. They don't want the game that you're making as the creator, as the visionary behind the product. They want what they want, and if they don't get it, they're pissed. So a lot of companies just don't interact with their community, and I'd say that's fine. Like, I honestly think that there is a lot of fucking harassment from game players, but that comes from you being accessible. because obviously if you have in your Twitter bio or whatever that you work at a game, the fucking loonies are going to show up. And this is, again, true for anything. If you do anything public facing, it sucks. In an ideal world, would I want that to be the case? No. If you've done nothing wrong, you should be left alone. I think even if you've done something wrong, obviously people harassing you, that reflects poorly on them, even if you're a bad person. But that's just how the world works. It sucks, but it is what it is. All this amounts to Sweet Baby becoming a scapegoat for anything players hate in games, especially as it relates to diversity and inclusion. True, yeah, they are a scapegoat. That basically is it. Before Bedard says they had nobody to point a finger at, they did. It was the wokies. Not to be confused with the brokies by Andrew Tate, the hit record. What they're telling us is we are the reason all these games are flopping. I've seen people say that too. My voice is going. We need to wrap this one up. I've seen people say that too. That's dumb. People saying like the can you even say Suicide? Whatever. The Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League game was bad because of this company and inclusion. That was bad because the game was shit. Like, it was going to be shit. If these people never touched the game, it was always going to be shit. A lot of AAA games you'll come to find are shit, or they are mediocre, they're middling, they're subpar, they're fucking below average. However, Sweet Baby Ink Detective tries to paint the company it's rallying against. Belair says that two have more in common than they think. I don't want tokenization either. She says, I don't want forced diversity either. Part of Sweet Baby's job is to make characters more authentic and dynamic within their worlds. Strong characters, she says, in a sense of how well they are written and realized. This could be true. This could be true. But when people are finding clips of you and tweets of your employees saying other things, that's an issue. And just like people can't prove that you know, woked everything, fuck that term, you can't prove that you aren't doing it either and that you don't want forced diversity. It's just one of those things where this is such a fucking lacking in nuance subject in most cases, where people are just taking sides, fucking the line in the sand's been drawn and everyone's screaming at each other. It's just shit. And obviously I'm opening myself up to a bunch of nonsense because I'm making this video, because some people aren't going to listen to me. Some people are going to vehemently disagree with me on both sides, because being in the middle on any topic is just shit. You're way better off just joining one side and just milking it for all it's worth. Just join a side and just make money. Just grift the fuck out of everybody, because having nuance on any topic or trying to like see things from both sides is a waste of time. It really is. It's the sad reality. So frankly, Belair says there are positive and interesting conversations to be had, but they can't start from this place. She continues, you can't convince the conspiracy theorists. I don't think everyone's a conspiracy theorist. You can't convince people who are hateful. True. Don't think most people are hateful. You can't change those minds necessarily. True. But yeah, I don't agree with the premise that everyone is. But at the very least, we can give other people a place to speak about what they believe, speak about their values, and to rise above it. Was that what you were doing, though, when you were trying to get this guy's fucking Steam account banned for just no reason, because he made a list? Like, is that where we're at? Like, deplatform this man, just delete his account that he spent loads of money on because he made a list, and this list was video games, not people? Like, I don't know, man. It sounds like you don't want a conversation if that's the sort of tactics you can resort to. Sweet Baby's founders say that as far as the company's business is concerned, the harassment campaign so far has been unsuccessful in interrupting their work. Their clients are supportive, says Belair, because many game studios are familiar with online abuse. Sweet Baby has been hesitant to directly address which characters or storylines it has worked on, because Belair worries that could lead to harassment of other developers on those projects. Quote, you shouldn't be sending this kind of hate to anybody. True. If you don't like something, that's just fine. True. Deal with it. Also true. Don't buy another game if you don't want to, but you don't need to launch a whole campaign about it. I can understand people wanting to launch a campaign, which seems like that's kind of the way it's going now with this whole, again, it's us versus them mentality. But the media is also launching a campaign. So we're a lot of AAA devs and studios. Everyone's turned this. You don't, you know the saying, it takes two to tango? It fucking does. You can't tango on your own. You can't, you know, grab someone and tango. That's not fair. You know, you're not allowed to do that anymore. If these people were doing this and you didn't have all these journalists and shit writing stories where they don't present any of what you've done or said or any of the issues people actually are worried about or care about, then obviously it's just going to it's going to be a campaign because you're campaigning. Like, man, it's just so disingenuous. And obviously I know that there's harassment, just like I know there'll be harassment on the other side. And I know that there's going to be racist people and bigoted people that are on that side, that don't like when there's, you know, any of these other people, diverse ranges of people, whatever, in games. They exist, they've always existed. The unfortunate reality is, the game journalists are just utterly dislikable. They're detestable, they're deplorable in many cases. And obviously, when you also, somebody in charge of diversity in games, and you're posting that you don't like these people that are, in your words, campaigning against you, obviously you just make everything worse. If you just employed people that weren't doing that, and you didn't say certain things at game conferences, and if you didn't try to get people cancelled and their Twitter accounts banned and harassed and their Steam accounts banned, I think this would be way less of a deal, because this has always existed. People have always been like, oh man, fucking that new film's got a gay person in it, fucking hate that. Like, people have always been like that, and they're always going to be. You're never going to eliminate homophobia or racism or sexism or any of that shit. There's always going to be somebody that feels that way. I feel like it's from a place of ignorance. I don't think people are inherently born to you know, hate somebody. I think it's a circumstance that's made them that way. I think it's a lack of exposure to diversity in people in the world. A lot of the times it's how they were raised by people that are deficient in some way and have their own demons. I don't think you're removing that, and you're certainly not by treating everyone as if they have any kind of dissenting opinion about anything that you do, they're all that. You're just going to make it worse forever. Ad infinitum. End of story. But there we go. That's the video. Hopefully you fucking didn't have an aneurysm while watching it. I'm going to go and sleep now. It's 2:20 in the morning. I'm not even going to upload this today. If you enjoyed watching, buy some stuff from the GamerSupps website. GamerSupps. GG for all. And you can get a discount with my code. Link in the video description. I get a kickback. You get money off. Watch Magic the Gathering videos. Link in video.
Sniper Wolf out of the job?
Self-awareness
Thank
has
you,
left the
Babil.
chat.
I'd like to
Not
sub
yet,
to your
but
channel.
maybe if the headlines are true. Basically, a bill has been partially approved by the United States government to ban TikTok. We'll get into it. It's fucking dumb. I want to know what you guys think. I'm pretty excited about it, though, no matter what happens.
This vote just coming
I
down in the
can't
House within the
believe that
past
went
hour
through.
or so. It was an overwhelmingly bipartisan vote. The final vote.
Wow, America in general does not want China running our social platforms, and that's crazy. That's just, I mean, I don't know. I think they were the company that came up with TikTok. I mean, I don't know. Don't they deserve that success? That seems so racist to me, kind of. It's, who the fuck cares if China... It's sort of like... Do we care that, you know, Larian is British? I mean...
Count coming in at 352 to 65. And because there was so much buy-in from both sides of the aisle, it could certainly influence how the Senate votes whenever this bill gets over to that side of Congress.
But back to Sniper Wolf, if it does get banned, I give her...
Wow. Yeah, like, what happens to these TikTokers if they ban TikTok? That's insane. That's like... See, that cancel culture? That cancel culture that they engaged in for like 10 years, it got their platform canceled. I said to my ex, she was talking about all the drama with oh God, what's her name? What's his name? Ryland and Shane Dawson, and she was like, no, Shane Dawson is gross. He came on a cat. And I was like, okay. And I was like, don't cancel what you love. And I meant it when I said it to her, like fucking 4 years ago or something like that. Like 2 years ago. And here we are, all that cancel culture that they engaged in, all that canceling of each other. And now they're going to cancel TikTok. It was like, what did you think was going to happen? That shit's infectious.
Full
It's just disgusting. It's, Anyways, I'll be right back. Okay,
explicit permission to react to my videos if she wants, of course. That's just up to her. I mean, I have no ill will, really. I haven't made that much content. I'm sure we could look past it. Maybe. Thank you to Aura for sponsoring this video. When was the last time you thought about online privacy? I'm guessing probably never, because you're dumb. Just kidding. You're a viewer of Oompaville, which means you're smart. I Google myself on a daily basis because I'm incredibly narcissistic. And usually the things that I find are unsettling. All that stuff is gathered and sold by data brokers and scammers, and assholes are buying it. That is where today's sponsor, Aura, comes in. Longtime sponsor of the channel. And it is the service that I've been using to take control of my online life. Aura scans the web and gets stuff taken down on my behalf. Okay, you can take it down yourself, but Aura will do it on your behalf. Since using Aura, which I've been using for quite a long time, nearly an entire year now, my spam calls have reduced, and all of my information isn't as easily available to potential hackers. Aura also bundles antivirus, a VPN, password management, all of it into one affordable package that you can, you know, gather up and strap on and support my channel if you click the link down below and protect yourself. It's pretty fucking awesome. It's like having a digital security guard that's always on duty. That's funny, I can't believe I just said that. Setting up Aura is an absolute breeze. You will not be disappointed if you use it. I like it, and it's comforting to know I have identity theft insurance among many other features brought to you by Aura, all without juggling multiple apps, etc., etc. I value my privacy. I know you guys do as well, so I've partnered with Aura today to offer you a 14-day free trial. Just click the link in the description or go to aura.com/Oompa. Just click the link in the description. It supports the videos heavily. We have a lot of stuff we're doing behind the scenes. Seriously, thank you to Aura for sponsoring the video, and thank you guys immensely for clicking these links and allowing this to be my job. I love you guys. Thank you. By the way, the TikTok ban is not a new thing. I feel like it's been happening every 6 months for the last couple years.
I'm gonna take it off the screen though, just because I don't really feel like jacking his face. I'm just saying.
Since the beginning of COVID.
Now to President Trump's threat to ban TikTok, the widely popular but Chinese-owned video sharing app, added fear that the link to China poses a security risk.
But this is absolutely the closest it's ever been to actually being a reality. Now the real question is, will phones and devices that have TikTok on them eventually become incredibly valuable, similar to the way Flappy Bird works or worked after it was taken down off the App Store because the guy received death threats? Will Xi Jinping make it work like that? Will TikTok devices be worth a lot of money? Someone tell me, because I'll start amassing them, all right? I want to get ahead of the curve. I want to be like Nancy Pelosi and do some illegal insider trading to enrich myself at the expense of others. The fact of the matter is that this bill is advancing rapidly through the legislative branch of the United States of American government. This shitty bill was introduced March 5th as a bipartisan bill. That means it appeals to both sides, and more specifically, the bill was introduced by a Republican from Wisconsin and a Democrat from Illinois. A fella named Mike Gallagher and another fella named Raja Krishnamurthy. Okay, I think I said it right.
This is how we pronounce the name. Krishnamurthy.
Okay, I said it close. Close enough, I think. After being introduced initially as the Protecting Americans from Foreign Adversary Controlled Applications Act by these two representative guys we just talked about on the House Select Committee on the CCP, it was unanimously approved by the House and the Energy and Commerce Committee.
Well, now I'm stuck in committee and I'll sit here and wait while a few key congressmen discuss and debate whether they should let me be alone. I hope and pray that they will, but today I am still just a bill.
87% of our standing elected officials voted yes on this bill. That is unbelievable. And why? I'll get into it. Probably. The Energy and Commerce Committee has 51 different people in it, and they are between both sides of the political aisle. They're split, and they all voted to pass this bill.
Earlier today, we heard from members of the intelligence community about the dangers posed by applications like TikTok that are controlled by foreign adversaries who are determined to exploit and weaponize Americans' data.
This unanimous vote by 51 waterheads occurred only 2 days after the bill was introduced. House Committee unanimously supports forcing TikTok divestiture. Divestiture. We'll get into that, all right? We'll explain what that means eventually. Probably. Maybe not. I don't know. Depends on if I can feel like it, dude. The next step after the Energy and Commerce Committee was for this bill to go to the House of Representatives.
Listen to those congressmen arguing. Is all that discussion and debate about you?
Yeah, I'm one of the lucky ones. Most bills never even get this far. I hope they decide to report on me favorably, otherwise I may die.
Die?
Yeah, die in committee. Oh, but it looks like I'm gonna live. Now I go to the House of Representatives and they vote on me.
And that happened on Wednesday, the 13th of March, 2024. That was 2 days ago. And by the way, the vote was overwhelmingly in support of the bill. Oompaville. What? Pass the flying colors to the House. Okay, next is the Senate.
They vote yes, what happens?
Then I go to the Senate and the whole thing starts all over again.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
So we'll have to wait and see how it proceeds there, and we'll see if potentially the Supreme Court strikes it down, which I believe they will because it's like freedom of speech or something like that. To me, this whole situation is fucking wild with how far and fast it's advancing. And why are they doing this?
Money!
Is it because it's ruining the minds of children? Is that what's happening? That's kind of what they're saying. They keep doing these fucking hearings in court with Jeff Bezos and all the other rich people. It's actually Mark Zuckerberg, I think the CEO of Discord, the CEO of Snapchat, and the CEO of, I think the CEO of TikTok's there, the Singaporean fella.
Senator, I'm Singaporean.
The whole thing's just been really entertaining. I'll digress to that. So why are they doing this, though? It's to protect Americans, of course. If you go to congress.gov and search the name of the act, which is the Protecting Americans from Foreign Adversary Controlled Applications Act, we can go to the page for the bill and we can summarize what exactly it says for you.
This bill is not a ban, and it's not about TikTok. It's about ByteDance. ByteDance is controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. In fact, the editor-in-chief of ByteDance is the secretary of the Chinese Communist Party cell, embedded at the very highest ranks of the company.
Firstly, it's not really a ban per se on the app. It is a ban of foreign ownership for the app itself, and specifically foreign adversary ownership. In this case, China. It is pressuring ByteDance to divest or sell ownership to an American company. I believe Rumble wants to buy it, which is pretty awesome. But if they can't get ByteDance, which is controlled by the CCP, to divest the ownership of the company, then it will be a ban, and TikTok will no longer be a legal app to use or to be on app stores in the United States of America.
This particular bill ensures that ByteDance divests itself of the vast majority of the ownership of TikTok. Our intention is for TikTok to continue to operate. but not under the control of the Chinese Communist Party.
In my opinion, they're not going to sell, so we're gonna have to see what happens. I'm assuming it's gonna be up to the Supreme Court. The ban would prohibit the distribution, maintenance, or provision of internet hosting services for any apps controlled by foreign adversaries. Once again, this app being TikTok, and the foreign adversary being the Chinese government, the Chinese Communist Party. On top of all this, by the way, if you hadn't noticed, TikTok has been determined by the President of the United States of America to be a significant threat to national security. What the f does that mean? Hopefully we'll explain that in this video, maybe. Little fun fact too, the prohibitions of this act do not apply to apps that are primarily used for reviews. So if you have a product review app, you're fine. A business review app, you're fine. A travel information and review app, you're fine. How about you guys ban Temu? How about you ban f***ing Temu? How about, or Temu, whatever the f it is, ban that. That would be a net positive for the world, I feel like. People don't use freedom of speech on Temu. There's no, like, sort of right to be protected on Temu, or Temu, as I like to call it, to make people mad. Just in case you're wondering, the Department of Justice can also investigate violations of the bill and enforce its provisions. The bill act, whatever you call it, I don't even care at this point, states that any entity in violation could be ordered to pay a civil penalty ranging from $500 per user to $5,000 per user within the United States borders. So 170 million Americans using the app, that time $5,000, that's a lot of money, motherfucker. You kind of understand what it prohibits and what exactly the bill does. Now we have to see what happens in the Senate and see if they can overcome that last hurdle and see if this bill becomes a real thing. And they do have the Domino's pizza tracker widget attached to the bill, just in case you're wondering. You can see at the bottom, introduced, passed House, passed Senate, to President, became law. Just in case you're an idiot, you can actually see how the legislative branch of the United States government works.
How I hope and pray that I will, but today I am still just a bill.
And if it goes to the Senate, it goes to the president, who said he signed the bill already.
Do you still support banning TikTok? Would you sign that bill?
If they pass it, I'll sign it.
So it will almost certainly become law if the Senate does in fact vote in favor to pass it, which it seems like they probably will if the House is any indication as to what's going on in the Senate. I would say the Senate has, you know, better voices in it, but it doesn't.
You're gonna
it doesn't.
ban
There is
TikTok.
not a single
That's so
human
funny.
being. Albeit a few, okay, maybe like 10 people in the whole legislative branch of the government that actually represent the people of the United States of America. But anyways, back to Joe Biden. He wants to fucking ban that. Doesn't he use that, bro? He's always posted on there, that old, decrepit. All these presidents are using it, man. What the fuck? This shit's moving so fast. Mudahar posted a video 5 days ago in which he said he's pretty sure it wouldn't get banned.
I'm pretty sure TikTok probably won't get banned, okay? There's a lot of money at play in this situation, and when it comes to legal things like this, it all usually gets settled out before the actual fireworks start exploding.
And then he posted a video 2 days ago saying that the TikTok ban is moving forward, which is a bruh moment.
Literally, it got passed. The bill that we were looking at a few days ago passed in the U.S. House by a vote of 352 in favor and 65 in opposing.
So my initial thought on this whole thing was that they're trying to pass a bill to protect children, but no, there was already a Kids Online Safety Act that was introduced last year. It was a bipartisan bill. Nah, they didn't vote on it. It was flat. That was in May 2023. Never made it anywhere. It was initially aimed to minimize the harm that social media apps could have on children as a direct result of a Facebook data scientist whistleblowing and leaking internal files showing the negative effects of apps like Instagram and the way that those affect the mental health of children, which is a massive problem, by the way. It completely just ignored massive problem. The teen child suicide rates are insane. It is sick, and social media absolutely has something to do with it. But alas, that is not what TikTok bill is not.
Thank you, Upaville, for the extra color for my stream. I'd like to sub to your channel.
That's not what this is. It's not about protecting people. This is about sticking it to a foreign adversary, I think. So, what does TikTok think about this? Well, they responded. Congress is planning a total ban of TikTok. Speaking up now before your government strips 270 million Americans of their constitutional right of free expression. This will damage millions of businesses who destroy the livelihoods of countless creators across the country and deny artists an audience.
This morning, prior to our hearing, TikTok used its influence and power to force users to contact their representatives if they
It's almost
wanted
like
to
TikTok
continue
is like
using TikTok.
the
This is
machines
just a
in the
small
Matrix.
taste of how the CCP weaponizes applications
Oh
it
my
controls to
God.
manipulate tens of millions of people to further their agenda.
TikTok not happy with this decision. Obviously, clearly, they want to stop the TikTok shutdown. That little call button is an express call to Congress to just overwhelm them because they don't want it to get banned, I guess. I'm not sure how that, I don't even know how that's legal. 170 million people with a call button. Hello? I never got that. I'd call though. I love talking shit. Let me see if I'm getting it right now.
Let's learn John Mayer's slow dancing in a burning room. It's right.
No, just learning about the guitar, actually, because the app has genuine, valuable content on it.
Duetting this until this woman permanently destroys her lungs with toxic gas. So first we got ammonia-based toilet cleaner, okay? And that's bleach better. Okay, you've made mustard gas.
You're still f***ing doing this? I'm trans now. That's how much f***ing time has passed since I last ratioed you. Shut the f*** up.
The CEO of TikTok, colloquially known as Mr. Chu, expressed his distaste for the ban and stated he wanted to keep the app free and protected from outside manipulation.
Over the last few years, we have invested to keep your data safe and our platform free from outside manipulation. We have committed that we will continue to do so. We will continue to do all we can, including exercising our legal rights, to protect this amazing platform that we have built with you.
He's a Singaporean man. He's not Chinese, just in case you were wondering.
You said today, as you often say, that you live in Singapore. Of what nation are you a citizen?
Singapore.
Are you a citizen of any other nation?
No, Senator.
Have you ever applied for Chinese citizenship?
Senator, I served my nation in
asking-
Singapore. No, I did not.
Do you have a Singaporean passport?
Yes, and I served my military for two and a half years in Singapore.
Do you have any other passports from any other nations?
No, Senator.
Your wife is an American citizen. Your children are American citizens.
That's correct.
Have you ever applied for American citizenship?
No, not yet.
Okay. Have you ever been a member of the Chinese Communist Party?
Senator, I'm Singaporean. No.
No.
Have you ever been associated or affiliated with the Chinese Communist
Are
Party?
you racist?
No,
Are
Senator.
you racist?
Again, I'm Singaporean.
Mr. Cotton, the whitest human being to have ever existed, was adamant on getting Mr. Chu, but he didn't budge, and it was cool. I like seeing it. Why is this a big deal? Why the fuck am I making a video about it? Well, for one, because I like making videos on my YouTube channel. Sometimes I don't like to talk that much about internet drama. This time happens to be a bit of internet drama and also real world stuff, which I don't know if you guys have noticed, been talking about a little bit more lately, okay? Been talking about a little bit more real world stuff. What are the reasons that they want this app gone?
11
Should it
gold.
be gone? What do you think? Down below. Do you think they should ban TikTok? Do you think the United States government is in the right here so far? Do you think that they're in the
No.
right? It seems like their reason for banning this app is that it is controlled by a foreign adversary, which we've made very, very, very clear, and that foreign adversary can alter the content of the app to like create psyops to affect our youth and people who have the app installed, which by the way is quite literally what we do. The CIA has been doing that for a very long time. Basically, our government doesn't like it when China controls an app that a lot of people use. That's what it seems like. On the app, by the way, which is banned in China, there is a lot of anti-Chinese stuff on that app. There's a lot of honest stuff. There's a lot of honest shit. Bohemian Grove, literal parts of movies. I see softcore. I see animals. I've learned so much shit from TikTok. There is genuinely a use for this app. If you can get your algorithm right, if you actually use it the way it's intended, and you say not interested when some shit is stupid, it is a pretty good app. Like, it's better than Instagram Reels. You don't get to see people die all the time like on X. Overall, it's kind of the Wild West. You're seeing negatives about everybody, all the world leaders. There hasn't been any sort of one-sided thing that I've noticed on the app, aside from not being able to have any content about guns or large those. I have noticed that, which I'm upset about. So from what I can surmise, their reason for banning it is that they cannot control it. That scared the shit out of me. Why does that keep fucking happening? They can't control it. They don't want it. It has a lot of influence over the kids. They don't like that. They don't like that. They want back doors, etc. They want it to be owned by an American company, so the CIA can boot heel them and force them to psyop us, I guess. I don't fucking know. That's a little conspiratorial, to be honest, but it feels true. I mean, seems like it. Now time for my opinion. Can I say something now? Fuck. You guys won't let me talk, dude. I don't think it should be banned. Why? Because of the fucking First Amendment. Dude, are you shitting my dicker? Are you fucking kidding me? I love it when people say a bunch of crazy shit online. That's like the whole That's like the whole thing that makes it cool. People say TikTok has done detrimental damage. In the 1960s, people used to say that rock and roll was the devil's music. What are you talking about? You're just making shit up because you can't control it. And it's like a powerful thing that you lack influence over. It's ridiculous. It's the devil! There are worse apps, in my opinion, that exist right now, like Instagram and X. I'm pro TikTok. I'm TikTok all day over those other two apps. But anyways, in my opinion as well, it will just be struck down by the Supreme Court, as it's happened before. The Supreme Court often tries to uphold the Constitution, and they like striking down unconstitutional laws, which is awesome. I do like that, guys. I like it when the Supreme Court comes together. I like it when the American people come together on something. Especially like it when all of the elected members of our Congress come together on doing something so useless, so just something so devoid of value for the people of America. One thing that's confusing about this to me, I'm trying to use logic in any sort of situation like this.
It's like, okay, the one thing that I think that, okay, like I haven't heard them work together on anything in a long time. 10 years, and this was what it was. This is what they worked together on. And it seems weird because it's like, this is the one thing that I think is certain to make the kids hate them more. This would not be a popular decision with the kids. They're going to remember this. They're going to remember that you banned TikTok. And they're going to be bored. And they're going to be like, what the fuck? I love TikTok. And they're going to be like, why did you do this? And they're going to hate you. They're going to hate you. The optics for the government itself is kind of bad. It's kind of funny. And I mean, I don't care one way or another. I've never used TikTok, but like, I don't know. I don't see how banning it is helpful. I don't really see what TikTok's done to deserve something like that. I think that's kind of crazy, honestly. But oh well. Wow, that's like 5 pounds of copper, yeah.
Has to be a reason beyond just the foreign adversary thing, because there's always, some kind of unseen motive for doing something when it comes to government, because usually these people are purely motivated by incentive. There has to be an incentive. There's not an incentive to banning
31 gold,
TikTok,
not bad.
right? Or is there? I don't really know. The last time they really talked about this heavily was in 2020 in another election year, and Trump wanted to ban or begin the divestment of TikTok. The rumor was that Microsoft would buy it, and now Biden is doing the exact same thing in another election year. I don't know. Is it a coincidence? Are they trying to prevent ideas from being spread? I don't know. I've been seeing a lot of interesting stuff on TikTok, though. Interesting stuff that's really been making me think. And it's strange because now Trump is against the TikTok ban. What the fuck? What this really makes clear, though, is that it's just a tool, right? It has nothing to do with us, the people. It has nothing to do with
now Trump is against it. Wasn't he calling for a ban?
Providing any value to citizens or incentives to citizens, like most bills and acts and amendments should. It's strategy, guys. Political strategy. Oh yeah, and they also say it's to protect American information from the Chinese government. They want to prevent the Chinese government from getting our information. What are they gonna do with it, dude? They're 7,000 miles away, bro. Another fucked up thing is they say this shit is for us and it's to protect the data of American citizens from the Chinese government. But it's not like actual protection of our data and privacy in a blanket sense of the phrase. It's just that they want it. The American government and our intelligence agencies can have it, but the Chinese government cannot have it. I think, honestly, I'd rather have the Chinese government have it. Because what the fuck are they gonna do with it? One thing that's interesting about the Chinese government is that they're pretty open with how much they fucking suck, and they're kind of consistently shitty in a public square. Our government, nah.
They hide.
Virtue signal all day. Secret war all time. Always.
All the time.
Clandestine, black op, kill whistleblower, protect corporate interests, or whatever. I don't fucking know. I'm a YouTuber. Do you guys trust the government, by the way? This is kind of probably a insane video for you to see on the Oompaville channel where I, review memes or used to review memes and look at TikToks and shit and unbox stuff with my beautiful girlfriend. Kind of a weird thing to say. But anyways, do you guys trust anybody in the government? I mean, there's a fella from North Carolina, Representative Jeff Jackson, who has 2.4 million followers on TikTok. He posted a video after Congress voted to pass the TikTok ban. And the first thing that he says in the video is that he doesn't think TikTok is going to be banned.
I don't think TikTok is going to be banned. There was a bill to ban TikTok last year, but it didn't pass.
But he voted for the fucking bill, which will ban TikTok. If it passes, of course. He does say in the video that the intention of the bill is to force the sale of TikTok, so he genuinely believes that China will sell this cash cow just because of our corrupt government. Wow.
The bill that just passed the House was about telling TikTok they have to sell to another company.
What?
It hasn't passed the Senate, and I don't know if it will. If it does, TikTok will be sold for billions of dollars and will continue to operate.
That's awesome. Jackson, Democratic, North Carolina. Vote.
This is about a
At the rate
sale.
it's going, though, who knows if we'll be able to access TikTok, and who knows, by the time this video goes up, could already be banned. I'm not sure when.
I never
the
have and
Senate
never
is
will,
supposed to
so
vote.
I don't care.
I don't really know. I'd love to see your guys' thoughts. Do you think that the government should do things that are actually in the best interest of the
I'd
people
tell
of the
it like
United
this.
States of America? Like, you know, they're I think they're
I treat them like
democratically
7-Up.
elected.
Never
I'm
have,
pretty
never
sure.
will.
I'm pretty sure we have a democracy. It's a bit of a republic, but we have no emperor. Well, we're supposed to elect people that are supposed to do our bidding because they are public representatives. We pay their taxes, we pay their bills, their salaries, so they can represent us, and maybe they are protecting us. I don't know. Do you want TikTok to sell to an American company? If so, which company? Comment down below. We'd be better off with a lot of things just completely removed in an ideal utopian world. That's just a bunch of mental masturbation, though. You know what I hate, guys? Lots of stuff, all right? As you can tell by my angry tongue flick that I did, that also is genetic and runs in my family. You know what's genetic and runs in the family? People being fucking dumb as shit.
El Chapo. El Chapo.
Today we're talking about a couple of kick streamers, a couple of my favorites of all time, guys.
Hello, my name's Omar. Nice to meet you. Where are you from?
I've been holding back on these guys a little bit over the last few weeks, trying out some new content. I'm back. I'm done with that. I'm gonna be mad now. Kick is slowly and consistently turning into a breeding ground of just terrible people, and another asshole, horrible person has sprouted. His name is Just Snags. I don't know what his real name is, and honestly, I don't fucking care. Okay? I call him Chomo1. That's what I call him. We already knew Kick sucked, by the way. It seems like things always get worse and they never get better. Is it just me, or is that also something you guys feel?
What happened to you packing yourself, Little Tay? I don't even know you. All I heard was Little Tay died. I got so happy. I rolled up. I'm saying, smoking Tay. Smoking Little Tay. Oh my God, Tay, I'm now hot.
What's up, f***ers? Got some stains on my shirt today. Sour Boys restock every Friday and sometimes Saturday, depending on if Tara wakes up after 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. Sometimes she sleeps a lot. My favorite flavor is Love Bomb. What's your favorite flavor, Michael?
My favorite flavor is Love Bomb as well. To be honest with you, Love Bomb is the best flavor that we have. It is cherry and mango. It will make you fall in love with your significant other.
Stand to the side.
Yeah, sorry. It will make you fall in love with your significant other.
Buy Sour Boys, support sour.gg. Buy the merch, there's new merch. It's fucking sick. We don't have any yet because it's brand new. Buy the stickers, buy the candy. It will literally sell out in minutes. How about that? How about this? And then that, and then this, and then that.
Do you want me to stop recording or?
Sure. Kick has been growing, Twitch has been shrinking, and there's always more room for new idiots to have the spotlight shined upon them. Just Snags is the first person we're talking about today. You've probably seen some of his great work, such as this clip.
Just like Snags is massive death. Like, oh my God, just like Snags just killed 30 people. He just shot up a parade. Like,
wow, what a funny, happy-go-lucky guy. Or this clip.
I might take my security's gun off his hip and just shoot somebody. First I see. I don't care if he's 7, 8, 10. I don't care if he's 30, 40, 60. I'm clapping in broad daylight.
Wow, what a funny, happy-go-lucky guy. I found out about Just Snags a couple months ago, maybe 2 months ago, not exactly sure. He's a pretty small streamer, pretty small presence online, but he made some content in which he decided to hop on the Monkey app, which is like an app, Omegle thing. Does anyone even use Omegle anymore? I hate Omegle.
Oh my goodness. In the name of Jesus,
You need to be saved.
It sucks my soul whenever I see people using that. I just don't like that app. I mean, it's cool. I've met some cool people on there, but at the same time, it's a bad app. It shouldn't exist. Monkey app's just like Omegle. You get a stranger to talk to, and you can add more time to a conversation if you enjoy talking to them. If not, you just skip. It makes sense. It's a very human app.
Hey, what up, Thug?
It makes for good, interesting conversation, just like Omegle. For Just Snags' good, interesting conversation, he decided to hit on a couple of 14-year-olds. Children. That's right. It's Just Snags is a chomo. Chomo alert. Chomo alert. Just Snags is a chomo.
Yes, let's be on the set.
14.
Yep.
So that what grade is that? Like a sophomore?
8th grade. Sophomore.
8th grade?
Sophomore.
Can I play with that?
Sophomore's like 16. What?
Can I play with that little 8th grade?
Oh, you're...
What the fuck?
I genuinely cannot imagine or fathom someone saying that as a joke because he says it was a joke. He thinks it's funny. It's just disgusting. It's ridiculous. I'm all for making f***ed up jokes, by the way. Like, you guys don't. I'm a commentary channel. I'm moany. I moan. But at the same time, dude, I really don't care that much about stuff. And like, that is fucking dumb. That's not a good joke. That's not a good joke. That's not even dark. That's not dark humor. Yeah, that's a real person saying that to be funny in front of a bunch of people for content. Amazing. Thank you, Kicks. Thank you, Kicks. And also, thank you, Just Snags, for the lip licking and smile at the end. A cherry on top for content there, Chumley. Very good stuff.
I mean, I'm pretty funny.
Who the do you guys watch it? Does anyone watch any kick streamers, by the way? Is that a real platform that actually exists, or does it just exist to be criticized by others? And then after this, he got called out by a lot of people. It was disgusting. It was bad. You can find a bunch of stuff on Twitter. We'll have a bunch of stuff on the screen. His response to this was to just blame it on the AI and say that it's not actually him, it's AI. Which is, I guess he's being facetious. I think he's joking. It's really hard to tell the intent or tone or connotation or nuance of someone who's talking who falls below the level of 75 on the intellectual quotient scale. You know, the morons, the idiots, the imbeciles, whatever order they are. I think he might be in the imbecile level. He's not a full-on idiot, but I think he's in the imbecile level. I need to see what that is. So an idiot is someone who scores below 25. I don't think he's an idiot, to be fair. An imbecile is 25 to 50. I don't think he's an imbecile. I think he's a moron. Like, truly in the 50 to 70s. He could still maybe get in the army. Just kidding. He'd get in the Marine Corps.
And we most definitely regret the Corps just blew up our raggedy-ass fleet. Hoorah!
Here's this other response.
Hoorah.
There literally still a AI video of me going around on this monkey app. A video of me, then it turned into this gay S tape. Y'all do anything for this position? It's sad I don't condone S like this. Leave me alone. Y'all thought I was lying. It's 2024, not 1900s. That's an awesome hill to die on, bro. It's not deepfake, by the way. It's not AI. It's not deepfake. Nobody cares about Just Snags to the point where they're going to be AI deepfaking stuff. No one needs to destroy his career through clandestine operations. He will do it on his own. Okay, so he's wearing this hat thing. Isn't this for like people with a lot of hair and they want to like retain moisture in their hair? People with very curly hair wear that, like a lot of really curly. Why is he wearing that if he looks like this? He looks like a 45-year-old man. How old is this guy? I don't even know I don't know what his name is. I don't know what his age is. I don't give a I just like talking about him on this guy. This is insane. You know, no hate to balding dudes, but just shave it off, man. You don't have to wear the hat that people wear when they have a lot of hair.
You wouldn't believe how fat and bald he is. I mean, when he's in the restrooms, people are using the back of his head to check their hair.
Anyways, this corny motherfucker decided to continue saying really stupid shit online, literally anything for content. He eventually made fun of the Mexican cartel.
The whole cartel, suck my... And I'm going to Mexico next week. What? What you want to do?
Repeatedly, for a long time, and really drug it out.
I'm every Mexican shot. El Chapo. El Chapo.
Try to imagine how you think Just Snags would, while making a joke, call out the cartel, talk about El Chapo, And what do you think he would say? How do you think he would say it online? Obviously, just for clout and clicks, he's not actually trying to incite violence or anything like that from the Mexican cartel, which I do not condone, by the way. Do not condone the Mexican cartel or anything or whatever YouTube rules or whatever. Now, imagine what Just Snacks is about to say, and then watch this.
I go to Cabo. Nothing's going to happen to me. Face out. I would say old Chapo to a fucking random in Mexico. Get that on your clip. I will piss all over that shit. Mexico, I will piss all over y'all land.
Oh, wow, guys. I didn't see that coming. That's kind of bold. That's kind of bold. That's a bold move. He also doubles down, says he's gonna help build a wall. He says F El Chapo multiple times. Then nothing is going to happen to me.
And I don't even know. Donald Trump and me are locked in. Joe Biden and me, locked in. I guess any of you niggas, we about to build a wall soon. I guess you niggas gonna jump the fucking wall. I'm every Mexican shot. El Chapo.
Oh my god. Gonna get off this guy now.
Involved in this.
It's gonna happen tomorrow, chat.
I can't watch anymore. This is too based. I'm sorry.
The young grow old, and the old turn to dung. The world is constantly changing.
You've got older generations passing on the mantle to younger generations to carry the flame of humanity deep and deep and deeper on into existence. 100 years hence, nothing matters. These shifts of time change the dynamics of life and humanity as we know it. People are having fewer kids. They're working more. Some people have no idea what they're doing at all. The world may be doomed. People are unable to take care of their children. Everyone has to work 9 to 5 and until they're 78 years old or some shit. There is a lot of brain rot going on right now in the world. The future does in fact seem bleak, and I feel like there's a certain level of je ne sais quoi doom that I can feel on the horizon. I don't even know what je ne sais quoi means. Thank you to Aura for sponsoring this video. Just the other day, I did something I bet a lot of you do. I googled myself. I didn't like what I found. A lot of people don't like me, it seems like. And also, it's kind of creepy how much of my personal information is just floating around out there. It's unsettling to think that data brokers can just sell my personal details like my home address, even my health records to anyone who's interested. That is exactly why I want to talk to you about Aura, today's video sponsor. Aura has been a game changer for me. It's an amazing service that shows which data brokers have my information and automatically opts out on my behalf. When I first used Aura, I was shocked to see the number of data brokers that had my info, but it was all cleaned up thanks to Aura. And since then, I've noticed a massive drop in spam, especially spam calls. And additionally, it's added a layer of protection against hackers who would use my information maliciously. Click the link in the description to get Aura to clean up your digital footprint. But that isn't all. It's also a comprehensive tool that offers antivirus, VPN, password management, parental controls, and even identity theft insurance all in one place. If you think about it, Aura is quite like securing every entrance into your digital house. Be safe. Use Aura. Go to aura.com/Oompa or click the link in the description down below. I value my privacy. I know you guys too. They've been a sponsor of the channel for quite a while now. I'm excited to share this with you. Let's do it. Click the link down below. Thank you to Aura for sponsoring this video. Being a parent in the modern day is probably really hard as opposed to being a parent in the olden days.
Yeah, there was no internet. You just like played with matches or like threw rocks in people's pools. I remember one time climbing up a tree with a friend of mine and just these big kids came by and started throwing rocks at us until we cried. And then they left.
Me too. I remember I remember running down. I remember I was alone and I didn't know the neighborhood kids because all my friends were from the private school and they knew this. And they weren't bullying me. They were just like not my friends. You know, I didn't know these kids. You know, it wasn't like they were like out to get me. They just didn't know me. And I threw some rocks at them. Like not like at them, but just like threw some rocks. You know, I threw some rocks. And we had a rock fight. And it wasn't like, you know, it wasn't like, oh, I'm trying to hurt you or anything like that. Or fuck, I'm trying to really hurt him or anything like that. We're like chucking rocks across a river at each other. And then I remember I like like ran into the river because the rocks kind of got crazy. There was like 5 of them, and like there was just like hauling rocks at me at that point. And I was just like running, and I ran down the river because I had like water moccasins on, as I remember, like water shoes, and I could run down the river at will if I wanted to, because I was just out having fun. I was a kid. I was like 10. And they threw rocks down, and I remember one of the rocks actually hit me. And I'll never forget it. I was like under the water, and I was swimming at that point down the river, and they threw a rock that hit me in the back. It didn't hurt, but it was just a big rock. It scared me. It wasn't like that it hurt. It was just a big rock. It like hit, and I was like, whoa, that one was really big. And it was like, you know, it was just kind of funny. And then I swam down and I got away. And I loved that. And it was like a run-in with the neighborhood gang of kids. And, you know, they were kind of white trashy. They weren't like bad kids. They were, you know, territorial and didn't know me, you know? And it was kind of funny. It was like kind of funny. I remember going to the cat shows. I would flip pennies in the air. And I'd be like flipping a coin all the time. I'd be like flip. I don't know why. I was just like flipping a coin. I remember like a lot of the time I would flip a coin for some reason. I would just flip a coin. And they'd be like, what are you doing? And I'm like, I don't know. I'm flipping a quarter. I'm like, I don't know.
Lighting the woods on fire.
Just kidding. It seems like it's probably a lot harder.
Yeah.
It's easy now.
These iPad kids getting out of control.
But new parents still don't really seem like they have any idea what is going on.
They only have one alternative left. It's time to dial Nanny 911.
Nanny 911. Yes.
Hello, this is Nanny 911.
I remember going into my great-grandparents' house, who I never got to meet one of them, my great-grandmother, who was a very well-studied woman who had her own shorthand, her own language that she would write and take notes in. She had a book on how to raise a child with developmental retardation. They had books to help them raise their kids. Now people use TikTok.
Fucking damn it. Oh, fucking damn it.
That's not a joke, by the way. I'm not lying about any of that. That's all legit. Why would I joke about something like that? You sick fucks. The new parents that have been blowing up on social media for being bad parents, that's what people are saying, they don't seem like they're taking a lot of advice from books or really any sort of learning other than things that they're shown. Like things from a TikTok algorithm or a Facebook algorithm or what else? Television?
Grandma lets me bring the iPad because if I don't have it, let's just say I'll probably just start crying. Literally. Sure.
This old gal here's been in the news recently with the food that she's been feeding her children. Plate my 1-year-old's breakfast with me. It goes about how you'd expect. She proceeds to plate a plastic cat water dish with Hostess donuts, and there's Pringles in the background, and it goes exactly how you'd expect. And she's full of life, and I can't tell if this is ironic or not. Powdered donuts, by the way, I love powdered donuts. I recommend mealing. She then makes the donuts slightly smaller, so they're easier for the child to eat because the child's mouth is small and you don't want to choke on a small Hostess donut as your first meal of the day. Then she unboxes a little plastic pouch of what I think is applesauce. I'm not exactly sure. Applesauce, not the worst thing in the world. It's probably better than donuts. It actually is absolutely better than donuts. All right, dude, them just suck. Unless you're on a road trip, there's no excuse to eat those. There's no excuse to have those in your house. They shouldn't be ever found outside of a vehicle or a convenience store. They suck. But the powdered ones are the best ones for sure. It's truly titillating content. It's got me by my intellectual brains, guys. It's really driving me down the path that I truly want to go here. It's actually very scary. It's a baby. It's a 1-year-old child that she's feeding donuts and applesauce. This parent has gotten a lot of attention lately from this video. She's making meals. She's calling them meals. Plate dinner for my child, and then it's not breakfast. It's donuts, it's sugar and wheat and like preservatives, and I don't even know what else. I mean, those are expensive as well. Eggs are probably cheaper. Maybe not though. Eggs are pretty expensive now. I wouldn't know. I don't buy eggs. Get a chicken. Just feed it shit. I don't know. It ain't that hard. They're pretty easy to keep alive. You gotta like actively work to kill them. Either that or let them outside, let them get eaten by a coyote or something. Her parental skills are under fire here for the food that she's making for her 3 kids. She has 3 children as well, not just one small infant child. In the other videos that that she's posted, you can see her making more food for her children. I use quotations for the word making because she's not really making food. She's actually opening up packaging, removing it, putting it on fine china, cutting it up in smaller pieces, and then twisting. That's not making anything. That's literally just consuming with like a slight additional step.
I overcooked the waffles a little bit, y'all. Don't mind it.
The donut one, not as bad. All right, donuts, that's a breakfast food for police officers, and it's kind of, it makes sense.
Whoa, that was close.
How about dinner? Let's see what dinner's like for the 4, 7, and 1-year-old. Here comes the fine china. She seems fun. She seems like she's having a good time. She seems like
I forgot the
caring mother,
swords.
which is
Damn it.
really what matters at the end of the day. Then she proceeds to make a Wendy's cheeseburger and give it to the child. Dude, what? Let's just get them cheeseburgers and little brown nuggets. Huh?
Hey, Mommy, I need to say something. Hiya.
Now, I kind of feel bad making fun of this and saying that this is a bad thing, but it objectively is. This is not healthy food, and you might say, well, that's all they can afford. Bullshit. Fucking Wendy's is expensive. It is the least bang for the buck fast food place that you can go to.
And if you take a closer look at the average item price, those numbers also higher.
But Wendy's is the only good one.
Taco Bell still can dine on a dime there.
They make their patties square, so they can charge more.
Wendy's still has more beef than the Whopper or Big Mac. At Wendy's,
does,
you
it's
get more beef
better.
and less bun.
Hey, where's the beef?
You could easily make all of this stuff or something of greater nutritional value for far cheaper. For example, dried beans.
Beans are another superfood. Beans are associated with long life. We study elderly people all over the world. We find that the more beans they eat, the longer they live.
Rice. One of those giant sausage tubes of ground beef.
You fucking sausage roll looking twat.
I don't know. All of those things have more nutritional value than fucking Wendy's. So that's an invalid excuse, in my humble opinion. Oh my god, the kids are so adorable though. Hopefully this is just like for the meme. They eat only these meals. For the meme, they only eat Wendy's and then drink orange slurp juice when their mommy wants to put them online or something. I'm not really sure how that works. It's just not healthy at all, especially to feed this to children. You know, there's nothing wrong with eating bad foods on an occasional basis. Moderation is that's the true power of being a free person, being able to do whatever you want just in moderation. For example, drinking lean.
Bitch, young shoes swell and I'm feeling
like Aiden Ross, you know, meth, etc. Moderation is the king. You can eat Wendy's, you can eat candy, you can drink a Dr. Pepper. I'm very healthy and I drink at least 1 Dr. Pepper a day. Not at least, probably 1 Dr. Pepper a day. And I drink a gallon of water and take a bunch of supplements and eat very healthy otherwise. Aside from when I don't, because I like to live my life. And I think bad food tastes good sometimes. Although, if I had children, I would want them to be happy and prosper and not have the red 40 stare.
All food diet is not good for you, but we're concerned about red because that's the most consumed dye. So according to scientists, red can be related to why everyone takes Adderall, because we can't pay attention for 5 minutes because all these adverse effects of food coloring.
So
Oh my god.
And donut and apple juice from plastic pouch. I'd let them eat an apple and figure that shit out. I'm hedging my bets on there being an actual meal off camera. This cannot be real. This just has to be hate bait. That's what I'm going to believe because the family does seem like a very nice family. The kids are adorable and they're funny and, you know, they're interacting with the kid. They're not just like, you know, fucking just zipped off that red 40 or zooted off that fructose. They seem like they're active and they look healthy. I really don't know. I'm not gonna put them in this video, but I'll blur their faces. Just the risk of kidney stones alone for your poor children is so high and just all sorts of horrible things happening to them if you feed them this horrible shit. I do like the fine china entrance though. Oh my god, this has got to be hate bait. Oh, fruit! Fruit! Finally, she whipped out the fruit, dude. She whipped out the fruit. She's cutting it up. That's nice. The thing that I like about this is the fact that she isn't adverse to actually putting in effort. She's cutting up strawberries. My parents never made me a sandwich, let alone cut up my strawberries for me. When I would go to friends' houses and they would have like little meals and stuff, that shit was like I had a butler. I was like, oh, that's what your mom's supposed to do? Your mom's supposed to be like your fucking slave? She's supposed to just be at your beck and call and just get you food and shit? My mom would whoop my ass and then go to work for 12 hours a day. My dad would do the same, but when he got home, he'd make deer meat and risotto and red beans. And that's what I ate a lot.
That's some good shit. Yeah.
And then whenever they weren't home, I would eat dirt and shit that was in the freezer. Anyway, she added fruit. That's awesome. That's great. Strawberries are healthy. They're probably one of the least healthy berries, to be honest. Better than everything else. Then comes the next mix of food. An absolute diabolical combination of Cheetos, chicken nuggets, and banana slices. Don't knock it till you try it, liberal. This is a baby's food, guys. This is a baby's food. This is to give the baby what it needs to grow its brain and mature and become an actual functioning member of society. I think that is nutritionally perfect. Just get some L-carnitine injections and we'll have this baby hitting reps in no time, dude. Oh my God, this is not baby food. This is not baby food at all, dude. This is not baby food at all. It just looks disgusting, man. Cheetos and chicken nuggets. The nuggets look all right. They look okay. The Cheetos, I thought for a split second were carrots. I was wrong. Those are Cheetos. Now, what does a parent like this possibly create for a late night snack for their little children? Well, let's see, guys. Off to a much better start than the other ones. I've got to say, that's a cooking implement.
No. Hey. Kiss the cook. I got a kiss.
They've got contagious laughs, too. What can I say?
Show the food.
Just show the food. Onions.
Dude, that shit looks fucking delicious. That looks good. Okay, wow,
Hold on,
man.
baby.
Going with the carnivore diet. Okay, this is objectively the healthiest thing that these children have eaten, that we've seen. Objectively. Meat, vegetables, cheese, tater tots, a lot of oil. Very unhealthy. Probably tastes incredible. I've got to say, this looks good. This is something that I do sign off on. There's a glimmer of hope. Now, the mother should not be eating this, though. This is very bad for anyone who is predisposed to atherosclerosis. Although the children can absolutely enjoy this in anyone who, you know, goes outside and runs and stuff like that. But I wouldn't recommend this for anyone who's over the age of like 30 or so. So I wouldn't recommend the parents to eat this, the mother and the mother. This would be bad for the arteries. Very bad. Bad for the blood cholesterol levels. So, as you can imagine, this person has gotten a lot of hate for these torturous meals that she's feeding to her children. By choice, by the way. And of course, as evil as that is, and as undeserving as she might be of true hate, beyond just simple criticism, it seems she has changed her mind a bit on some of her kids' meals. Check it out, guys. Yet again, fine china. A fresh fruit plate. It's great to see. It's good. Criticism, comments, as long as they're not too evil, seems like actually get the best of people, and then they perform better. It works. Criticism works. Open and honest feedback for the win, guys. Maybe the future generations aren't screwed, as the title of my video would suggest. Now, we have another video that's been circulating recently in the same vein as the first few videos, and it's parents just eating food in Walmart on the floor. I think that's technically stealing. I think you have to purchase the food before you can eat it. I don't know that for 100% sure. I definitely ate food while I was in a store. My parents didn't know that I did that. Quite frankly, I feel bad about it now. This whole family's enjoying ice cream in Walmart. Walmart, my favorite ice cream store.
They say they hungry in the store, gotta feed them.
Hell
You
yeah,
gotta
dude.
stop, and you gotta feed them.
No, you don't.
Because one thing about me,
On the floor?
when I'm hungry, you gonna make sure you eat. You gotta eat.
You can tell there's levels of satire to this one. This isn't just like true, pure ignorance bliss type thing, feeding my baby donuts. This is a family and the father, who I'm assuming took an opportunity to make a funny TikTok that actually did incredibly well, and now we'll see this happen a lot, probably. It's still, man, the level of entitlement you've got to have to just crack open some ice cream in Walmart. It's just, what about everybody else, dude? What about everybody else, you know? You know, the whole family's eating on the fucking floor, having a fucking picnic in Walmart. There's not a lot wrong with this, but there is absolutely some things wrong with it. My kids are hungry. They must eat. They cannot wait. They rule my life. Those are adorable kids. Cute family. I know the video's bait, but I would rather see them feeding them like the first mom.
I injured myself. trying to cut fries, so someone else had to do it.
Just get some food on the way home. You don't have to eat in the middle of a public store in front of a bunch of people who are trying to go about their days. You don't have to eat chips on the floor and have someone who works in that store who probably hates their job clean up your mess. The craziest thing is, people who walk by probably weren't even fucking surprised with how just brain rotted people are nowadays doing stupid shit in stores for views. You've got people licking ice cream, and people are nowadays doing stupid shit in stores for views. You've got people licking ice cream and putting it back in and committing felonious assault without even knowing it.
A young woman is seen on video licking a container of ice cream and putting it back in the store freezer. Ice cream in question is Bluebell. In a statement, the company said this type of incident will not be tolerated, adding that they're working with law enforcement to find the culprit. Tampering with food like this could lead to a felony charge.
This is like one step down from that. I do like how he's kind of giving us a life lesson in the video. He's like, hey man, just grab some food. If you're hungry, just eat it. You don't even have to buy it. You can just eat it in the store.
Just stop, take a break, and get them a snack. It's the only way to get them to shut up. It's simple. Y'all see they quiet as people. They quiet. It's okay to take a break, y'all. It's okay.
Or maybe you can't. I don't know. I don't know what Walmart's store policy. They probably wouldn't mind if you just like had a drink or whatever and drank some water and, you know, respected the business. But having an entire picnic and eating ice cream and shit. We get some milk first. I think there's a fair bit of judgment to pass on here, right? You know, I'd never do this. Absolutely. If my children started eating something in Walmart, I would leave them there to be animals, to rejoin the wild. If that's how they want to act. I'd leave them there, and then I'd inject them with L-carnitine and get them swole. But it is one of the most androgenic natural supplements around, according to TikTok. Now, I will say, these people, you know, they're just kind of doing their own thing. The first moms just chilling, feeding their kids food at home, not hurting anybody. Okay, one thing that I will cast so much judgment upon in the most malicious way possible is iPad baby parents, dude. iPads are not for children. Do not let your child use a fucking iPad. You are to be judged epically if you have an iPad baby. It's so bad and it makes no sense to me. It is going to actually ruin those children's brains, like legitimately. It ruins adults' brains who have fucking fully formed medulla oblongatas. If your prefrontal cortex has yet to even exist, what is it gonna do to you then? What is it gonna do to your neurotransmitters and your fucking excitatory receptors when you're just like, every single moment of your waking life, you think you're gonna be able to pay attention in school? No! You're not. You're gonna have the red 40 stare, and you're gonna get prescribed 5,000 medications just so you can sit still for 30 minutes. Back when I was a kid, my parents weren't around, and I did what I wanted. I went outside and I ate deer meat.
And the topic of this video is going to be, we're going to talk about our first dipping experience.
There are genuinely kids now being raised with skibbity toilet, guys. Skibbity toilet. The next generation is so... Gen Z is elite.
Turkey Slurpee.
Every time I say the word elite, it's ruined because of Bentellect.
Elite.
Gen Z is epic in comparison to generation iPad.
Scoop ski potatoes, scoop ski potatoes. Bang!
Brian, I can't buy those individually!
Or whatever these little fucking mongrels are gonna be called. Wow. This guy is so addicted to skibbity toilet, he's resorted to channeling the devil directly into his pores at a cellular level. He's being assimilated by negative, evil forces from beyond. I don't think I can scream that hard. Skibbity toilet! If you saw that shit in real life, you wouldn't like it. It's funny on YouTube. You see a man's head come out of a toilet, you think you're gonna be worshiping it? No, you freak, you little freak bastard! I wonder if parents are giving kids iPads now and have been for like the last decade because they don't know how to raise them or because it's just a convenience thing.
What? What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen?
Convenience is, it costs you know, $1 million, but also you save $1 million through convenience. Is it really worth it? I don't know. Are they just using the iPads to teach the babies what to do because they don't know what to do? The parents weren't raised properly by the generation before me? Or whose fault is it? I feel like it's their fault, in all honesty. I feel like the 90s people, like my parents' generation, they whooped the shit out of me and raised me great. I'm immensely grateful for the lessons that they taught me. Never giving up. Rome wasn't built in a day. Only the strong shall survive. Kill or be killed. Glass is half empty unless it looks half full, or whatever else nonsense they said. I think it's their fault. I think it's not my parents' fault, but that generation. What do you guys think? Comment down below. I know this is going to be a great comment section. I'm going to love reading it. I read them all. Not all the comments, but all the comment sections, I read them all. The following parent just talks about all the things that they're letting their kid do, and we can, you know, watch for ourselves and kind of take a guess as to how this kid's gonna turn out. Controversial ways we're raising our son. He has his own iPad. He eats what he likes. He's never forced to eat something he doesn't like, and if there is nothing he likes, we go buy him something that he will eat. He is allowed to try and have candy, juice, and soda, etc. We co-sleep and contact nap. If he wants something from the store, we will get it. He doesn't have a strict bedtime routine. He will not be made to do something he does not want to do. His feelings and boundaries are just as valid as ours. When he says no, it means no. I will say he's very adorable, and he looks really healthy. We're gonna blur his face out because I don't like putting babies on my channel. But I'm also gonna say that shit's pretty fucking whack. That doesn't really make a lot of logical sense, or it is backed by much scientific burden there. It doesn't really, you know, that's kind of dumb. I will say that most children probably need a lot more love and attention and compassion than most were given, especially in my generation of children. Specifically, I think it helps with emotional strength and maturity when you're a child and you feel like you're being listened to and heard, and you feel compassion from the people around you. I think that that's probably lacking for a lot of people, but just basically grooming them to be the Dalai Lama by letting them do whatever they want and treating them like some kind of royalty, probably not a good idea, dude. You're gonna grow a damn little crazy bastard. You're gonna grow a little
All right, my teacher. Yes, little Hitler. My desk is smart. I need this Polish boy's desk also.
Adolf's mom made the same TikTok back in 1898 or 1889 or whatever he was born. I don't really care, honestly. He's dead and I'm glad. Just kind of calling this controversial ways we're raising our child and then posting it out there. It's a bad faith sort of thing from the very beginning. It's like you're not even really inviting anyone in. You're just kind of sheltering yourself off from any type of criticism or learning or evolution from the rest of the people who are watching, and you're surprised by hate comments. It makes no sense. Read books, you know? Use other people's information instead of thinking you're some kind of God Messiah thing. You're just a person. You mean literally nothing at all. Like, actually, I feel like more people would be a little happier if they realized how little they meant. Alone, especially. Together, ape strong. Alone, ape weak. When you shelter yourself off and you know, try to fucking alienate yourself from everyone because you're so much better than them, you become meaningless. These few simple steps will allow you to raise a child whose life is completely devoid of all meaning, aside from what their ego says. The whole screen thing, though, fucking bums me out. There's babies rocking 2 screens, dual wielding, like Akimbo Master Chief in Halo 2 with SMGs. But a baby with iPads. Shit's crazy. Look at this little bastard.
You got that right.
Multitasking like a true pimp. He's not even doing anything worthwhile. He's just playing Minecraft creative mode and watching Greg Doucette or something. I don't know. Little guy has no idea what's going on. I mean, if this is the extent of his life, you might as well stick him in a damn Amazon warehouse already, or ship him over to China to work in a sweatshop. Something like that. I don't know. Seems kind of like a waste of time. I can't imagine having to do so many things at once just to get stimulation, just to get a little bit of dopamine, to get a little bit of accomplishment in my life. I have a lot wrong with my brain for sure, but I am glad that I don't have that problem. I am so glad. I'm glad that I don't have the same problems a 3-year-old has, to be honest. I grew out of it. Then you've got kids who are incredibly entitled and they just scream and yell, but that's a problem as old as time, and good parents prevent that. They help to make the child understand why the world does not revolve around them. Damn!
Get in there.
Nah, bro. I'm shipping you off to welding school. You're going to trade school. You're going to learn a trade. You're going to be a plumber. All right? I don't care if you're 7. I don't care. You're old enough to work. You got hands. All 5 fingers. Good luck. You're going to get your apprenticeship, all right, by the end of February. And soon, you'll be a journeyman. Before you know it, you'll be a master. At the end of maybe 5 years or so, you might be running your own firm at the age of 15. Shipping you off, son of a bitch. Now we get on to the reality of having to work a 9 to 5. Or at least, you know, most cases, people have to work a 9 to 5. At least until they get to a point where they can do something, pursue, you know, a way to make money in regard to a hobby or something like that. I don't know. There's a lot of ways to make money nowadays, like drop shipping and e-commerce. There's also real ways to make money. People are getting out of college and going straight into jobs. Some people are getting out of high school and going straight into jobs, skipping the fluff of the whole college thing. I don't blame them, all right? A lot of debt. The value to debt ratio is way off in terms of college, especially when you compare it to any other time in modern human history. Most people, though, are not prepared for the bleak world of having a real job, and the pressure to go into that world is immense. You can't be someone who relies on mommy and daddy when you're 24 years old. You have to be self-sufficient. In my opinion, I feel like you should be able to live with your parents for as long as you want. I have an excellent relationship with my parents, and I used to tell them when I was a child that I would live with them for as long as possible because I love them and because I want to be around them. I want to spend time with them. And because they're smart and I can learn things from them. And they were like, nah, you gotta move out. I was like, all right, shit. That's fair. That makes sense. I'm an adult man. I went into the workforce immediately. I graduated college when I was 19 years old. Got a job, lasted 6 months. They sent me to nights. And I was like, I had a lot going on in my brain. A lot of things very, very, very wrong that were unaddressed. And I could not switch to nights physically. I had a bit of a mental breakdown, a bit of a nervous episode. If I had a YouTube channel at that point, I did. But if I was actually popular and knew what to do on YouTube and didn't just want to jump off a bridge, I would have probably made a burnout video and started it by going, I was up. I quit a job. That was a really good job, especially for my first real job. Before that, I was a farrier. That's a real job. If you don't know what that is,
it's a job that's been around for 2,000 years, and it's still important today.
Horseshoes.
But what does a farrier actually do?
Oh, wow, I was right?
His job is to keep the hoof in tip-top shape.
Oh, yeah,
such
yeah.
as by trimming, filing, and when needed, popping a shoe on.
I know it's a meme. I talk about it all the time. Farrier. My dad is a farrier, master farrier in Northern Virginia. He's very good at what he does, and I was his apprentice for basically since I was 14 years old until 19. Then I worked at a Geosat uplink as a compression technician. Quit that job in 6 months because I had to go to nights, and I was like, if I go to nights, I'm going to take my little 2007 Ford Focus hatchback and just into oncoming traffic, something like that. I don't know. Something was very wrong with me, to be honest. Quit that shit, went back to working for my dad, started my YouTube channel, started putting, 12 hours of work into that every single day, non-ironically, and so many hours misspent, wasted on just dumbass editing, and then that eventually started to work out, and here we are now. I have never had to have a real job for an extended period of time. That's not to say
I have never edited, and I never will. I've edited people out and cut videos over content, but I'll never edit myself. That'll never happen. Not in 50 years. No. I'll buy an editor, but I won't edit myself.
I haven't worked my ass off doing the things that I love.
Yep.
I have not taken a moment of this for granted, but the point of me explaining that is that I do understand a little bit what it's like to have a 9 to 5 job. A job where you can't just work harder to make more money. A job where you beyond just overtime, the ceiling is there. It's very clear that there is a ceiling there, and you have reviews. If you're not performing well, then there's another 3, 4, 5, 6 month window to another review where you can raise your ceiling even further, if you can even do that in the job that you have. I understand the bleak nature.
Okay, I'm gonna jump into a Fortnite match here, but first I want to get inside and log this game, and I shut down all the games, I think. Yep. Got a lot of money now, 3 bill, 3.6 bill, and a lot more sitting there waiting. And that's nice because I can just sit there and gamble like whenever I want. You're like,
nature of work. That's the point of bringing all that stuff up. And I bring that up because I hate YouTubers and I hate people who have it really easy. Very jealous guy, very envious guy of people who are very lucky. I've not ever been lucky. That, to be honest, it makes me upset when I think about it. I feel like I'm lucky now, but by God, I wish I would have been lucky a lot earlier. The point is, I get how overwhelming it can be to be a regular, normal person that actually has to have a real fucking job. And when YouTubers talk about it being real work, and it's just like, it's pretty laughable. Come on, it's pretty laughable. I'd rather do this than anything else in the entire world. It's not a trade. It's hard, for sure, it's hard. Not everybody can do it, but by God, shoo. I think I don't have a lot of sympathy points to gain from you guys. It's pretty easy. It's pretty easy. It's definitely really hard, and it's finicky, but I'd rather do this. Now, that being said, it's also not that hard to work some jobs. It comes in waves. There's levels to it. It's not that hard. For example, this woman who went viral a few months ago for being in tears after having to think about working a 9-to-5 job.
I know I'm probably just being so dramatic and annoying, but this is my first job, like my first 9-to-5 job after college, and I'm in person, and I'm commuting in the city, and it takes me fucking forever to get there. There's no way I'm gonna be able to afford living in the city right now, so that's off the table. Like, fucking duh. If I was able to walk to work, and it'd be fine, but I'm not.
The caption of that is Gen Z girl finds out what it's like to have a real job.
Real world, what the real world's like.
Dunk on that fool. Welcome to the real world. It does suck. It's pretty
sucks.
terrible, and we're
sucks.
absolutely not meant to do this. We're not meant to work 9-to-5 in a dingy ass office with people you do not give a singular fuck about. We're kind of meant to, like, be around people we want to be around for extended periods of time and be productive together and work towards goals together. That's like what we're meant to do. So I get that it sucks, but at the same time, suck it up a little bit. You don't gotta cry and make a video about it. That's very Gen Z of you. Maybe think about every single other civilization in the world that isn't you living in a city. I mean, there's a lot worse you could be off.
This jail is also home to women with babies, among trash and vermin, with no special treatment.
So she's sad
No,
because
this is
she
good. I
starts
can
off
lock
having
here.
to get a real life job. It's an in-person job. She's got to travel there. That fucking sucks. It is totally fair to be stressed from a job, by the way. The first time doing anything can be awful. I remember the first time that I went into work.
Yeah, it's
I was
okay
having
to be
a panic
overwhelmed.
attack for
It's
like
fine.
3 hours going into work, and I was like, man, I'm just, this is terrible. I'm going to just drive off a bridge into oncoming traffic or something. And then I got to work because I didn't do that, and I went to go take a piss, and I looked at my penis, and it was so small, it made me laugh. And then I was like, oh, none of this really matters. This is just me doing something I have to do until I can go back and be around people that I love. And then my got a little bit bigger after that, and I felt better. So, a little anecdote for that girl if she wants to help, use that as help or whatever. Talks about having to get on the train at 7:30 a.m. and get home at 6:15 at the earliest.
I get on the train at 7:30 and I don't get home till like 6:15 earliest.
A lot of people have it way worse. My parents, for example, had it way worse. I definitely don't have it worse, but for sure, there are many people who do have it substantially worse, and I have had it substantially worse than this. By the way, there are people who do exactly what she's doing and also have children, and they feed them Wendy's for dinner and shit. That makes a little bit of sense. Then bitches about not having time to work out, talking about how she doesn't have any energy, and honestly, it's fair, and I relate to it. It makes sense.
I don't have time to do anything. I want to shower, eat my dinner, and go to sleep. I don't have time or energy to cook my dinner either. Like, I don't have energy to work out. Like, that's out the window. Like, I'm so upset. Oh my God.
This is America, baby. It's what's gonna happen.
It's what I've been doing all my life.
Maybe change or something. I don't
It
know.
only changed when I wrecked. The day it changed, I was on the moped and I wrecked out. Woke up in jail 5 days later out of a coma. Fucking braceleted. I was like cuffed to the fucking bed, and and that was the day my life ended, and that was the last time I really had to work. Neither homeless or half dead or beaten or in the madhouse since then. And they put me on disability. They were like, yeah, we should have done it when you were like 7 years old. And I was like, well, at least you did it now. They didn't know what I had for a long time. I didn't know what I had for a long time. Nobody did. My mom knew, but most people didn't know. Asperger's. I don't really understand that, but okay. Nope, nope, nope. Wait, I have 3 of these. It's kind of funny. I guess I'll just use. Well, what I'll do is I'll destroy that house. Is what I'll do. Get this tree. Yep. Fun. It's kind of fun, honestly.
Young person, but life sucks. That's like kind of the point. Life does suck, and then you die and you have to pay taxes.
Life sucks and then you die.
know
That's why we
will
get
die,
high,
and
because
that
you never know when you're gonna go. Life sucks and then you die, and that's why I get high, because you never know when you're gonna go.
Maybe not have
Life sucks and then you die. That's why I get high, because you never know when you're gonna go.
Noon or anything like that, but you can absolutely wake
Life
up,
sucks
work
and
out,
then
eat
you
good
die.
food,
That's why I
read
get
a book,
high.
Scroll on TikTok for 30 minutes, go to work, get home 6:15, work out again if you want, meditate, watch some TV, call your parents, call
Why
your
is this
friends,
gold?
organize some time to hang out with your friends. There's enough time to do everything you want, absolutely, in that day. And there are people who have it way worse.
I'm a roof boulder. It's about 4 feet high, and we put 42-inch bolts in the top. Crawl everywhere. Knees ache every night.
Crawl everywhere.
It's worth it for your family.
This girl is only one person. There are tons of people who are incredibly overwhelmed in the workforce right now. Gen Zers. The workforce, by the way, guys, I have to reiterate, it does suck. It absolutely does suck. There's this person talking about having panic attacks at work. Me, when I have a panic attack and cry every day before work, even though I literally like my job.
Are you okay?
What?
Just think.
See, that's pretty sad. I actually feel that one. That's pretty chill. I get that. I didn't cry. I don't cry, really. But the panic attack thing, man. And that little heart thing, not fun. Not a fun thing. There's this person who cries
McLawnmower.
I don't hate my job, but for some reason I cry every time. Is it just like a massive mental health crisis, maybe? That's perpetrated by screens and algorithms designed to suck your attention away from yourself and your physical body and the people around you and into your phones, so you can make a incredibly wealthy, 1% of people even more incredibly wealthy? And am I a part of the problem?
Yes.
Yes.
No.
But also, don't be so cringe about it.
No.
Is that normal, though? Is crying before something difficult, is that normal? Because I don't do that. I don't feel the need to cry before I go do something. I do feel very overwhelmed a lot, like 90% of the time. But, like, I feel like that ain't normal. You know, just suck it up, I guess. Just don't cry or something. What are you, SpongeBob? Also, this person. When I spend all 8 hours at work fantasizing about how productive I'll be when I get home so I can work towards quitting said job just to be so exhausted from work that all I can do is lay down and feel useless until I inevitably repeat the same thing next day.
Awesome.
Hashtag capitalism. It's completely valid. By the way, just because you're in this video, if anyone who I'm making fun of is seeing me make fun of them in this video, I agree with everything that all these people are saying. This shit does suck, man. Also, crying right before work, pretty epic TikTok trend. Quick cry sesh before work. How about you? I don't cry before work. I fart shit out of my asshole. Fart everywhere, shit everywhere. Just to be clear too, no offense to these people, I would never ever admit, even if I did cry before work every day before my job. That would be really funny if I just cried every day and I was a YouTuber. Dude, no YouTuber has ever felt this much pain as these poor people working standard wage jobs. These people on YouTube making videos, they cry about having the best job in the entire world, and then you've got these people who are probably working like Jamba Juice, some shit like that, some real jobs, and they're crying and pushing through and making content about it. And then you've got YouTubers making, I'm overwhelmed and I'm so stressed. I cry before every recording session. No, you don't. Shut up, you fucking bitch. Everyone feels trapped, it seems. Everyone's picked up, everyone's ruined in the head, and whose fault is it? No
Not
one's.
me, I'm
No
good.
one's. But luckily you
Now,
can do something
I
about
wasn't
it
before,
by
but I am
joining
now.
the Gump Club. Go to gump.club, and it's back, guys. That's right. We're doing exclusive, awesome content. Everything that we cut out of this video, going on the Gump Club. Stuff we can't put on YouTube, it's going on the Gump Club. Used to have a reading thing. Now, I can change it to be one thing a month because it's way too fucking much work, genuinely. I work so much, and I don't want to die young because I actually found a person that I love, and I want to maintain myself for as long as possible and not literally die when I'm 30. Gump.club, $5 a month. Buy me a Dr. Pepper. Maybe if you want to help the team or whatever, it helps the team and you get to see cool shit. And also we're going to be doing Q&As and all sorts of really cool stuff. You get merch discounts. It's awesome. Gump.club. Motherfuckers, it's back. Also, I'm making a new Discord, a Gump Discord. Now I will stroke off some blue collar workers for just a minute. You know, people who work in oil fields.
Bro, look, bro, that guy works in the oil fields, bro. He's a fucking god, bro. Look, bro, he's a fucking legend, bro. Look.
¿Qué onda?
Bro, yes, bro. I want you to fucking oil my face, güey. Neta, güey, neta.
Farriers, plumbers.
Supervise a bitch ass over there with no hair.
Construction workers.
We're gonna tie them wires right there. That electricity wire, one of us probably get fucking killed trying to tie it up there. But if we don't die, we're gonna drink this beer and call it a day.
Fuck yeah.
All very important jobs. That shit's hard. Don't see a lot of them crying, but you do see a lot of them hopelessly addicted to nicotine and alcohol.
Yep.
And just being bad people. But anyways, I mean, look at
What do you
this
mean bad
shit. This
people?
looks like a hard job. What even is this? This is like the joke one. This is the one that they post on Twitter. Oh yeah, Gen Z? How about this? Bet you couldn't attach this big clamp to the muddy pipe. I mean, I don't even know what this job is, but it does look really hard.
This guy right here, he's got his hands on tongs, and what tongs are they're like a big pipe wrench, and they bite onto the drill pipe and they make up the connection.
And I don't feel bad for them, by the way. I mean, they're getting paid probably a lot, but I'd be shocked if these guys had more time. It's the revolution, right? Like, you know, you can't expect one person who's been raised a specific way to understand things. People just don't know. It doesn't make them worse or bad or invaluable or of less value. It's just kind of the way that it is. What happens if you ask one of these old country boys who didn't recommend this job to anyone else? They say no.
What?
Would you recommend it to other people?
There are a lot of jobs where you quite literally destroy your body for money. You're converting your physical body into money to just exist in a system. Sucks.
Now, Greg, babe, what is the pay? Not even labor. Not the exact number, but throw out a number, average pay that they do something. That's not too bad.
Hashtag capitalism. Am I right, fellow communists? I'm not a communist. Just kidding. Let's not forget about nurses.
I'm Natalie, and this is me before my 12-hour shift. I'm Natalie, and this is me after my 12-hour shift.
Doctors, line workers. people who work at Amazon, people who clean stuff.
This isn't a sewer. It's the closest thing to it.
Good idea to keep your mouth shut when you're down here.
Retail workers.
Hey, how are you? So, where are you from?
I'm just looking.
Oh, I can help put that stuff back, girl.
Oh no, I'm refrigerating. Oh, I got you, girl.
People who make food for other people.
I don't think you can actually cook.
If you the fucking choice,
If you can't cook a fucking mussel,
you the fucking choice. Hey?
Go on.
Yeah.
Finish it then.
Finish what?
What are you about to say?
Yeah. What am I about to say?
Cook a mussel.
No, I haven't cooked one.
Right. Okay.
Right.
So shall I show you how to cook a mussel?
Oh, at last. Thank you. Yes, please.
There's a lot of jobs that are really fucking hard and people don't bitch and moan and complain about it. That's life. That's what all the people say. I've got to say that I feel a little bit responsible for this problem myself beyond just parents. Especially when, you know, talking about the people who hate working. Because I work a job that is objectively easier than probably 95% of all other jobs. Hey guys, we're a tiny little fish. And you know what that means? It's time to feed and it's time to grow. And it is hard, it is tough. You know, there's a lot to it. I have employees, I manage them, etc. It's just me managing that. There's editors, you have to coordinate a lot of things. We do a lot of good work. Okay. I don't want to slob off content creators. When you are a normal person in the normal world and you see something like what I do, or like what Jack Doherty does, or Aiden Ross, or Cutie Pie, or Pokimane, or whatever, that looks so much better and it looks so much more glamorous and it looks so much more fun. And it is. Unfortunately, it is. And you make a lot of money doing these things.
Call me 2 Chainz. Call me 2 Chainz because I got one on right now. Am I right? Yeah. Call me 3 Chainz because I got one on right now.
Yo, this one's upside down, but look at these chains, they bustin'. Like this one right here matches the bracelet I got on right now.
This is a demoralizing thing that we do in the name of entertainment, allegedly. And that's why so many kids now want to fucking be content creators and entertainers. If you look up to me in any way, please do not be a content creator or any form of entertainer. Be a novelist or something like that. Write books that I will read when I finally learn how. Be a CPA, for God's sake. Ignore all this shit. It's lame, dude. I'm trying my best to not ignore it. I mean, kid, toy reviews, kid, worth $140 million. That's such bullshit, dude. This shit just demoralizes me. You know, there's levels to this thing. It's demoralized. So yeah, I am throwing shade to YouTubers who complain about burnout. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, bro. You don't know what it is. You don't know. You have no idea. You have no idea. Shut the fuck up. Another more subjective facet to this entire thing is the entitlement / coddling of the youth. We've seen a little bit of entitlement. That little girl wanting people to clean her room for her and stuff. But man, people are very spoiled. They're very spoiled. For example, there's this kid who got mad when the Tooth Fairy gave them $2 instead of 3 or 4 or whatever. When they're lucky that they even had a parent gracious enough to lie to them and pretend that the Tooth Fairy's even real.
Kidding me right now? You're mad.
Yes!
Why? You have a tooth fairy monster. A lot of kids don't have that.
I got $2.
So? That's not good enough?
My tooth. More.
Your tooth was worth more than that?
Yes!
Are you...
I the tooth fairy. She's a stupid
I put my teeth under the fucking pillow. I didn't get shit. This kid smashed cups. He was screaming and crying. He wanted a phone. He's dumb.
It's Mama. Mama taught her
Actually, he got
to
an
be this
Oreo,
way.
but he didn't even want it. He slapped it out of her hand. Or this video of a kid getting his phone taken away and him just smashing up the place in anger. That's cringe. Why are you doing that, little bro? What are you doing? Why are you doing that, you bastard? I don't know if this is fucking Bruce. Is this a 12-year-old or Bruce Banner, bro?
A 12-year-old boy did this after mom took away his phone.
How? How? Put him in the trash, dude. Put him in the trash. Like, straight up. There's nothing else you can do. You put him in the trash. He's trash. Put him in the trash. Throw him away. Bag him up. He's a monster. Not a child. He's a monster. Kid destroyed. The kid knocked the fucking fridge over. Has the impossible. Smashed the countertop. Destroyed. I feel like this has got to be fake. Tornado or something. I have no idea. The toilet seat's even smashed. Another thing that really grinds my fucking gears and pisses me off is kids who get way too many gifts and stuff, and they don't really care about gifts anymore. Gift giving to me is like sacred. It's one of my main ways to communicate with people. I love giving people stuff. I love giving people things or making something for someone. It's materialistic, whatever, but I really like it. I enjoy process. I enjoy seeing their reaction, especially if they're autistic like me, and it makes them uncomfortable. I love that shit because I can't get gifts at all. I'm fucking weird. I don't hate it. I don't like getting gifts. I do appreciate it immensely. But seeing kids who get gifts and they're just like, they don't bothers me a lot. Look at these kids. This is crazy, dude. Why do they need that many gifts? There's not even that much. I don't think I bought that much stuff off Amazon in the last year. Why do you need that many fucking gifts? That's crazy. Maybe give some of those to a pregnant mother. Someone who needs more gifts. Either that or Santa is real and he's just really, really, really keen on these folks. You got a 90s Christmas tree versus a Christmas tree now. It's anecdotal, but this is a little brat who's not happy that he got a gift that he has to share with someone else. And then there's kids in the 90s who are like, books. I'd love to see the excitement. That's what I like. I'm going to try to get that out of kids if I ever have kids. I remember one time going down to this one kid's house, mansion, and he was real rich and I was not at all. And I remember it was during Christmas and I saw how many gifts he had. Literally a stack of gifts in the corner of his room. And I was 9 years old. So I asked him, I was like, hey, can I have one of those? Like, can I have a gift? Like one of your gifts or something? Like one of these toys? You have multiple of a couple. And he's like, no, they're mine. And I just remember contemplating just beating him up. Literally. Like, I was like, why? That doesn't make any sense. You have 3 of the same thing. You're not gonna use that. You're not gonna use 3 of them. You could give 1 to me or 2 to me, and then I could give 1 to my sister, who I don't even like. Or I could just give it to one of my friends and we could enjoy it and everyone could have fun. And this kid was so selfish because he got everything. And yeah, that bothered me a lot. That bothered me a lot. Didn't beat him up. Didn't beat him up. Should have though. Little fucker. He's doing fine though, so no worries. Just in case you're worried about it. Just kids throwing tantrums too. Here's a kid standing here making noise for seemingly no viable, logical reason whatsoever. Classic.
I hate this house.
Okay.
Oh wow, I like it. Oh, he's so adorable though. Holy shit. That's funny. Also, bribing kids, I feel like is a gigantic weakness that parents use. I never got bribed. I got blackmailed by my parents.
Come on, let's go. Let's go.
Kids are so stupid. But let them destroy themselves. They will, for children. For this issue, I think the biggest part of it is probably parents, I would say, and also social media for just kind of showing kids videos of other maybe rich kids, seeing that they can get whatever they want. It's hard to be like, oh, that kid's like me, but why does he have so much more than I have? Why don't I have? Like Willy Wonka type. OG Willy Wonka, not this new cringe fucking twink shit. What is going on with the new Willy Wonka? I mean, what the f, dude? Is it good? I don't even know. I saw a musical part and it looked ass. Gene Wilder's one of my favorite actors of all time, and that movie is incredible and a masterpiece. So it's gonna be a tough compare for me. All right.
Yeah. Why do you guys keep trying to make Willy fucking Wonka? Johnny Depp barely pulled it off, and that's Johnny Depp.
I don't know. I don't know how to teach that lesson to kids. I don't know how to make them see rationally or logically. I guess you just have to beat them. No, just kidding. No, just don't do that, man. Don't do that. But also, don't let them take terrible traits to school because they'll be reinforced. I don't really know, man. It's the parents' faults, though. It's got to be. It's got to be. Parents' faults for letting them be exposed to the things that are making them rot. Then again, I don't know. No, I'm not a parent. And now, finally, the biggest talking point, in my opinion, in regard to all of this is the mental health crisis that I mentioned earlier. I shared some anecdotes of things that I dealt with in regard to all this stuff, joining the real world and having a terrible existential crisis when I was 19 years old, reading Walden, disappearing into the woods for weeks, etc., etc., etc. All these things we showed you in today's video are fueled by much deeper seated issues that are rampant in today's youth and millennials, just people, depression, anxiety, all these problems just shot up out of fucking nowhere, and everyone's like, well, suck it up. But you can't. There's deep problems. You can't just suck it up. You can, but then you have to fix it once you suck it up. Once you put the band-aid on it, you also have to undo the problem and suck it up. Fortunately, people are opening up about their mental health struggles as of late, but also, unfortunately, it's become like a thing now. You just get virtue points for just saying you're sad and saying that you're depressed and saying that you have anxiety. Those things are very, very, very meaningful. They're not just labels that you can slap onto yourself. Some people's lives are actual waking hell because they can't escape. There's no romanticizing these things. A lot of the content you see in regard to depression and mental health is completely romanticized. It's like, oh, woe is me. I'm a white person. I love the fray or whatever. You know? And I've done it before, but it just, it's another one of these things that's just a huge distraction that has just come out of nowhere. there's a lot of those people on TikTok. Shifters. People who shift out of their real world into their Harry Potter realm. So they think they're in another reality so they can just distract themselves and detach themselves from the horrors of the modern world. That's epic. I love that, you know? They put their mental energy into these fictional worlds and rely entirely on escapism rather than putting that energy into the real world and bettering themselves or others around them. There's also this thing called core on TikTok where ambient music is played over things that are sad or people depressed and stuff. I don't understand it, dude. I think this is using Robert Downey Jr.
You can obviously see that the item is a piece of shit and I'll never use it again. Specifically because the guy didn't even run. He just stood there, fucking laughed at me, shot me in the face, and it ended. So you can see that the lightning, why did you even bother putting it in the game?
Do we feel core? Do we feel downtrodden?
Answer me! If it was me dying on the sidewalk, you'd walk right over me.
I mean, I guess why. It's good for popping a house, I guess.
There's a lot of meaning to this.
It's good for popping a house that someone's hiding in.
I fear it's lost. It's lost. Because just making this part of your identity immediately becomes massive W. You get celebrated by everyone. I don't know, dude. There's a lot of these clips. I get it. I understand it. It's cool. I like some of them I resonate with. But at the same time, it's like, man, I'm not literally Ryan Gosling. I'm here right now in this real life world that I live in, and things are much better than they've ever been. Everything's fucked up, dude. I don't know what to do about it, and quite frankly, I don't give a singular f. I make videos on the internet, and I'd like to see things get better, but they're not going to. So I'm gonna make them better for myself, and then I might share my findings and let you guys know what's up. Okay. In the meantime, I'm gonna have a child, and I'm gonna give him an Instagram account. I'm gonna name him Iron. His last name's gonna be Phelps. It's my last name, and he's gonna have more followers than me in a few weeks because that's what we do now in the modern world. We give our children social media accounts and iPads. I write and feed them Red 40, so they get that stare that everybody loves. In conclusion, we have set ourselves up for failure. What do you guys think? Do you think I'm old? What do you think? I feel like I'm old and I'm just... Got a lot of stuff. Sorry. Detractor. World-class detractor.
All is ugly, and the whole crowd was like, oh!
You heard it here first.
It seems like the world is tired of comedians. The jesters of today have fallen off, as the children said. We're witnessing a sort of collapse of a bunch of different comedians who are online, whose audiences now are turning against them.
Thank you,
we talked
Impoville.
about one of these fellas a couple weeks ago. His name's Matt Rife. You've probably seen him before.
This is why the new, extremely handsome comedian Matt Rife is uncancelable. Is Matt Rife's career over? Or has Matt Rife's career just began? He's so handsome.
A lot of people love Matt Rife. I have a very particular style of comedian that I like a lot, and most of them are gay.
There's two reasons guys will hang themselves from the neck. One is, like we said, to escape this worthless masquerade of a life we pretend we have. And the second reason we hang ourselves from the neck is to whack off. These guys, I don't understand.
And some of y'all wasn't too keen on me talking a bit of shit. So today I'm gonna be talking a bit more shit. But I need you to know that I don't dislike anyone that's in this video. Not that it f***ing matters. Not that you should care. But I just figured I'd tell you. It's a collapse, all right? It's like that ocean thing, that little ship. Remember that little ship that went down the ocean and then it collapsed? It's like that, but with comedians. Their entire career is off a single joke.
She's bringing a family. I bet she talks about like shopping, and then they get here, and I'm like, my pussy.
Or take their shirts off, or just shouldn't be comedians at all. Well, we'll see. We'll see. We that, I'm sure. What's up, f***ers? Can I say that? Welcome to a video that is sponsored by Sour.gg, my candy company. Today, I'm proposing a limited edition drop. The dog drop. We got Frankie Fruit. It's blueberry. We got TV Snack. It's blood orange. We got Kev's Candy. It's a mixture of raspberry and watermelon. It's not for dogs, if you even needed to know that. They can eat it, though. It's flour and sugar. We're very limited. on supply and mental capacity, so please purchase as soon as possible. Sour Dice. We're going to be doing a drop from now on every week, so everyone should have a chance to actually get in, and there's less than a week left on our gold ticket competition, so if you want a custom bag of candy with your idea and design, collaborated with me and Christina, come in, then you have a week to do that. All right, sign up to the email list, and yeah, thank you to my own company for sponsoring this video. And on top of that, we'll be delving into some of these epic comedians who can dish it out but cannot take it. So when they make a joke at someone's expense,
what the
it's
fuck?
funny, and then when it comes back tenfold, it's not funny. It's an adage as old as time itself. It's a certain je ne sais quoi. Anyways, let's see why the internet has turned on some of these folks and see whether or not it's deserved. Bert Kreischer. Bert Kreischer is a comedian that has a terrible relationship with clothes. He takes his shirt off all the time, and he's never wearing a shirt, and he loves telling the same story. It's called The Machine Story, and I don't know if it's true or not. It's entertaining. It's you know, gotten less entertaining over the last decade, I'd say, of just hearing the same thing and seeing the same stuff.
All I knew how to say in their language was, I'm the machine!
The man is incredibly popular. One of the most popular comedians literally of all time. He sells out fucking arenas. It is very impressive, and it's impossible not to respect. Like I said, his comedy has gained notoriety for his outrageous stories, his shirtlessness, and his prolific drinking. He loves drinking prolifically.
What? You love to booze, don't you? You love to drink.
I do. Dude, let me tell you something. I will never quit drinking. I will never quit drinking. I will always make sure that I can keep my body healthy enough so that I can always drink.
Alcohol is good, but it's liquid. I guess you could freeze it. Oh wait, you can't. And I bet he's tried too. You can freeze alcohol, but it's got to be really cold, right? Shit, I don't know. Shit, man, you can freeze liquid nitrogen. You can freeze CO2. How the f do they do that shit? Bert has been at it for a very long time, since the late 90s. He first hit headlines back in 97 when he was in college for being a top partier at the #1 party school in the country. Now, coming from me, I don't think that's a very awesome thing. I was homeschooled, and I don't think I've ever been to a party at all.
Wow.
I'm one of the lamest human beings to have ever existed in history. Bert, on the other hand, is the life of the party. He would skip class because he wasn't there for education at the #1 party school in the country. He was there for the parties, guys! That big break article about Bert Kreischer was also the inspiration for the film National Lampoon's Van Wilder, which I think had Brian
His popularity is unrivaled.
So in essence, Ryan Reynolds was cast as Bert Kreischer.
In 1997, Rolling Stone magazine wrote an article about me calling me the #1 party in the little country. That got optioned into a movie. Everyone takes their scripts, takes it other places. One of them takes it to National Lampoon. And they change my name, keep my friend's name in it, and then that becomes the movie Van Wilder.
Also, how about the fact that Ryan Reynolds has been in, like, no good movies, aside from that one Deadpool?
This is confusing. Is it sexist to hit you? Is it more sexist to not hit you?
Has he been in any good movies? I gotta look that shit up now. I can't think of any. He's good in movies, like he's a cool dude. Mississippi Grind, Adventureland, Buried, Deadpool, Deadpool 2, The Croods, A New Age, The Voices. I got voices in my head. Sometimes I talk back and then I feel extremely alone. Who do you guys think would play me in a future movie? Who do you guys think would play me if it was really about me? Probably Kurt Russell. Insane article in 97, but what would ultimately net him copious amounts of attention would be him telling the story of the time in 1995.
I went to school. I was not a very good student. I was there like 7 years. I was there in most of the 90s.
A time before the article was even written about. A time when he went to Russia on a school trip. I assume college. I don't know.
So I took Russian 1, 2, 3, and 4. Never learned a word. Think about what I'm saying. I took 2 years of language. Took 4 semesters.
of my college career, four semesters. Russian 4 was taught in Russian. Do you have any idea what it's like to go to a class and sit there like an immigrant at the DMV all day? Like,
A time when he befriended Russian gangsters by drinking heavily with them.
you gotta realize though, the reason they loved me is I went shot for shot with them that night, all night long, until like 4 in the morning. But all I knew how to say in their language was, I'm the machine! And I cats.
And then calling himself the Machine.
I'm the machine!
And then saying that over and over and over.
I'm the machine! I'm the machine! I'm the machine! A machine. No one talks to the machine like that.
And then he helped the Russian mafia rob his classmates.
What matters to me is that I don't cheat on my wife because I've already had that conversation. Here's the problem. I never had that conversation about robbing trains. So when presented the opportunity, I thought I'd be like, not me. I'm gonna go back and work on my verbs. But apparently when presented the opportunity, I'm the guy that's like, yeah, let's start with my class.
The Machine. The Machine. Bert Kreischer even made a movie about the Machine story, and it was f***ing terrible, by the way.
7 years ago, one incredible story blew up the internet.
When I was 22, I got involved with the Russian mafia. I was a frat boy on a class trip.
This is Igor. He's here for your protection. He is very dangerous. You are not to talk to or hang out with him.
All I want to do is hang out with you.
I did not speak Russian.
Yeah, I'm a sheep.
Absolutely horrible. $20 million budget, only made $10 million box office. I assume he'll get his money back, but it's an ass. Critics loved it. You may wonder if Kreischer is such a popular stand-up comedian, why he hasn't done
I can't tell if it blew up on its own or if someone shot me.
The comic's pre-existing fans should find plenty to love, but anyone who goes in hoping for any kind of literary substance would be better off just reading the nutrition facts on their Junior Mints box. Yoch! Absolute dog water. Trust a high crowd score once again as someone who's consumed the Jerry Clicks content amongst other comedians in and out film for years. Yeah, I think that sounds terrible. That sounds absolutely horrible. Comedians aren't that good at making movies, it seems like. They like Jordan Peele. And even then, that one note was an ass. I hated that movie so much.
Welcome to the Star Lasso experience. Only at Jupiter's Claim. Please remember to avoid using your cell phones or any
Bear with us now. Trained animals can be unpredictable.
But Get Out was solid.
How long has this been going on, this thing? We hired Georgina and Walter to help care for my parents. When they died, I couldn't bear to let them go.
And that one where people are standing around looking at each other and like being replaced, that one was alright too. I did like the monkey scene in Nope, by the way. The Machine also had some star power as well. Mark Hamill on Star Wars. He was in the movie.
Everybody's gotta die sometime. That's your advice?
It tried to expand on the mythos of the Machine, but it fell flat. You know, it's the same old. It'd basically be like if I tried to make a movie, I think. Reiterated the Machine story for the 15 millionth time.
I'm the machine!
Bert prides himself in his ability to drink. His comedy. He seems to be a big narcissist, which is, you know, common with a lot of famous people, and that's just me sort of armchair psychoanalyzing him like a lot of people do, which means nothing. All this comes together into a massive $20 million budget. Since then, not specifically since the movie, but of late, the internet seems to be turning on Bert Kreischer a bit. The overall response to his projects has gone from positive to negative. People cannot stand Bert Kreischer, specifically in the podcast Two Bears, One Cave, a project that he shares with Tom Segura, another comedian in the Rogan clique. By the way, I have to make it very clear, I've been watching Joe Rogan since 2011. I've watched basically every single episode up until the point of him going to Spotify, and then occasional episodes since then. He surrounds himself with a lot of really interesting people. I love the podcasts about hunting and shit like that. Other than that, the comedian podcast, not a huge fan of. I love Mark Norman.
Are you married? No. Same virgin? Yeah, man, I bet you'd be great in bed. You're ripped. Got the best hairline in podcasting.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't tried yet, so we'll have to see.
All right, well, let me know. Pretty big hog on you? Yeah, I can see you packing a crazy tool downtown.
I love Theo Vaughn.
We had this pedophile dude in our town, right? Big Richard. You don't say. He used to bait us all with autographed Shaquille O'Neal stuff.
I'm a fan of Bernd Kreisler. I'm also a fan of Thomas Segura.
Every hotel check-in begins usually the same. It's standard. Hotels, the people at the desk, they go, last name? And this just happened to me. Last name? And I go, Segura. And the guy goes, whoa, are you Japanese?
And his wife, Christina Pazitsky.
I don't know why people marry people they hate. You can choose who you marry. This isn't India. Just... I love my husband. I laugh at his jokes. I think he's fantastic. And then all day, every day, I want to punch him in his dumb face.
But overall, I've kind of lost my original flame that cast out towards these people because of the stuff that's been going on with them and their like responses to, I don't know, it's such a strange thing. I'm sure they're all great people in real life. I have no fucking idea. Oh yeah, and Shane Gillis, by the way. I like Shane. Shane Gillis is really awesome.
Me and my dad are straight as hell, dude. We fucking hate the environment. That's how straight we are.
If you go to the comment section on the newest episodes, for one, a lot of the newer episodes don't even have them both together in them. It's most of the time just one guy interviewing some other random guy.
Great news, Bert is getting a transplant and a transfusion. Both.
Really?
Yeah, blood and bone marrow. As they said, it helps like with, he's got diabetes, he had renal failure.
Yes.
You know, he's got some flu in the brain, but all that stuff is going to be hopefully. Shout out to the Mayo Clinic in Rochester.
They flew him out there.
Sitting, yeah. So they have the best. He's like, I want the best.
Yeah.
I want the best.
I love that.
Sitting in for him across the great Stavros, everybody. Sexy
Hello,
Stavros
how we
is
doing?
here.
And sometimes there's both of them in there, but whenever they're both in there, people are a little bit upset. The comments often commend Tom for not including Bert at all. He's quickly becoming known as one of the most overrated comedians of all time, along with being one of the most successful comedians of all time. So it's like, really, is it that big of a fucking deal? I have no idea. Bert not being in 69 minutes was much needed move. Thank you, Tim. Bert not being in the 69-minute show is probably the best promo possible. Every time Bert isn't on Two Bears One Cave, the world becomes a little bit better of a place. Yes, love it when Bert's not there. A break from his delusions is welcome. Wow, an actual conversation where Thomas gets to talk and be involved is very refreshing. Bert does love to talk about himself. Like, he really does. In another recent episode of Two Bears One Cave where Blurt is actually there, he talks about people in recovery calling him an alcoholic, specifically Bobby Lee, another sometimes hated, sometimes loved comedian.
It's like I've had two people.
Wow!
And then I'm like, I'm not drinking right now. And they're like, you're an alcoholic. You need to be in AA.
Recently?
Fucking crazy, stupid piece of shit crackhead! Fucking chill the fuck out, shithead!
Two are. One is Bobby Lee.
What'd you say?
And you're bad.
There's no way to quantify to someone with real alcoholism and drug addiction. Like Bobby's like, I think Bobby would admit this.
Yeah, he's an addict.
He's an addict. He's an addict with like, all of them are sex addicts.
A lot of people talk about Bert Kreisler's drinking problem, even his friend Joseph Rogan.
Gotta get Bert on the sober train. We can't miss this one. He needs to get sober.
I'm down.
Because I want to see. I mean, he's so much more of a drunk than he's ever been before. Right? Wouldn't you agree?
He's out of control.
He's out of control.
He's literally an alcoholic. There's one time where I remember watching him talk about how he drinks a box of wine a day.
Bert drinks boxes of wine in an evening.
What?
Someone try to explain to me how many bottles of wine that is? How many 750 milliliter bottles are there in 5-liter box of wine? It's 6 2/3. And if it's a 3-liter box of wine, it's 4 bottles. I bet he's drinking the 6 2/3 in a night.
And also he has like severe untreated high blood pressure, which is fucking crazy. He's also lost weight like 7 or 8 times and then gained it all back. Recently though, he's looked fucking good. He's taken a break from drinking and started posting on Facebook and Instagram about how he'd been off alcohol for 83 days. And he's lost 40 pounds. That's great. Looks insane. Awesome. But he's ending that streak because he's going on his fully loaded tour where he is literally compelled by contractual obligation to be an alcoholic. He even admitted on Two Bears One Cave that he only kept in shape to keep drinking, which is just, I mean, it's just kind of sad, to be honest, but it makes sense. I mean, he's doing his thing.
It's like a shark attack victim going, you know there's sharks out there, and you're like, no, I know you're missing your arm.
Yeah.
But I've been in the ocean, and I've been okay a couple times.
I'm gonna go back in.
I'm gonna keep going back in.
Yeah.
Like, I enjoy the ocean. I'm not gonna stop surfing.
Yeah.
Like, that's the only reason I got in shape is so I could keep drinking.
Yeah.
It's the only reason I got in shape.
Yeah, seriously?
The only reason I got in shape.
Was to keep drinking?
So that I could keep drinking.
Yeah, I kind of
Also, in
feel
the
like
clip, he
that
just cuts
too.
off Timothy, and the comments, they hate Bert. They really do hate Bert.
I might be a delusional narcissist.
There you go.
I could be. Soft narcissist is what my wife calls me.
Soft?
Please don't do that.
Is that a-
Please don't do that. This guy's pushing me. Please don't do that.
Podcast audience hate Bert. The intelligent audience seems to hate Bertram. I really love how Bert allows Tom to listen. Bert, how was Japan? It was great. Can I tell you my story about Mexico? Probably Bert actually letting Tom talk about Japan.
What?
That's one thing that Bert really That's the.
I thought he was upstairs.
About Bertram is just he.
Oh, there's two of them. I didn't know there was two of them.
Trying to tell his own stories about stuff and just like interrupting people, especially when there's multiple comedians on Joe Rogan's podcast. It's like he can't let there be any sort of airtime, let alone 5 minutes of time in which something that doesn't involve him is being talked about. It's frustrating.
You have imposter syndrome.
Of course.
There's
If you
two
don't,
of them.
I'm curious why.
I didn't say I don't.
Okay, yeah, of course I have it. Of
Why
course
is
I
it
have
so
it.
aggressive?
No,
Very
because
Wasn't my answer was fairly calm.
No, but
right?
I don't have
imposter
imposter
syndrome is kind
syndrome.
of-
Find out what he was
I just
feeling.
know that
Imposter syndrome
nobody.
has been-
The Japan
Nobody
point's
ever gave
wild.
me any
In this
social
episode,
credit
you can
ever.
actually tell how much Bert wants to talk about himself. So the people are onto something here, it seems like. In the episode, when they wrap up talking about Japan, Bert asks if he can tell his story now, which is awesome.
Japan was fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Japan's an awesome place.
It's awesome. It's really great.
Go to Mexico. Can I tell my story now?
Yeah.
Are you done?
He then immediately follows that request to comment up by saying how insufferable it is when podcast hosts interrupt each other. Not a lot of self-awareness from Bert Trumpler.
Listen to a podcast where dudes interrupt the guys the entire time, and it drove me fucking nuts.
No shit.
And I was like, God damn it, is this what Two Bears sounds like? So
He's basically Boss Baby. He's basically a gigantic child. He seems like a guy that means well. Some of his comedy is pretty funny that I like a lot, but most of it is geared towards alcoholism.
He's like, try finding 10 people that are gonna give me an intervention. I'm fun as fuck to party with.
And a lot of partying, which I cannot relate to in any way. That being said, I still do enjoy listening to him talk sometimes.
Remember the Wu-Tang guy that got no. There's a guy in Wu-Tang. Wu-Tang's like pretty broad. It's like the ARP.
Oh, you don't mean one of the main 9
No, one of the
affiliates? Yeah.
Christ Bearer. Wu-Tang Clan affiliate rapper who cut off his own business in a drug-fueled mental breakdown. Because he said it was causing him a lot of problems.
I just hope he doesn't die. Nothing is funnier than Bert needing praise for asking someone a question about themselves. People hate Bert, even on his own podcast. So a little bit more on Bert's alleged drinking problems that he flaunts online. One time, Bert was talking about drinking with Roman Schwab, specifically a time in which they were about to start Sober October. Joe Rogan was there. It was an epic podcast. And this is Joe Rogan's reaction when Bert told him he had 9 drinks a night. Not only 9, but 18, because each one was a double. That can't be good.
I have like 9 drinks a night. And you know Joe is those people like, I'm Karen eyes. Buddy, you should, wait, hold on. You almost see him bite you out your eyes. Yes, Tom. Segura starts laughing and he goes, they're doubles. Joe goes, what?
So that's 18.
He goes, 18 drinks a night. 18 drinks a night. He has 18 drinks a night. And you watch Joe just. So then Joe said, we should go sober. We should do Sober October.
That's
and
why he
says,
did it.
And then, yeah, of course. And
To
then
help you.
And then he said, he goes, hey man, you may need help to get off this.
On the same podcast, Bert was talking about at one point he promoted Tito's vodka so much and drank it so much and talked about it so much that he was upset that they never engaged with him back.
There's a part of me that sounds really cunty. But there's a part of me that I promoted to Tito so much, and I never got any love back. Like meaning, like,
I was just gonna say, how do you not have a deal?
That's probably because he's gonna die from alcoholism, and they don't really want to be involved with that, because that'd be a bad look. That'd be like me promoting Sour Boys, my candy company, and then like dying from untreated diabetes or something like that. It's all about moderation and respect for yourself. Another little funny example, he cannot help but interrupt people in this podcast as well, which is even a little while ago.
Wait, let me ask you this.
I mean,
But do you care about like?
I'm not a
the
whiskey guy though.
taste?
I like your whiskey. I'm not a whiskey guy. It's like if you're gonna make an alcohol, what are you gonna make? I don't know. I mean, like the truth is, I enjoy whiskey, but like
The money's in tequila.
Then you can notice in that same pod, Brennan talks about him having his own alcohol, brought up vodka, Bert gave him a wink, and lo and behold.
How do you not have a whiskey or a tequila?
I don't know.
Wait, so do you?
Vodka, 2 bears, 1 cave vodka. Our big announcement. I thought they were getting married. White Sox or something like that. I have no f***ing idea.
Bertrand and I are launching our very own vodka.
Yeah.
Or Osos it is.
Bears.
I was excited though, but it was just alcohol. 2 bears, 1 cave. Put out a big announcement. 4 Osos. Alcohol. Vodka.
Now today, although the majority of vodka drinkers prefer absolutely no taste, we are confident that triple Herkimer Diamond filtered Newfoundland Deep Aquifer Pure Spirit vodka.
Texas made vodka. Wow.
Let me through. Let me through.
That's very cool, man. Also, they got some next level merch, which is just shirts for the vodka. The announcement was terribly received, by the way, with an almost 3-to-1 ratio of dislikes to likes. 2 bears, 1 infomercial. The more I watched this episode, the less I went to buy their vodka. And I'm a fan. Podcast Cringe summed this up perfectly. Save yourself an hour and just watch that. Pitching the pours on your new vodka for an hour is an interesting move. Can't wait to see how it goes. That's another thing. Tom refers to normal people as poors and has this whole big beef with United Airlines or Delta. I can't remember which one.
Oh, but I'm struggling with rent this month. Figure it the f out, okay? Like, don't make my life be a problem for your life.
I might make a video on it's a whole rabbit hole. He's trying to better his relationship with the public, I think, but for a while, the whole doubling down thing didn't do. You shouldn't just call people poor because you're really successful and then pretend you're joking and then not, and it's not funny at a certain point. I don't know. We might get into that though. If there's 5,000 dislikes, is that a good idea? Maybe that's a good idea. Ask for dislikes. It's kind of counterintuitive.
I agree. I think the washcloth is a poor person thing. Because
I've only met poors who use them. I've never met.
Wait, but is it also European? Because I have European friends that do it as well.
Maybe they're poor. I don't know.
I don't know.
This comment puts it absolutely perfectly and echoes my feelings because I, am a very long-term fan of all of these people. Every single one of them. I have followed all of them, including Tim Dillon, dude. Even Tim Dillon, but not Andrew Schultz. He's too much like a YouTuber, like me. Remember when this pod was about 2 friends laughing at each other and stories that Bert never let Tom finish? Between the ad reads and the ads, there isn't much left besides the ads and the ad reads. It's a huge infomercial, it really is. It turns into money. They don't want to do it. It's a candle, it only burns for so long, guys. They have to maximize it. Now, I'm doing that as well. Go to sour.gg and sign up with your email because there's probably no email in stock. Fucking hours. So give us your email. And we have a couple really interesting flavors coming very soon. And we make it ourselves. We don't pour Osos and we don't co-manufacture. Literally, we make it. I could go right now and shit in the extruder and there could be shit in the candy if I wanted to. I'm not gonna do that, obviously, but I could if I wanted to. Another way to highlight this issue with Burnt is the fact that the 2 Bears 1 Cave episodes that do not have Bert in them are received very, very, very well. For example, an episode with Tom and Stavros Halkias. I don't like saying his name.
Do you spray tan?
No, brother. This is all this is Mediterranean skin right here.
That's
yeah.
A little bit of a teaser. Comments love that Bert's not there. Always relieved when there's a guest and no Bert involved. This is the real 2 bears. They do look like bears. Another example is with Colin Quinn, a fellow comedian, and asshole friend of Adam Sandler. He always plays assholes in Adam Sandler movies.
Somebody fill up that jug with some force water for the Hollywood kid.
I've got to say, guys, one of my favorite.
What? Ah, damn it, they're always like in some advantage. It's so stupid. They're always above me or I'm always pushing uphill. It's so stupid.
was kind of weird. I had a cab driver acting peculiar.
What are we doing?
There's a song about a goat that's 7 minutes.
You just don't have to move while people shoot at you, I guess? Like,
I
what?
can recite the whole thing, and I haven't heard it in years. That's the kind of comedy that I like. That and Shane Gillis.
The point I'm trying to make is if you want to get rights in America, you just got to put together a good football team. You know what I mean?
And Norm Macdonald.
Imagine if you woke up and you realized you were wrong about everything. You just woke up and you go, God damn, I've been wrong about every single thing I've ever believed.
Yeah, all the time.
Half the money from the show, thousands of dollars. I said, I'm going to give this to charity. You know what I did? I bought $25,000 worth of bubble gum and drove around Detroit and handed it out to the homeless so they could chew it and still be hungry.
And Damon Wayans, my favorite comedian. I love Damon Wayans so much, dude.
Somebody else got mad at MC Hammer. I think we just been being playful, man. What Hammer getting mad for?
Comments are funny too. It's like Tom is going over resumes to hire a new co-host. That's hilarious. And you compare this ratio of likes and dislikes when Tom's not on and it's just Bert with a guest. Sorry. And it's still good, but it's not as good. They had this fella Jake Johnson on, and Jake told Bert that he lied with sincerity, which is a really epic way to say someo's a pathological liar.
Pickleball's killed more people than any sport in the world.
Pickleball.
You're making stuff up. You just lie with sincerity.
No, but I know two people that
Tom
died
told
after
you. Tom
pickleball.
told you.
Matthew Perry and then this guy was snowboarding with.
I've been a fan of Jake, but watching him deal with Bert, call out Bert's wild false facts is fantastic. Bert then does, in this episode, call himself out for interrupting Jake 50 times, which is good. Maybe that's progress. I'm not sure.
7-footer. He doesn't have the range for competition. He's just a weirdo. We auditioned a bunch of people. Interrupt.
You know that the majority of 7-footers, because they've been famous since they were like in 5th grade, they've been famous. They're the tallest guy, and everyone goes up to them. It causes a lot of social anxiety with them.
Bert says he's trying hard not to interrupt, but then he just keeps flapping his gums after saying it. Dude can't help but flap. He can't help but fucking flap, bro. He's got flappers, big old flappers. Whether you love him or hate him, or you're somewhere in between like most people should be, it's clear that there's an audience of people that is turning against him, slowly and quickly, depending on the episode. It's for his laugh.
I've watched it 10 times. It's never not funny.
The just incessant drinking, the embellished stories and lies.
I got offered the role of a Jedi. I turned it down.
Oh.
That's so
Wait, is that a real story?
You're lying! Look, what are you putting this guy for?
Yeah, he was there.
What? You were a Jedi?
I didn't take it. I didn't take the meeting. I didn't take the audition. I didn't take any of it.
Whoa, why would you do that? That's
The constant interruptions that even King Joe has snapped at him for.
There's no benefit for Garth to go on the podcast.
Incorrect. First of all, they're very nice people. Both Tom and Christina are very nice people, and they'll be very. Shut up. Come for a second.
Or just his general narcissism. There's plenty of reasons, guys.
I just want people like when they're having a good time. Man, I wish Bert was here. They're like, we made this song. That's it. I don't need to cure anything or like fix anything. I just want people to be like, God, man, that would be great if Bert was here.
There's an expiration date on everything, including human life. I wonder if the expiration date on Bert's relationship with his fans draws near. I'm going to pull out my and swing it around. Next, we have Brent. He used to be a UFC fighter for a while.
I just go out there and do what I do.
Doesn't have the best record, to be honest. Now, he's a funny guy. Super funny. He went from fighting to UFC, success. Cut him off.
He's got his hands clasped together. He's got him down. Nicely done by Brendan Shaw.
Being a comedian.
One of the many things I love about the Mexican is every week you have something to celebrate. As a white person, my dad's birthday.
Having moderate success hosting podcasts and performing stand-up comedy. It's an interesting story. I used to kind of like Brandon Schwab when he first started, I was like, oh, this is cool. This dude's, 2014. Fighter and the Kids, him and the smaller Joe Rogan guy. And then they're like talking and stuff like, oh, this guy's a UFC fighter. That's pretty cool. I get to watch him fight. I love the UFC. That's awesome. I'm gonna root for him. And then it's like, oh, he doesn't want to do it anymore. He's actually not that good at the UFC, according to Joe Rogan.
I worry about your commitment to fighting, and I worry about where you stand. Not your commitment to training. Not your commitment to training, not your commitment to giving your all. I think you have one foot out the door. I think you're looking. Do you disagree? I think you're looking at where the future is going to take you, and that you can't do this forever. And I think that's a very dangerous place to be in fighting. Think about the future. You also think about brain damage. You think about concussions. You think about how many you've already had, how many you got coming up, how much damage you're taking in training. When does damage start to show up in your life? Like when does it show up? And how much can you mitigate? And how far is it when you're too far? There's shit that other people can do that you can't do.
I was rooting for him when I saw that he was gonna turn to comedy. I was like, man, that's pretty cool. This guy's funny for sure.
My demo, 18 to 36 bros. That's what I specialize in. It's a real cockfest usually at these things. I don't mind it though. I'm the bro whisperer. That's what they call me.
He's a funny guy. He can talk and he's interesting and he's handsome.
What? I got the drop on him at 13 health. He had a green one. It was better. Oh.
Temple Daddy.
He went to comedy after a failed MMA
13
career.
health. I got the drop on him and lost somehow. I got to remember to push into him. Push into him. I keep backing away. I need to push in. I need to go like running at him. Like push at him. Push in. Push in. Push in. I'm getting on his side or left. I need to push in at them. More damage faster at them. Damn it. It was a really bitter close fight. He fucking chased me for a while. He's got fucking $500 worth of fucking skins.
And specifically, if you suck, but you have friends that are really powerful, it can
I
give
won
you
this one.
stuff and
Oh, yeah.
exposure, and you don't deserve it, and people deem you not worthy, then you get really bad. People hate this guy. Hey, but at least he doesn't have one of the worst received comedy specials of all time. Right?
This whole vaccination stuff, I'm not anti-vax, man. I'm vaccinated, but it's all in their market. They put this whole thing up in their market. That Operation Warp Speed, when they launched that, they're trying to get everybody to get vaccinated. They're like, yeah, go to Krispy Kreme, buy a dozen donuts, get vaccinated. Like, that makes sense. Fat people are like, hell yeah. Yes.
Oh, maybe he does. That's embarrassing, dude. They're just homeless cats, dude. Don't worry about them, B.
I can't go through another lockdown. Straight up, the shop household barely made it through.
Won this one too.
Our way out of that last one. We did not do well with it. Also, Dallas, my lockdown.
Won both of them. Made some money.
I got a 5-year-old, 2-year-old. Here's what I'm talking about. I would rather do anything else than be locked down with those fucking demons 24/7.
Here's some comments from the Gringo Poppy, one of the greatest stand-up specials of all time, with a 268,000 dislike to 42,000 like ratio. As an Irishman, I personally found this more depressing than the famine. Brendan Schaub is to comedy what Brendan Schaub is to MMA. I made my kid watch this when he was grounded as punishment for getting 2 Fs. He's now a straight-A student and president of the student council. True story. His best joke is having us believe that there's more than 7 audience members and that there isn't a laugh track in the background. This isn't a comedy special, it's special comedy. On IMDb, which is a pretty relaxed review website in all honesty compared to the other review websites of things like art, which comedy is supposed to be, there is not a review above 1 out of 10. And that is f***ing terrible, B. It is genuinely embarrassing. It's not even filtered from low to high. Those are the featured reviews. What the f? And this has to be a massive bummer because the poor guy, Brendan Schaub, left the UFC out of shame, I guess, out of just being absolutely lambasted by Joe Rogan live in front of a couple million people. And now he's in comedy and his comedy has been received even more poorly than his UFC career, which is just sad, man. It's just sad, man. There's multiple infamous moments like a decade ago in which Joe Rogan is talking about his failures in the UFC and how he's just gonna get severe brain damage and CTE and not have a life, and he's got a kid and stuff, and he should take care of himself a little bit better.
Well, he was hitting you, you know, but
100%.
you were flattened out. A lot of things were bad about that fight. You were lunging with like your punches instead of getting there with your footwork and then launching things from the proper distance. You were like really reaching and loading up. You looked very stiff. You didn't look fluid. You know, you just didn't look good. It didn't look like you were well prepared.
And then there's the legendary one where he just talks about him being able to compete with top level fighters. Oh!
You know, if I'm a guy who's a talent scout and I'm looking at potential world beaters, and I'm looking at guys who can fight at the elite level or guys who can fight for a world title, based on those performances, I would not say that you're there.
Then he retired from the UFC, and the reason that he gave was he doesn't want to be in a Reebok kit. That was during the massive Reebok kit deal. I don't know if you guys like UFC. Fucking love the UFC. Reebok kit shit, dumb as hell. Didn't make any sense.
The early days of MMA apparel was a wild west. Rules were not enforced regarding with most choosing to don traditional attire associated with discipline. In December 2014, the UFC announced a deal with sportswear firm Reebok to become the exclusive supplier of UFC merchandise, with the company introducing their new fight kits the following year. As part of the deal, UFC bosses terminated all fighter-arranged sponsorships, instead imposing a new funding model based on merch sales and a stipend based on their number of UFC fights.
But let's be real, Brendan Schaub didn't step away because of that. It's been a while since he retired from the UFC, and now Brandon is a big-time comic, and even 4 years ago, him and his best friend Joseph were laughing it up about the old memories of them having an extremely awkward intervention with one another. You'd be surprised the moment Joe Rogan called him hilarious on podcasts, which I just don't. Schaub, I'm a great fighter. Joe, you're a terrible fighter. Schaub, one of the worst for sure. Oh. Ian was cool though, which, you know, I probably would have cried, to be honest. I would have cried if I just got shit on by Joe Rogan like that live for all those people.
I don't give a shit about Joe Rogan or what he
Brendan,
thinks.
I wish you'd have done that off air, Joe. I felt like there was no other way. Brendan, 100%. Schwab, I hope I never catch AIDS. Joe, I think it'd be cool to have AIDS. Schwab, definitely. I can't wait to catch it. Brendan, I'll keep fighting because I love the sport. Joe, I don't think you should fight anymore. Brendan, oh, you're so right, Joe. I'll stop now. I hate MMA. He's not really like a yes man, as these comments would lead you to believe, but he absolutely listens to everything that Joe Rogan says and just does with whatever Joe Rogan says, and that's like that's the meme. It's been a meme for a very long time. He just will say something, and then Joe Rogan will immediately contradict him because he's a profound thinker, and then Brendan will then adopt that as his worldview. Joe and Brandon are obviously very close, and who am I to talk shit about two friends doing what's right for one another? Joe obviously felt the need to call him out and cared enough to step in with arms wide open, was open and honest and mean, literally just fucking cruel to him about his fighting ability, and it led him down a healthier path, I guess. Maybe not though, because all the incessant bullying. Being said, with Joe encouraging Brandon to do comedy, how come he has never been invited to the Comedy Megaship, the best comedy venue of all time, with the who's who cast of comedians on a consistent and regular basis?
That green room's great at the mothership, Joe.
It's fun,
The whole
right?
club is gorgeous.
You just took everything that was great at the Comedy Store and they're like, I'm gonna move here.
Yeah, make it a little better.
Why then, why has Joe not invited him? Brendan has reportedly never performed there. I've never seen him talk about performing there. I've literally heard him talking about not being able to perform there because he's not good enough. And here's the clip for that.
You'll see in my comments, or maybe in yours on Red, like, oh, why aren't you playing the mothership, Brendan? I don't deserve to be there. And me and Rogan had this conversation. His special was insane. So I see that stuff. I see Tim Dillon. I see Mark Norman. Those are
Louis J. Gomez, Dave Smith, all these guys.
100%. 100%.
And that's the reason, because he's not good enough to perform there. So he has some level of self-awareness, which is good. And I don't know how good you have to be. I don't really understand people who want to do stand-up comedy. I don't like standing up or just like people and stuff. I really don't like any of that stuff. I'd rather just stay inside, lay down in a small ball over there. Near my Mark 13. It's strange, but not that strange, because Joe did say he was hilarious on podcasts. He didn't really say anything about his comedy. Man, the Gringo Poppy is just absolutely legendary. Casey giggling at himself. What the? So weird.
Again, I got my UGG boots on. I got my AR-15. I got my 0 to 30 vision on, right? Sorry. I gotta stick with it, right? So I'm here.
That's really good. That's so good, dude. Why exactly is he even doing comedy if it sucks and nobody loves it? The support must be there. Maybe his podcasts are doing extremely well. No, they're not. They're actually not. Fighter and the Kids on nearly episode 1000.
This is really the Fighter and the Kids.
It's kind of fallen off. Brendan Schwab, not that good. Him and Brian Callen both been mega canceled before. There's not that healthy community. It really makes no sense. And the Fighter and the Kids subreddit genuinely is dedicated and has been dedicated from the very inception of it to just making fun, specifically of Brian and Brendan. Really Brendan Schwab. Genuinely. They make fun of the speaks.
When are they going to remake Fear Factor?
They did,
Oh.
with Ludacris. And he
What?
beat me out to be the host. You know, I was second in the line for it, and it's hired Ludacris.
You're kidding me.
Yeah.
They make fun of the fact that he's never played the comedy mega ship, or whatever the fuck it's called.
Of theaters and comedy clubs. Thank God for curtains.
Yeah.
That's what I should have invested in.
The Richfield
Comedy.
Playhouse, Richfield,
Just call it
Connecticut.
tour that.
The
Thank God for
Newton
curtains.
Theater. You're at the Newton Theater, Newton, New Jersey. Mystic Theater. You're doing theaters.
Yeah,
Real
small.
theater. Golden State Theater. Comedy Mothership. I love it.
Yeah. Bunch of stuff out here. I got Austin, Houston, Dallas.
It's objectively funny knowing that this guy thinks Brandon is so bad he can never ever play at his club. What's this supposed to mean? Joe Rogan's a comedian.
I was 19 years old. Lost control of his car and he's sliding through an intersection. And in the middle of the slide, he took a sip of coffee. Straightened the ass end of his car out and got him on his merry way.
And he owns the comedy mothership. It's so fucking bad in here, and it's such a dog-eat-dog world in the Brendan Schwab community that a former disgruntled employee that looks like this, by the way, dude looks majestic as this fella hosted an AMA just lambasting Brendan and made all sorts of hilarious
What the fuck was
accusations.
that?
and
Where'd it go?
epic
Oh shit.
stuff. Here's a
Okay.
few highlights. With Brandon, head of his own media company, Everest Systems Production, or Mark Harlow. This guy said, Brendan contributes exactly 0 to production. He can't edit, can't film, can't direct, can't light, can't do sound, can't coordinate talent. What would he do? He would spend 8 to 12 hours a week in studio each week and constantly silence anyone complaining about feeling exhausted by being on call for him 24/7. In some version of, oh, you want to compare schedules with me? This fella Mark even alleges that Brendan bought views for his Gringo Poppy special. You can't do that, Brendan. Come on, man. There's a lot of dislikes though, so it makes sense. Brendan bought views for Gringo Poppy to make it hit 1 million by a certain deadline. The only thing he cared about. A few 100,000 apparently. Rogan knows Brandon's a pathological liar. He wants to help Brandon see the truth and make the right moves, but he knows it's an uphill battle against Brandon's stubbornness and lack of reflection. As a fan of Brandon and the whole Joe Rogan comedy group, and a frequent viewer for an extended period of time, there are quite a few of them that just like to lie a lot. It's weird. Specifically, Brandon.
I go, oh, you know those are worse for you than cigarettes. And he goes, what the fuck you just said? I go, you know the vape's actually worse for you than cigarettes. He goes, who told you that? Oh, it's just what they say. He's like, who says that? I'm like, dude.
Wow.
He's like, my doctor says better. This is why he told me to start vaping. I'm like, but I don't think it is. And he's like, all right, man. And then just walked off. Never talked to him again. I ruined my relationship with Dave. All his comedy, he wants to go out fighting. So we have this back and forth. And he was vaping. He goes, my doctor said these, he smoked cigarettes. He goes, my doctor said these are actually better for you. I go, they're not. He goes, how do you know? I go, well, just fucking Google it, dude. They're not. He goes, really? I go, no, you fucking threw it in the trash.
Really?
Yeah.
And Bert Chrysler.
Now, it's important to understand the distinction here. There are some comedians who make up or exaggerate stories who are very funny, like Theo Vaughn. But with him, the punchline is never, look how awesome I am, or look how crazy my life is. It's more of a setup to something clever, which Bert's are almost always not. There's Theo Vaughn lies to make things funny, and there's Brendan Schaub lies to make yourself look cool. A crazy story becomes less funny when you realize it's not true.
There's like compilations of them getting exposed for their lies, by the way, if you don't believe. By the way, a good lie is that Brendan claimed he was the #2 pick to host the new Fear Factor, but they chose Ludacris instead.
When are they going to remake Fear Factor?
They did with Ludacris. And he beat me out to be the host. You know, I was second in the line for it, and they hired Ludacris.
Lie.
Yeah.
Also, this fellow
Drunk
Mark
lie.
Harley isn't just some random guy that they hired. This is the big gay lion in the Thick Boy Studios. He's a legend. He had his own show. He ran socials too. He leaked a bunch of texts between him and Brendan as well, with daily check-ins and asking for dick juice and abusing Adderall, allegedly. But Brendan has admitted that he has abused Adderall on many occasions.
Bro, I was taking 3 30-milligram Adderalls a day for...
Ooh, Adderalls. 3 of them.
But didn't Dave Portnoy say take 30
He would take a 20, he said, maybe.
Okay. I took 3 throughout the day. Now, if I had stand-up, I'd take another.
Dude loves Adderall, allegedly.
Maximum dose a day is 30 milligrams a day. You were tripling that. I do 90 to 120. Oh my God!
Everything has been falling apart for Brendan for a long time now. It seems pretty bad. It's sad. He recently announced that he's ending his comedy tours. Essentially, he'll still be doing local shows, but won't be doing any travel. Oh no!
Cancel Austin. Pull back so much, and I just gotta be home, man. I got to. I can't miss Tigers games. I can't miss my Bosty growing up, baby girl. I can't do it anymore. I'm tired, man. I'm tired.
It's sad. It seems like he's, wants to be a family man, kind of YouTuber style. He's burnt out. He's tired of performing comedy, I guess. I really don't know. You got to really wonder what the true motivation is for canceling all the shows. Is it actually that he wants to be home with his family? Probably some of that, but also probably he's just not selling tickets for his tours. He's gotten in trouble for canceling shows before and gotten a bunch of heat for that because there just weren't enough people there. Makes sense. When you're not good, you won't sell. And the people do not think he is good. Also, people are mad because he's a pathological liar who said that his shows were canceled in San Francisco because of the district attorney. But no other live events were affected, so people called him out, obviously. And it was because the show didn't sell, according to internet investigators and detectives. And also basic logic.
I have to reschedule my San Francisco dates this coming weekend because they recalled the district attorney and people aren't going out to clubs and restaurants. No one's coming to the city, so they wanted to push the dates till things are a little safer.
Just doubly on top of that too, if you had a Ticketmaster, Brendan Schwab tickets, it's a lot of 1 stars, not good reviews. He's basically been blackballed because of his poor performance. Anyways, whatever you guys think, his reasoning for pulling back on all this and basically kind of slowly throwing in the towel with comedy is that he wants to spend time with his daughter. He had a big surgery. He wants to be home with his family, see his son in Tigers games, those Valkyries, etc. But, it's also probably the fact that his comedy career has failed. Hopefully he's a good father when he's not cheating on the mother of his children, of course. Allegedly, I don't know. He quit fighting, he quit comedy. 3rd time's the charm. What's he gonna quit next? Bobby Lee and Andy Santino. The Bad Friends podcast is a podcast that I never really got into.
Who are these 2 idiots?
White dude, Asian dude. You 2 are disgusting.
Well, you 2 are something.
We're bad friends.
One of those ones where not super interested. I listened to Andrew Santino on Joe Rogan's podcast probably 3 times before I even realized it was the same guy or knew who it was.
I'm gay, according to the internet. That's my favorite one. Look,
How'd you become gay?
Because I said on a post one time that I married Chris D'Elia, that we were like running away, and like a foreign publication got a hold of it. That like the English translation's hysterical.
What do you think the original language was?
I have no idea. Foreign. Just foreign. But it just says I'm gay. If you look it up, is Andrew Santino gay? It says a lot of things say I'm gay.
Pretty funny guy. He's got a funny voice.
We like it when the fans have a bag because you never know what's gonna happen.
The gifts are amazing.
Yeah, it's either like somebody hand drew a naked photo of my penis, or they'll do right. Or like a letter of some sort, like saved our lives.
Or a dope piece of art. A dope.
Oh yeah.
But I know. We appreciate the fans so much. I really.
And we throw it in the garbage.
They're both comedians. Bobby Lee, something happened in Tijuana. I don't really know. Anyways, Bobby and Andrew have a comedy podcast together called Bad Friends, and it's interesting. The set is really ugly, and they're pretty funny. They do a lot of funny stuff.
Hello. I'm Thomas B. Jefferson Adams III.
And I'm William Randolph Gaston.
Yes.
The first.
These fellas emphasize their great bond they have with one another, despite the name implying that they are bad friends. These 2 fellas are quite respected comedians. Bobby Lee, for example, comedy special. He's never posted a special, and he came on Joe Rogan's podcast for the first time just recently, and people are surprised. A lot of people really love Bobby Lee.
Yeah, you should wear the wall. I look cute with it. Is that that's the wall? Yeah. What did it feel like?
Yeah. And you put it in there. I didn't mind
I'm not so sure as much about Andrew Santino, but the clips of Bad Friends.
God damn it! It was behind me. I thought it was in front of me.
Of their podcast all the time. Sunfire clip.
There's a Japanese X-Men called Sunfire. They don't say it like that.
Daddy, Why You Die clip.
Daddy, I love you. Daddy, why you die? Happy Father's Day, Daddy. Daddy, I can fly.
You heard it here first, clip.
You doing Asian accents, dude?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hurts my feelings.
Okay.
And I don't want you to do it anymore.
You heard it here first.
Eating dog clip.
What does dog taste like?
Apparently, it's the best meat.
Don't give me apparently.
I'm telling you right now.
Don't give me apparently. Just tell me what it tastes like.
It's real good.
And of course, the most popular clip, I'm Bobby Mom.
My mother's very pretty.
She's a beautiful woman.
Unlike your cross-eyed mother.
You don't have to fucking get spit.
I'm not Bobby Mother. I'm Bobby Mom.
You're so fucking mean, dude.
They've had their fair share of offensive and controversial jokes on the show, but that's just part of being a comedian. You gotta push the boundaries of comedy. You have the jester's privilege. They got Asian eye jokes, those classics. Bobby Lee, I think, is Asian, so.
Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Count to 3.
Just kidding.
That's so racist.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
That's the most racist thing you've ever heard?
When my eyes are obviously closed, right? And
Oh,
then
now
Chris
they-
goes,
oh, they're
"Let me
open."
go, close your eyes, right?
I can't tell.
You really couldn't tell?
Well, okay, close them now. Let me see. Oh, yeah, no, not really.
Main thing is, if you can dish it, you gotta be able to take it. When Lee and Santino first started the podcast, raised a bit of criticism because it looked like shit. It was kind of a weird, ugly set. People were mad. They said, give it some personality. It looked terrible. I mean, it really did look very bad. The colored cables were like the best part. This whole thing started beef, believe it or not. Somehow, people were upset that the podcast didn't look unique. It was just a cash grab, because that's what most podcasts are just literally cash grabs. They don't really put any effort in, and the shit looks terrible. One complaint from the Red Bar, another podcast, kind of went in deep. They took a look at Bad Friends and they said that it was a scam. It was low effort, and that's fucking hilarious to take seriously.
It's a scam. They don't put any effort into it, and it's all taking up your time. Okay, your time is worth more than this. And meanwhile, they get to go out and eat whatever they want tonight on your dollar.
And by the way, it's important to note that this Red Bar guy is a literal professional detractor and provocateur. What he does is just he's a hater. That's like his whole thing. And sometimes it's pretty funny. Most of the time he just says hilarious shit. And hilarious because it's ironic. And there's like a lack of self-awareness.
Frankly, it's annoying. Whenever I listen to podcasts, I can't wait for the
What?
talking about something with legs.
Andrew's POV is a beautiful brand new studio. It's incredible, man.
My anger today was because let's tell the crew real quick what's going on. Let's tell people that are here. When we came into this today, we worked so hard on putting this studio together.
Fucking
This is a brand new,
crackheads.
beautiful studio. It's incredible. Okay.
This is a brand new, beautiful studio. It's incredible.
I mean, I'm not so sure about that. It doesn't look good. It's definitely not beautiful. But he couldn't help himself. The comments in the podcast. But, oh God, he flipped his fucking shit, dude. He couldn't handle seeing people talk bad about the studio. This was his response to a comment on Twitter about Red Bar talking about their studio. We know. Report it, that clown. What? Come on. This is insane. The video only had like 10,000 views. It's crazy, dude. Who cares? What the f? It's funny because Andrew just flips his shit at Red Bar all the time, so this is like in character for him.
There's this guy named Red Bar, and he's just like a hater. But all he does is just trash all our friends. Like every comic we know,
Me,
trash.
Santino,
Oh, Santino.
Hinchcliffe.
I think Santino's about to go there and just murder him.
They then made another episode on how they're handling the criticism, which proved him right, in all honesty.
Yes, report. Report! My video! Why? Look at this. Somebody sent this to him. Here's the screenshot. Somebody sends him the video, and he writes this. We know. Report it. Fuck that clown. No. Report it. Fuck that clown. We know. Report it. Fuck that clown. Everybody. We know. Report it. Fuck that clown.
They said he couldn't handle criticism, and he handled it in the absolute worst way possible. I don't know if it's a bit. It could be a bit. It's probably a bit.
This gift that he handed us. I mean, what better way to explain to everybody that Mike's right than this? Than to do something like this. It's just remarkable. So we're sitting there, we're going.
Spend any time online? That's what I'd like to know.
We're going. The whole point is that you're this shady guy who can't handle any criticism, and how furious you get. That's our whole deal with you. And then you do it. We know. Report it. Fuck that clown.
It's hard to tell on Twitter if something's real or not. I just don't feel like they would actually be upset. But this is a true thing that happened that people believe is a comedian or online comedians handling something very badly. I personally think it's probably just a joke. I cannot imagine taking anything that Red Bar says seriously, or anyone on the internet. Who the f cares? If you're like me and stupid, Red Bar comes to the aid and shows a clip of Bobby talking about how Andrew was indeed stirred up by the drama and was screaming at him.
Psychologically attacked by some online trolls that attack bad friends. Yeah.
Listen to this.
And that's enough.
Put him in a mood.
Right.
That's it. Oh. That's it.
Well, for Santino, he's screaming and all that stuff. You know how.
Andrew Santino was screaming!
So I don't know if it's a joke or not. It seems like it was a joke, but at the same time, like, it seems like it couldn't not be a joke to me. I just don't know. But it does actually get worse. Andrew Santino went on Joe Rogan's thing, his podcast, and started talking about the Office Space where they have Bad Fen podcast. And Joe asks what's with this shelf and asks who the designer is. And Andrew laughed it off, dude. And then Joe started and then asked why he has a producer who decorates. It's so it's
What's with the shelf?
It gets deep.
If this is half of the stuff we talk shit about it from our fans.
Well, who put that together?
The producer.
You have a producer that decorates?
No, we just told him to throw stuff on the wall.
Don't worry about it, Joe.
Just
Don't
put up
worry.
some shit on the
Why
wall.
don't you put some stuff on the wall?
Look at him. He won't look at Joe.
You can tell he's getting a little bit upset. I changed my mind. I don't think it's a joke. I think he's actually really upset by it. Or maybe it is just still fun. I don't know, guys. I'm not good with cues. All this blew over, though, over time, as you can probably imagine. They didn't give up. The podcast is doing insanely well. But Bobby Lee's brother decided to start a podcast called Good Friends, which is an exact copy of Bad Friends. Then Andrew Santino wanted to sue Bobby Lee's brother. They didn't want to bring it up in conversation, but according to Bobby, it was in fact true, which is wild.
When he came in, I said, dude, I love the show Good Friends. He goes, oh, yeah, it's called Scissor Bros. Nah, call it Good Friends. He goes, I can't. Santino tried to sue us. We call it Good Friends.
But this is according to my brother.
Never told a lie.
What are you out of your mind?
They took the logo and used like the same artist and stuff, but it's not the same podcast. It's two different people. Who the f cares, dude? How can you sue him? That is insane.
See, this is what happened because you know that week, Bert, Tom.
Keep drawing while you're talking.
Okay, Bert, Tom, and my brother and Santino. They did that. They swapped podcasts, right?
Yeah.
And so Jeremiah was brilliant in the fact that he's like, oh, we should do one because it was April Fool's week, right?
But also, it was a play on words. Your brother's show's called Bad Friends. You guys are nicer than them. Good Friends make sense.
Yeah, but we took their
They don't
logo.
own
We
Bad
took their
Friends.
logo. We took.
Was
We
there
used the same artist.
Was there discussion first about the logo or anything?
It's his brother.
I agree. Look, I agree.
But just according to Bobby, who knows, dude? And he's known for being truthful.
35.
Nobody won. We all went over.
Yeah.
No wonder they caught you.
35. You think you're 35?
Don't get so. That's so rude the way you even said that.
Bobby, you're nowhere near. Google 35-year-old Korean guy.
Well, it's because that makes you younger than Andrew, which is
Dude, you are a cute little panda boy, but you are not 30. Look at how fucking hot 35-year-old Koreans are.
I never looked like that when I was
Anyways, time goes by, they learn from their obvious mistakes and add a bunch of random obnoxious shit to their walls, and it just gets crazy. And now people don't like that. You can't, it's a joke. It's funny, the internet's hilarious. The decor somehow gets worse every week. Impressive. Also though, that does look like shit, I'm gonna be honest. The new desk is dope as fuck though, I like it. So moving past the tensions of the first couple episodes, Bad Friends seems to be doing really well. Aside from the old Bobby Lee scared girl Tijuana story, which we don't, he's tried to clarify it and says that he feels bad about ever telling that bit and joke. He says it's a bit or joke. It's not one that I want to talk about on my channel particularly. You guys can look into it if you'd like. We'll show him acknowledging it, I guess. And this clip of him and Theo Vaughn is super weird.
She was wearing like a Hello Kitty shirt.
Oh, well, then that's, I'm not saying that that's sexually suggestive. But first of all, what for kids, you can't really get something called Hello Kitty. You should not expect perverts to show up.
This is not a kid,
It's just Theo Vaughn is that's rare in Theo Vaughn. Anyways, all in all, I think comedians are incredibly important, and I think the Jester's privilege is one of the greatest things of all time. And also, I love being funny, or trying to at least, and humor is the most important thing that makes the world go round, and being able to laugh at yourself is super, super, super important. And even being able to take criticism and agree with it and find it funny, that you think of yourself in a way that a lot of other people don't think of you, and that in and of itself is funny to me. And anyways, I don't know if I'm talking. It's not my intention here to flaunt a high-flown philosophical discussion on the relation between soul and body. Today we're talking about Vitaly.
What's good, G7? Welcome to the Dance Family on YouTube.
I consider myself to be a bit of a content machine, churning out the most worthless, shitty, just ass content multiple times a week, way too long, master yapper, okay? But even I pale in comparison to a living legend like Vitaly.
Oh my fucking god. This is coming on.
Ever struggle with getting a good night's sleep? Tossing, turning, waking up groggy? It's been a nightmare. I know I did! But then I found something that changed everything for me, and that is
What's
Beam.
that?
Right, guys, Beam. Thank you to Beam for sponsoring this
Somebody
video.
sprayed me,
It's
I think.
a luxurious drink brand packed with top-notch sleep-promoting ingredients. I was skeptical at first, I have to be honest, but I've been drinking it every night, and by God, I sleep pretty good now. It's weird. It helps me fall asleep faster and stay asleep for longer. There's a bunch of different flavors. I have two. Chocolate peanut butter and cinnamon cocoa. It's delicious hot cocoa that helps you sleep. And now, normally hot cocoa would keep you up because there's caffeine in the cocoa. They got all kinds of nice stuff. They even have a blend that contains CBD, but their founder blends are free of CBD. My favorite is a CBD containing version, and it's been a game changer for me. I take a lot of CBD oil, I'm gonna be honest. With Dream, I don't just fall asleep, I wake up feeling refreshed with no grogginess. It's tasty, it's delicious, it's easy to incorporate into my nightly routine. And guess what? It's only 15 calories, fellas and girl. Gluten-free, and it's also vegan. After using Dream, my focus improved, my mood lifted, and even my skin looks better. My face is clear. Beautiful.
Oh,
If you wanna
what
try
was
sleep
this? Oh,
like I
God.
did, go to shopbeam.com/Oompaville, or click the link in the description and use my code Oompa to get up to 35% off your Dream purchase. Trust me, and you'll thank me later. Make Dream by Beam part of your nightly ritual. Click the link in the description, use my code 35% off. Thank you guys for sponsoring this video. Anyways, you know Vitaly. We've talked about him before. He's a kick streamer guy. He's been on the internet for a long time. Show how long he's been on the internet. Do a timeline of events. Have his start where he beat a woman senseless and then essentially got away with it. And then the whole period after that where he refuses to take any form of responsibility. And then now, guys.
You ain't shit too. With your fucking flashlight, tough guy.
Vitaly has taken the route that a lot of failed Twitch streamers and YouTubers have taken, and that is to just go right to Kick. Kick is a awesome platform if you have no other options except for Rumble, okay?
And look, hold on. I put the little rackets on.
Oh my god, nice.
Cheap, man.
Yo, wait, can I have one?
You can have one.
100?
Yeah, if you bark and
Doggy. Come on, fetch it. Fetch the hose.
Thank you, man. Rumble's terrible. Kick is also terrible. But at the same time, you know, they do both have interesting content. There isn't, like, you know, jokes aside, I like to just talk shit, make people mad. I didn't get comments. That's what engagement's all about, baby girl. At the end of the day, if Kick approached me with a lot of money, I'd say absolutely, all right? And I'm talking like a lot of money, like 3-4 grand, something like that. We talked recently about Vitaly doing some predator catching streams with his boy Aiden, where they caught 3 predators in one night, conveniently with perfect timing, etc., and getting the police involved, and these were absolutely not paid actors or anything along those lines. It was completely legit and epic. He shifted his content recently, another shift from that, because doing things gets stale on Kick, and now Vitaly is doing too much good for humanity, for society, by getting these people off the streets. So he shifted his focus to another group, which we'll be discussing today. He's back to pranks, guys. And he streams all these epic pranks on kick.com. There was an awesome stream on Valentine's Day that I really loved watching live because I watched it live. He decided to prank people by giving them a huge gift. Guess what that gift was? A dildo. He just handed people a giant dildo. That's so funny. That's such a funny bit of content.
It's Valentine's Day. You need real love. Well, I got real big love for you. I got some amazing chocolate. It's 1 out of 1.
Okay.
Take it out. It's yours.
Oh my god.
You like it?
He's posting these clips on like Twitter and Kick and stuff, blurred. I don't know why he's blurring them. It's like he's still giving a random person in public a dildo, but he's doing us the service of blurring them. Hey bro, thank you. Appreciate you looking out for us. All right.
Drum roll. 3, 2. Take it out. Take it out. You can't carry this?
He loves making women super uncomfortable by handing them this big old thing here, and it's on Valentine's Day.
Okay, wait, I'm very suspicious.
Why are you suspicious? It's chocolate. Why are you scared? I'm spreading love.
It's not a plan B. I don't need that, sir. Oh, what is that?
Take it out. Your dad's mold.
Oh my god. Oh wow. No,
Yeah.
okay.
Are you serious?
And he's a bit insecure as to whether or not the content is entertaining. He keeps asking chat if they like that shit, which is very funny to me.
Okay, that was it. You like that?
Hey,
See?
chat.
You like that, chat?
You like that?
You like that, chat? Look.
Chat loves it, dude. No worries, Vitaly. Chat absolutely loves this. That is so funny, man. He's such a comedian guy.
Okay, well, this is a special gift, and I don't know. I wanted to give it. You guys just split it, honestly, to be honest. You guys down? You guys like chocolate? Who doesn't like chocolate? What a weird question to ask. You go, ladies. What? Take it out. Just, I don't know. It's a big deal about it. It's Drake's mold. Cool.
He sounds so desperate, by the way. I understand he wants to make good content. Like, I get it. He's trying to entertain chat and stuff, but he's really seeming desperate.
I'd like to give this to you for Valentine's Day. Hi. It's Ali. Nice to meet you. You want it? Yeah, take it. Why are you scared?
I don't know. This is weird.
Why is it weird?
Okay. What is it? Oh my god.
And just when you thought it couldn't get entertaining enough, guys, he gives the item to a guy, because that's really funny. Check this out.
Christmas came early.
Christmas came early.
What do you think?
That's crazy.
You think you can fit it in?
Hell no.
No? I got a smaller one if you want.
You know what? I'm good.
Yeah?
That's crazy. Do people actually do that in Minnesota?
Yeah, of course, my girlfriend. That's where she died.
It's pretty good content, I've got to be honest. I've got to be honest, guys. I've got to be honest. It's also frustrating that not all the clips are blurred, so we have to like blurs, because you can't show that on YouTube. But he's on Kick, bro. What's the fun of posting clip? And to be fair, maybe it was the person who reposted his clip initially. Maybe they blurred it. I don't know. Not as if it really matters at the end of the day. But yeah, you know, if you want to get some really good quality content, go to Kick, I guess.
What did you say? Computer science? Oh, I'm actually selling these. nice? No, I don't know. I know we can watch porn down the hall to the left.
Finally, towards the end of this epic prank, he gets someone to take it. Yeah! What a W, guys.
Drum roll, 3, 2, 1. Congratulations, the price is right.
Oh, wow, that's the best.
You like it? It's Drake's mold.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
You're welcome. You're so nice. Cool. Have a nice day.
You too.
Wow. I don't know what the f***'s going on, dude. That's so funny. She just looked, I mean, that's just like, she looked so awkward and she didn't, did she actually, wow. Did she really want it or did she just didn't know what the f*** to say, bro? She probably didn't know what to say, Vitaly. She probably was scared to say anything because of your history with women. Probably, maybe. After the badass Valentine's Day prank stream, he went to the border. That's right. There's a crisis going on the American border if you weren't aware.
Tasha, here in San Diego since Friday, Border Patrol agents have street released over 1,300 migrants into the community.
What exactly is involved in this crisis? I have no idea. I am so far away from it, I do not even care at all, dude.
Tucson sector, Nicole, it is the busiest sector right now. We are seeing the highest number of crossings. We have
No,
seen
I want that.
over 282,000 people cross into this sector just since this fiscal year began.
As long as I can order DoorDash 4 times a day, one of those times being insomnia cookies, I'm good. I'm set on living life.
This is Border Patrol's Tucson, Arizona sector, which just had 17,500 illegal crossings last week alone. That is the highest weekly total ever recorded. We talked to one man from Mauritania who told us he paid smugglers $10,000 to get here, first flying into Colombia.
Like any good kick content creator, after a nice dildo prank, he decides to go to the Mexican border of the United States of America and mess with the illegals as they try to...
What?
Oh shit. Yo, guys, what do you guys think about your new outfit, bro? We're at the border and we got some illegals right behind me. W intro? W outfit?
He baits the audience with an epic bait and switch where he says he's going to go to Home Depot with a rented truck to pick up Mexicans to work on his house and then take them to immigration. Wow, that's a classic bit.
Tomorrow we're renting a truck and we're going to Home Depot to pick up Mexicans, pretending I need to work on my house, and we're gonna take them to the immigration center.
What a comedian. Isn't he an immigrant? What is this guy? But yeah, very messed up prank to pull on people who want to put in an honest day's work. So he does the stream where he goes to Home Depot and picks up a few Mexicans, and then he tells his translator that he's gonna give each of them a green card.
Also, because they're coming with us, I'm gonna give them 1, 2, 3, 4 green cards. Tell them.
All right. Les va a dar 4 green cards.
Yeah. You guys want it now? Ask him if they want green card. I have a green card. Just ask him. Just ask them if they want 4 green cards.
Si necesitan un green card?
I got you, bro.
No.
What? I'm giving him a green.
Wow, that is a funny prank. Wow. I think this guy has a bright future ahead of him, and probably a bright past, devoid of any arrests and controversies.
What a genius. Wow.
Even the translator, who's there probably being paid, I assume, maybe, thinks it's too f***ed up to go in with that joke. He then takes them to a new place and f***s with them even more and makes them jump over a wall for money.
Uno, dos, tres, go! Okay, he hopped the border before. Come on, got it, I got you. Come on, you're almost there.
He pretends that he's immigration and he's coming for them and says that they've jumped the border before. Man, this is very good comedy here. This is like SNL if it was written by a Russian immigrant with a checkered past. No offense to any Russian immigrants out there. It's hypocritical of me to, you know, make a meme like that.
I'm gonna just get off the channel now. It's been too much fucking low rent shit. Listen to some Charlie. Thank you for the extra content from the stream. I'd like to sub to your channel, Penguin Zero.
Right now, but I'm being very brave about it. Pushing through. I want this to serve as a lesson to all of you that you can tell what someone is going through just by taking a glance. Don't judge a book by its cover. There's 2 topics that I'd like to discuss today, so let's dive right into the first one, which has become a very big discussion across the internet. which is in regards to piracy. I like to think I've been very vocal about my stance on piracy. I don't think there's any questions on where my loyalties lie when it comes to this subject, but I'll repeat them again, screaming from the mountaintop. I, with my hand on a stack of Bibles, subscribe to the belief that Gabe In preached. Piracy is a service problem. Not only that, but the quest to defeat the boogeyman known as piracy also leads more people to it. So introducing harsh DRM that like tanks performance or makes the game function worse will inevitably lead more people to go to the pirated version because it is a better version of it because it runs better without the DRM that you've introduced to try and fight it. So you're creating more of a piracy problem by
I want to hear it again.
judge a book by its cover. There's two topics that I'd like to discuss today, so let's dive right into the first one, which has become a very big discussion across the internet, which is in regards to piracy. I like to think I've been very vocal about my stance on piracy. I don't think there's any questions on where my loyalties lie when it comes to this subject, but I'll repeat them again, screaming from the mountaintop. I, with my hand on a stack of Bibles, subscribe to the belief that Gabe In preached. Piracy is a service
It's a service
Not
problem.
only that, but the quest to defeat the boogeyman known as piracy also leads more people to it. So introducing harsh DRM that like tanks performance or makes a game function worse will inevitably lead more people to go to the pirated version because it is a better version of it because it runs better without the DRM that you've introduced to try and fight it. So you're creating more of a piracy problem by trying to solve it. I also just truly believe that if you just focus on making a good product or service, you should never put even an iota of thought into how to beat piracy. Yes, people are going to pirate it. They're going to find ways of circumventing shit no matter what it is. But there will be far more people that legitimately purchase it to support that good product or service and that effort that you made to not ruin it with like DRM or fighting against piracy.
Oh my god!
I am well aware that our comic book series Godslap has tons of re-uploads of our entire comic
Just ignore the other guy, huh? Just ignore him.
Right
Just run around shooting me, standing there, looting me. The other guy doesn't matter, or...
made it easier by offering a digital version of our comics. For those that don't know, I have a comic book series called Godslap and another one called Plague Seeker. We offer a digital version of it. That makes it extremely easy to just take that digital version and re-upload it for free across the internet. And Zoinks, Scoob, would you believe it, it actually was extremely helpful in growing the comic series. There are so many people out there that wanted to check it out but didn't want to pay $5 for a digital version, didn't want to buy a physical copy. They just wanted to see if it was any good, because who knows, it might have sucked shit through a crazy straw. It might not have been worth the money, so they wanted to check it out and it was uploaded for free. So there were a lot of people that read it for free and then eventually bought a physical copy once they got invested into the world. I have so many emails like that from people, and that's great. I'm happy that people are checking it out. Even the ones that check it out and don't like it, hey, at least you gave it a try, right? There is really nothing that we lost by having the comic series uploaded for free out everywhere. It's only been helpful. Now, that's not going to be the case for everything, and I totally recognize that. But I really believe all of these efforts made by, like, shutting down emulators, which is what we're about to talk about in detail when it comes to Nintendo, and all of these other, like, DRM efforts and all kinds of anti-piracy measures do nothing but make more people want to pirate it, because you're now ruining the official means of getting these products and making it far more easy, convenient, and complete actually owning the product through piracy. So you're making it a more appealing option for them. So you're creating more problems than you're solving in the first place. I don't want to just regurgitate the same things I said in my last video about this topic. I'm not trying to just pour a bore with my own ass and eat the shit out of it with the same talking points over and over. Basically, last time I was touching on this subject, it was about streaming services being such a massive, expensive headache nowadays where you don't actually own anything anymore and they're constantly censoring episodes or taking things off their platforms. You have to go on this giant fucking scavenger hunt like you're hunting down the Dragon Balls in order to find, like, the shows and movies you want. So when you pirate them, it's much easier, it's much quicker, it's a lot less expensive, obviously, and it's just a more convenient service these days, which is why piracy's been blowing up again. Not that I'm advocating for it, of course. You can't come after me for that, Viacom. What I want to focus on with this one isn't so much that, but more so the debate that's breaking out now about emulators, because the global anti-fun police known as Nintendo, the international authority of kicking sand in the face of anyone that's enjoying their products, has decided to launch an attack on a very popular emulator that I'm pretty confident a lot of you are familiar with, called Yuzu. And Nintendo threw the kitchen sink at them. They laid the Super Mario Smackdown upon them. Hulkmania went wild, and it was a little concerning for the future of other emulators. RIP to Yuzu. I'm not going to bother going through the particulars of the case. I'll just give you the bare bones gist of it. Nintendo hit them for giving people the tools and information regarding piracy, giving people the ability to pirate Nintendo property, and basically it all just tied into Yuzu and piracy going hand in hand like peanut butter and jelly. Now, let's not get caught in a delusional genjutsu here. Let's just be honest with ourselves. Everyone knows this when it comes to emulators. Anyone that uses an emulator knows that you can get games for free that you don't actually own officially. Not everyone's going to be the person that's dumping the BIOS and all the information out there from their legitimately purchased copy or anything. You can eventually just download it yourself for free and play it. But I don't think that means...
What? I shut him so many times!
To emulators, because they are an invaluable tool when it comes to the preservation of games that...
There's supposed to be goddamn 28 rounds in him or something!
I am a huge proponent of emulators, and I have been since early high school. In fact, a lot of my...
I've got to stop
videos are all
ADSing
made
at point
through
blank. I've got to
emulators.
stop doing it.
Udahar
It pushed
recently made a
towards
video
them.
covering this topic, and I agree with his take in that when you own something, a piece of hardware, you should be able to do whatever the fuck you want with it. Like, as long as it's
Yeah.
not affecting other people,
Yep.
and like making...
My other thing is, like, when I buy a game on Steam, I feel like I'm okay to download the torrent at that point. I bought that motherfucker for PC. I bought it.